Unmuted.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. We've got a long day ahead of us, so I'm looking forward to jumping into it. I'd like to start with a quick round of introductions before we do the appointment of the chair and vice chair for this budget hearing process. I'll go ahead and pick up the introductions. Yeah,
Do we have to call this meeting to order?
I listened to last year and we didn't do anything like that at the very beginning. So maybe after the chair is appointed and we, before the budget message, we can do that. But just quickly, let's do a round of introductions and we'll do the appointment of the chair and vice chair and we'll call it. Thank you. So Will Van Baxter, I'm the Crook County manager. County for almost 4 years, not counting the 6 months or so. I worked in county council's office 2019-ish. This is my first budget, so I'm excited to go through the process with all of you. So, again, thank you all for being here. I'll get over the set.
So Crawford, County Commissioner. Steve Brown, Budget Committee, how be it?
Brian Barney, Crook County Commissioner. Bill Anderson, Budget Committee, Albany.
Susan Hermrick, Crook County Commissioner.
Scott Tibbs, Budget Committee member.
Jamie Berger, Budget Manager.
And we will also have Christina Aaron, our finance director, here with us today. She's trying to track down a recorder for backup recording, audio recording of this meeting. So with that, we do need to appoint a chair of the budget committee. So I think we can start with nominations.
I'd like to nominate Bill Anderson.
Second that nomination.
Any discussion?
Nope.
Okay, I think we can call for a vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Abstain, I guess, so.
All right, Bill Anderson is our chair by unanimous consent there. Since this is a potentially multi-day meeting, I do want to make sure we have a vice chair in case it comes up. So any nominations for a vice chair?
I nominate Scott.
I nominate Scott.
No, you can.
I can second Scott.
Okay, any discussion? Yeah, I guess I can hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you. Any discussion?
Discussion.
All in favor? Okay. Congratulations. Pardon.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay.
Close second.
I was your committee chair.
8:33, we'll call this meeting to order, the Crook County Budget Committee. So we have a chair and a vice chair, and we're ready for the presentation of the budget message, unless there's something else.
Before we get started, I just wanted to note for anybody who is here or online who is looking for a copy of the proposed budget. If you're here in the room, there is a QR code. It's available on the table over there. You can scan it and pull up the proposed budget on whatever device you might have. If you're online and you're looking for a copy of it, there is a copy of the proposed budget on the finance department's website. So with that, we can move on to the budget message. So, is it okay with you all if I sit here or for a stand? Any preference? I'll stay seated, a little more comfortable. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is my first budget as county manager. I'm honored to have the opportunity to serve in the budget officer capacity this year. Doing so has given me an opportunity to dig deeply into each department and better understand both the strengths and the challenges our organization is currently navigating. I believe it's the right time for a fresh set of eyes. The county is in a period of transition, emerging from an era of one-time funds and looking forward to long-term growth and sustainability. In other words, it's a good moment to ensure we have a solid foundation as we move into the next phase for this organization. This year's budget was developed in a context of economic uncertainty, continued organizational restructuring, and rising expectations for public transparency. Especially in light of the economic uncertainty, we've taken a conservative approach that balances today's constraints with tomorrow's opportunities. But otherwise, there was a concerted effort to minimize expenditures in an effort to preserve service level for today and into the future. In that regard, this budget reflects the county focused on service continuity, workforce development, long-range planning, and community value. Quickly, just an overview of the budget. The total proposed budget is $132.2 million. General fund budget is $25.1 million. Just taking a step back, the total proposed budget is $132.2 million. This includes $66.8 million in appropriations, $25 million in contingency, and $40.5 in reserves. Then, as I noted, the general fund budget is $25.1 million. We'll get more into these numbers in a minute, but what these numbers reflect is a budget that continues essential services and also represents the first step in repositioning the organization to reflect new constraints and position our organization for long-term sustainability. The budget was also developed with the 6 strategic goals that the Board of Commissioners and Budget Committee developed in January of this year. I'm gonna just kind of do a quick refresher on those 6 goals. So goal number 1, provide outstanding service to the community. Goal 2, maximize resources for financial sustainability. 3, foster a collaborative organizational culture. Enhance quality of life and safety for the community, improve internal and external communication, and plan for future facility needs. These strategic goals guided our department level work plans and budget decisions and are reflected throughout the budget. So taking a deeper dive into some of the organizational challenges that we encountered as we developed this budget. We continue to face workforce volatility driven by regional competition and housing affordability. As noted, economic uncertainty was also a factor. This is driven by inflation and higher interest rates, which both increase costs and in some cases limit revenue. We're also an organization going through a sort of revenue transition as one-time federal funds like ARPA phase out and new property tax revenue can be seen on the horizon. While the one-time funds that we had the benefit of over the last few years largely were put towards critical investments for the organization, they also at times may have created a false sense of security that we must now address as we look forward. The budget was also developed with facility constraints in mind. We have aging buildings and growing space needs that need to be accounted for. These last couple of bullet points are nothing new, but the county continues to face unfunded mandates from the state. I do not anticipate that getting any better as the state is likely looking at decreased revenue in coming years. And while this has been the case for many years, and we are not alone in facing this, we as an organization also have limits on the amount of revenue we can generate imposed by Measure 5 and Measure 50. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does limit our ability to generate revenue. And again, each of these challenges has influenced the structure and priorities of the budget. Moving on to budget actions and strategic initiatives. With some of those challenges in mind, to respond to these constraints and these pressures, this budget includes several important initiatives. Staffing changes to align with resources, especially in the sheriff's office and community development. Continued rollout of our enterprise resource program and human resource information system. These programs will allow for more efficient and transparent operations. We've included capital funding for facilities master planning, including courthouse renovations. We've also provided additional support for public safety while we continue to explore long-term funding solutions. Specifically, this budget includes one-time transfers to the sheriff's office to minimize the impact from ongoing resource depletion. So again, total budget 132.4 million. This is a budget reduction of 14.4 million, approximately 9.9%. The reduction is largely due to the completion of this building, the Justice Center. We have sought to continue the provision of mandatory and essential services here in the county by maintaining the budget at that 132.2 million level. I'm going to run through some other notable changes in the budget. We'll talk about personnel changes here first. We have a net reduction of 21.27 positions in this budget. That's a reduction of 8.8%. As I noted earlier, those reductions are most notable in the sheriff's office and community development. But despite that reduction, our personnel costs are going up 2.5 million. Coincidentally, also 8.8% increase. The drivers of this are cost of living adjustments, step increases under the new compensation study, and an increase in insurance premiums. This slide demonstrates the change in FTE numbers over the past approximately 13 years. As you can see, we're back down with this budget close to where we were in 2021. Other notable changes, capital outlay. This is down 12.9 million, 79% from last year. Again, that relates to the Justice Center. We now have this beautiful building complete and in use. The focus now shifts to courthouse planning and taking the next steps on that. So we'll be looking at spending some money from capital outlay on engineering, architectural design work for the courthouse. We have, in addition to that, we have planned capital outlay of 2.5 in construction and building improvements, 743,000 in vehicles and equipment replacement, and 152,000 for technology. We also have made annual adjustments to the proposed fee schedule. This has not been approved by the board yet, but we have proposed targeted fee adjustments to improve cost recovery, so including in community development and the landfill. Community development fees, in particular in the planning department, must be the average or actual cost. So an annual adjustment is necessary to make sure we're recovering our actual costs on providing that service. So annual updates are consistent with how we have handled community development fees in the past. In the landfill, there's a proposed increase by $7 a ton. This is to ensure a long-term sustainability for the landfill. The landfill has long-term liabilities, including cell decommissioning, that we need to be sure we're in a position to cover those costs when they arise. Property tax and levy. Budget includes a levy at our full operating rate of 3.8702 per 1,000 of assessed value, plus 0.1970 for debt service, for a total of 4.0672 per 1,000 of assessed value. This is slightly less than 1 cent per 1,000, and approximately 1 cent more per 1,000 than last year's 0.1970. 0.0086 more than last year's total levy. This is anticipated to bring in revenue of approximately 13.6 million. This year's budget process largely followed the same process we followed in recent years. It's a department-driven budgeting process that includes detailed conversations with each department to ensure we are budgeting for both opportunity and challenges. There was an effort this year, as noted, to align each department with the strategic goals and priorities identified by the board. And lastly, we have continued to use the 5-year financial model, which is a critical tool in helping us make decisions today that will set us up for success in the future. A couple notes on progress being made. Long-range facilities plan, as I noted, we're shifting from the focus on the Justice Center to our space needs and renovations for our aging buildings. This process will include not only assessment of needs, but also strategic decisions about how we are going to fund these projects. We're also making significant strides on implementing both the new HRIS and ERP programs to help modernize our processes. Portions of the new HRIS will roll out this summer, and the first phase of the new ERP will go live in late fiscal year 26. Lastly, I want to again thank you all for being here today and playing a critical role in ensuring we are addressing the needs of our community. I also want to give a special thanks to our finance team, including Christina Aaron and Jamie Berger, who maybe deserve a little bit bigger recognition this year, dealing with the first-time budget officer and county manager. I appreciate all their support. And I definitely want to thank the whole of the Crook County team for their commitment to our community. I've worked in and with several other jurisdictions in my career, and I can say that our commitment here within our organization, the commitment to our community, is unrivaled. So I appreciate all their support and all the work they do in providing the critical services the county does to our community. And with that, and keeping in mind that we have a full day of presentations that will get into more detail, I do want to offer a quick moment for questions. If anybody has any questions about this year's budget message.
I don't have any at this level. Thank you.
The only one that I made note of really was, could you explain a little bit more, given the ongoing concerns with public safety and the sheriff's office and a reduction in FTE? It seemed like last year we tried to address some things with the sheriff's department and all of that. So I just, yeah, information.
Yeah, it's an ongoing effort. One of the things that I'm really looking forward to early in this coming fiscal year, this summer, is addressing core services for each department. So the sheriff's office is kind of priority number one in that regard. I think there needs to be an alignment on what are the core services we expect not only the sheriff's office, but all of our departments to be providing this community. That will help the conversation, I believe, in regards to the sheriff's office in terms of what are we trying to fund? Because right now I don't have real clarity in terms of what that expected level of service is for the sheriff's office, which makes budgeting a challenge, because there's kind of this, I think there's an underlying desire to keep service level where they have been, but there hasn't been that kind of agreement made in terms of, okay, if we're gonna serve or provide this level of service, it's gonna cost X amount. And then once we know that X amount, I think it'll be much easier to start working towards, from a financial point of view, working towards a solution for the sheriff's office. So from my perspective, we're still at that kind of preliminary phase, and I think the core services conversation is really gonna help us move forward with sustainability for the sheriff's office.
That's great. But you evidently have some level of clarity to be able to have a reduction in FTE in the sheriff's department.
Yeah, that's largely driven by existing financial constraints.
So is that
And
like directly impacting citizenry, or is that internal service, or all of that? I'm just trying to, I mean, because you have the goals of the budget and you have all of this going on, and there's a transfer, one-time transfer to the sheriff's department. And it's largely unknown, what the service levels are, but that one was called out specifically, a reduction in FTE. I didn't see other departments specifically called out for that. I'm just wondering, how we reconcile that in the budget to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we're trying to move forward with our current financial constraints, while minimizing the impact to service. I think if we wanted to develop a truly sustainable budget for the sheriff's office, and they'll be here later to discuss their budget in more detail, but within our current financial constraints, without those one-time transfers, without making that concerted effort this year, we would have had to have reduced the FTE numbers even further. There are still a lot of unknowns with the sheriff's office with ongoing union negotiations. So this is just a reflection of trying to find a path forward as we continue to develop what will be a long-term, hopefully long-term, sustainable.
Would it be fair to assume that the sheriff in this presentation will discuss with us specifically those FTEs that weren't filled, and that we'll better understand what we're missing?
Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah. Great. Any other questions? Okay. We'll make up a few minutes anyway. Are we ready to jump right into the department presentations?
I think we have one.
Go.
One more item to discuss before we jump into budget presentations. This slide that's up on the screen right now highlights the property tax refund risk currently facing the county due to an appeal that was filed with the Department of Revenue regarding some centrally assessed intangible property. The county has issued a potential refund credit, a PRC, for the 24-25 tax year. This allows the treasurer to hold a portion of disputed property taxes in trust while the appeal is resolved. Issuing the PRC avoids a 12% interest penalty that would otherwise apply if we had to refund the taxes already distributed. And the appeal was initiated, I believe, in 2021. So we do have some potential interest liability that exists for the prior tax years, but the PRC was issued this year. The PRC affects all taxing districts, including several county funds. Just a quick kind of breakdown of how it impacts some of the county's funds. There's an estimated reduction of $100,000 for the sheriff's office fund, $47,000 for the general fund. Debt service fund, there's an estimated reduction of $18,000. And there's an impact to the library fund. I don't have that number in my 24,000. Thank you, Jamie. These amounts have been accounted for in the proposed budget. The goal is to minimize this disruption while protecting the county from a potential refund liability. If the appeal is successful for the appellant or the party instigating the appeal, there will be some liability for it, but we're trying to minimize that impact. We'll continue to monitor the litigation and reassess. Our assumption is as more information becomes available. It looks like we can anticipate a decision sometime in the second half of 2025. So we'll know more next year about what that actual liability is.
So just to reaffirm the total withholding by, this is the sum of the four numbers that you gave us. That's it. That's the maximum cap on this, or?
That, yeah, it's an
like
estimate,
this
it's an
budget
estimate.
versus the potential liability from 20 or 21, whatever you mentioned.
That's just for, the numbers I gave you were just for this year. So there is an outstanding liability for prior years.
All right, so this concludes the budget message portion of the programming. And we'll move into now the presentations of all the different funds. Your next couple of hours will include presentations from departments. We'll tag team some of them, and then the department heads will also be here to answer questions and present the things that they are doing. Just for reference, on the slides, you have the packet in front of you, but also we'll have it up here. There are usually page numbers in the top corner. Those correspond with your budget document. So at any point, if you want a deeper dive on a particular section, you know, you can head to your budget document. You know, it's a little bit difficult on the fly, we're moving quickly, but that is there for you as a help. So if you're ready, we'll jump in. We also have breaks scheduled throughout the day. So, you know, hopefully the timing works really well today. Okay. General fund, resources for the general fund are where we initially collect like property taxes for the general fund services. We have intergovernmental revenue, internal service for the internal service departments that are funded out of general fund are collected here. You can see that dollar amount. Are there any other things you want to note about reference, or you can, so property tax, we just talked about the PRC. Although we're anticipating our property taxes to grow by approximately 4%, you can see that each year, the 2024 actual and the year-end estimate are almost the same number because 2025 is taking into account the PRC that was issued for this year. And then into next year, that's not a 4%. I mean, it is a 4% growth, but it also takes into account the PRC reduction in 2026. And so what's left is what's in the budget. It's not entirely confusing. Do you want to add anything else for revenue?
I think the rest of it will be covered in some of the other departments.
Do you want to talk about this one?
So this is a high level overview of the general fund requirements. You'll see by department, those will go into more detail when each department is presented. But this just gives you a kind of an at a glance look. You'll see the transfers as mentioned. Part of that is the transfer to the sheriff's office. And then we're suggesting a contingency of about $7 million for the general fund as.
Yeah, so overall, this general fund covers FTE for 63.89 positions. This is down 2.83 FTE from prior year. And when we get into each department section, you know, we can point out which departments, some went up, some went down. So there's a variety of things happening there. Special payments are flow through dollars that go to other government entities that we don't have a lot of control over. So for fiscal 26, our special payments of $976,000, those are going to City of Prineville and the fire district for data center flow through. So that part of agreement, they get some of the data center dollars. And then also Wolf Committee flow through dollars. And then as Christina mentioned, those transfers include general fund support. On a regular basis, we have general fund support going out to the Health and Human Services Department and or fund, fairgrounds, veteran services, and is there any other regular ones? Those are the regular ones. Yes, and then the one time out to sheriff's office and a one-time payment out to the facilities fund. All those.
Let's see, internal transfers, as I recall, that's a relatively new function in the budget, is that correct?
So since, I mean, if you want to jump in. In 2021, we instituted the internal service transfers. So that is a cost recovery model, where, the internal service providers, do you want to get into that one?
Yeah, so it's intended to be that cost recovery from our internal service departments, legal, finance, IT, GIS, facilities. Facilities is a little bit different. But basically it's to cover the cost of those and to recover it from the departments that are using those.
So when we're looking at a department, we can kind of see the whole picture of what the cost.
Correct, you'll see the associated internal service costs, which would be the overhead, the administrative costs of that attributed to that.
Right, yeah, if finance wasn't there to cut the AP checks, how would they pay their vendors? If HR wasn't there to help recruit, how would they be hiring people? So we're trying to show the cost of doing business out in each fund and each operation.
Great.
That makes sense.
Non-departmental is kind of our catch-all for items that don't fit in other departments. This department has one FTE for our Crook River watershed personnel, which is in agreement with the watershed council. The county pays the benefits and then watershed reimburses us for wages. It includes $100,000 for community support. That is some of the information that you received last week that kind of details the items that the commissioners have some discretion over how they'd like to use those funds to support the community. Additionally, it has funds for outside agencies such as our animal control for USDA, the Watershed Council, our Humane Society, the OJCO's contribution, mediation costs that are required by the state. We do get some of those funds. You'll see those in revenue as well. The state is trying to ensure that the money we are getting for mediation is covering our mediation costs. So that's nice. We got quite a sizable chunk this year because they had not been covering those costs in the past. And then we also have a payment to the city of Prineville for the plaza maintenance. And then there's also a reconciliation that happens with our workers' compensation because we prepay workers' compensation at the beginning of the year. Our FTEs fluctuate and the type of workers' comp changes. So at the end of the year, we reconcile to actual workers' comp costs versus what we paid. And natural resources is also a department in the general fund. This department has around a half-time FTE, a little bit more than half-time, and he helps run the NRAC committee, which is, I don't know what I can tell you what the actual
Natural Resource Advisory Council.
There you go. And that he helps monitor state and federal law and rulemaking as it relates to our natural resources within the county, and then informs the commissioners of potential impacts. He helps coordinate with OJCO National Forest, Prineville BLM, and some other federal and state agencies who manage natural resources. So most of this budget, as you'll see, is personnel and then a small portion of materials and services.
To attend a conference and some other things. All right. Internal Service Department. We'll get into more detail on those. As Christina already mentioned, our internal service departments include our administration and board of commissioners, our legal counsel, finance, human resources, and information technology. Those are the ones within general fund. And then facilities also is an internal service fund, but they are actually separated out into their own separated fund, but we will cover all of those. All right. So for your numbers here for administration and board of commissioners, in the budget document, this is appropriated as a total operating budget of $1.348 million. That supports 5.75 FTE. It's 6 people, but 25% of one of the executive assistants has been moved over to facilities because she does a lot of work with helping coordinate and doing a lot of the billing for them. So this budget contains 5.75, and 3 of those are our elected commissioners. And for the materials and services costs, there's a pretty significant number of memberships that our commissioners are involved in. I think, Will, you might have some memberships in there too for this year. But basically to operate and keep us moving forward. I'm well.
Thanks, Jamie. The administration budget covers, as Jamie noted, the Board of Commissioners and administrative functions of the county. So this includes the county manager position. As you're aware, the county made a change in form of governance in March of 2024. I was hired as the county manager in November 2024, so first half of this current fiscal year. Our goal in administration is to ensure that the county is providing the best level of service within available and allocated resources. Our work plan this year includes advancing work on the facilities plan and communication strategy, working with each department to identify core services, incorporate core services and strategic planning efforts into allowing for a more coordinated long-term approach to service delivery and financial sustainability across the organization. And then I just wanted to note, the proposed budget document includes some key performance indicators. We currently have a survey that is live, for folks to fill out, that will help inform the data for those KPIs. So when the final budget is adopted, it will include those KPIs. So we do have some KPIs that focus on internal customer satisfaction, citizen satisfaction.
What do KPIs stand for?
Key performance indicator. So we'll have that information going forward. I think it'll be the first time we've had that information included in the budget.
I have a question on the personnel number here. I'm looking at that big jump and I'm guessing that last year's number did not include the interim county manager position, and that's the preponderance of why we see that big jump.
So there's a couple of factors. 2024, so if you look way back, 2024 was 3 commissioners and I believe 1 assistant. So we've added an assistant, we've added a county manager. The jump between the budget and the year-end estimate was the difference between what we budgeted for the elected officials and what the compensation committee recommended and what was adopted. That was not part of the budget originally.
The top total numbers don't include for 24 the county manager either.
Correct.
Which is the big.
Correct. So and also, prior to the change in governance, we had 1 full-time judge and 2 part-time commissioners. So the FTE has changed dramatically in the last couple of years.
Okay. So, so our commissioner FTE went from 2 to 3.
Correct. And then added a county manager and then added additional administrative support. So we had what was a total of 3 FTE, which is now 6 or 5.75. So you would expect it to jump dramatically with that change.
I believe the materials and services also reflects that my predecessor was on contracts and contract services have decreased. So if you look at the adjusted budget for this year compared to the proposed budget, there's a decrease there.
I was gonna ask that when we got to that.
Great questions. Any others? Okay. Okay. All right, Eric, you're up. We have a table for you to stand at.
Or I can grab a chair if you'd rather sit.
Yeah, I think I'll make a city.
So good morning, everyone. For those of you who may not know me, I'm Eric Lane, the county's legal counsel. We have a department of a total of 3 people. Will and the commissioners have heard me say this, but there is no department head at the county who is more fortunate than who he has to work with than I do. My colleague Alex came into our department without any experience in the legal office, and she has hit the ground running. And my colleague John has recently moved to the community development department. He's left big shoes to fill. So since I have you as a captive audience, I'm going to start by saying fortunate I am to work with Alex and John. All right, so
Get a quick overview of your numbers?
Yes, the budget. You'll see that the majority of our department's budget is wrapped up in personnel costs. And unfortunately, personnel costs have not decreased. In fact, this year, there's a proposed increase of about $44,000. That I think is unfortunately just a cost that we have to bear. The other portion of our expenses have to do with materials and services. A lot of that, of course, are internal services fees, which our department pays to other departments and reaps those benefits. That estimate for the 2026 budget is flat. It's the same amount as was proposed for the 2025 adjusted budget. I like to think that we're quite frugal in our office. The largest expenses from our materials and services not related to internal services has to do with software subscription. We have a software program that helps us manage projects and files. And we will have twice a year conferences in which we attend for part of our continuing legal education requirements. Those are usually outside of the Central Oregon region, and they're multi-day conferences put on by the Association of County Councils, Attorneys, OCCA, and quite helpful for us. Otherwise, the materials and services cover things like office supplies, printing, and pens and paper. So as I said, we like to think that we are quite frugal. As far as our department's goals, there has been interest in conducting ever more trainings for county staffs, and we'd like to see if we can scrape together some time to do that. One unfortunate counterbalance against that is over the last several years, there's been a dramatic increase in the amount of litigation that our office has been involved in. We are hopeful now that we've received permission to farm out a number of those different projects to outside counsel, that will decrease sort of the workload that is currently falling on our staff members, so that we'll have a great deal more time for trainings. So we'll see soon. And then there has been a long-term discussion about what sort of projects are currently handled by the county legal counsel offices, which might benefit from being farmed out, not to outside counsel or to external vendors, but to other county departments. Of course, there's a trade-off there. If our department doesn't do it, their department does, that doesn't decrease the amount of work that's actually being done. It just changes who it is who does that. So that is an ongoing process. We want to make sure that, of course, there's a handoff and that any sort of trade-off that is incurred because this new department is now undertaking those roles gets appreciated. With that, do you have any questions for me? Yes.
I do. You made the statement you were hoping to farm out some cases to outside counsel. Who pays for that?
So we have a portion in our material and services fees, excuse me, in the material and services budget for outside counsel. It's not very robust. It's a few $1,000s, but heretofore it has been sufficient. So that will be funds that will be
But they
paid
were hoping
from.
to increase that.
Yes.
Their statement was.
Yes.
Which isn't in the budget.
Well, we have tried to account for that in the budget, so
Without
hopefully our
increasing
estimates.
them,
What's that?
without increasing the material.
Yes, we're trying to be frugal and from cutting down on costs from others.
Sharpen the pen a few more times.
Yes, exactly. Make certain sacrifices. And we're optimistic we can do that. One unfortunate truth is a lot of the litigation that we're involved in is not litigation of choice. It is things that are imposed on the county and we have to respond to them. So there is the possibility, and I will not put it any more strongly than possibility, that at some juncture we come back to the budget and say, our budget committee and say, the estimates were too rosy and we need to add for more money. We're going to try very hard not to get to that juncture, but I suppose I can't rule it out.
Thanks.
Good question. I was gonna ask that.
Well, I know what attorneys for hire cost per hour.
And that was exactly the question.
But did a heck of a lot more than he charges us.
All right, and unless there are any other questions, I'd also like to thank Jamie and Christina for their help in putting on this budget. Drafting these type of documents is not my strong point, and I will confess there may have been times when I have been late getting documents. Then, yes.
You're forgiven.
So thank you to them, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This one better be perfect.
All right, finance. So one thing that you don't see here is the additional revenue. Finance is an internal service department, but we do anticipate about $70,000 from our CAPA grant and about $200,000 using some federal one-time dollars to help with the ERP implementation. So those will be the first things that come off the top, and then we do cost recovery internal service fees for whatever is remaining, if that makes sense. So finance is appropriated at the $1.934 million for fiscal 26.
I don't know that I ever actually introduced myself, so I'm Christina here, I'm the finance director. As far as our expenses go, you'll see, personnel. And that personnel number includes the step increases and, COLA estimate of 3% for our staff. It also includes an estimate of an increase in health insurance, which has been pretty hefty this year. So that's why that number has gone up fairly significantly. We also had a promotion in my office, Jamie, from budget analyst to budget manager. So congratulations. And I think I'm gonna have to argue with Eric that he has the best staff because I think I have the best staff. But additionally, you'll see some pretty dramatic increases from 2023 through to where we are now. And a large portion of that is we changed the way we're handling insurance costs for the county. Historically, it was just kind of thrown in a pot and given to everybody. And we had departments paying for insurance on automobiles that they never even had an automobile. So we've changed the allocation to be more consistent with departments that are actually incurring those insurance costs. So some of that insurance gets put into finance after we've taken out automobiles, and departments who have automobile pay for their automobile insurance. Liability insurance departments that have the additional liability insurance, such as our excess pollution insurance for our weed chemicals, we pay specifically for that. And the insurance gives us a breakdown, and then the chunk of our liability insurance that we can't specifically attribute to the department gets put in finance and then gets put out as an internal service fee. So that's part of one of the significant increases. Additionally, we do have the new ERP system, which will be around a $30,000 increase a year for that software subscription. But we're really excited about the enhanced capabilities that it's going to provide for not just my department, but across the county. So that's one of the work items that we have this year is to continue that ERP implementation and update the chart of accounts. This new chart of accounts is basically going from one layer to multiple layers and being able to slice and dice it in the background and really enhance our capability of transparency, not just internally, but externally as well. With this new ERP, it's going to allow us to update our policies and procedures with some new workflow options where we can remove the need to have to email AP, our account payable claim sheets, or bring them physically to our office. People can upload them, and then it goes through a workflow, which will take significantly less time on everybody's part. That's just one of the exciting things that I'm kind of nerding out about. Additionally, we'll have contract management ability in the software and grant management, as well as encumbrances, which is basically using our financial software like a checkbook, where we really haven't had that capability to allow departments to log in and say, okay, just because this money hasn't come out of the bank yet, I don't still have it to spend because I've already spent it on this bill that hasn't come through yet. And I think that's really going to make a big difference for our departments being able to have as real time as possible of an idea of where they stand financially, especially as we become very mindful about our expenditures. One of the other things I forgot, and yes, there is a typo on it. It's been driving me nuts all morning. External.
Externalism.
That's probably why it doesn't, I didn't get the little red light. Yeah. So additionally, we have an open position right now in personnel, and it's our cash receipts tech. I have a temp that's filling it right now. I don't know at this point if we're going to fill that position. Hopefully we can gain enough efficiency through the new ERP that we're not going to need it, but I don't want to say we don't need it at this point yet.
Just answered my question.
Yeah. Another thing that I didn't put on here because it was getting pretty squishy was exploration of additional funding sources with other departments such as the sheriff's office and road department. Along with commissioners and the county manager to find some potential new funding sources for departments that are challenged. Questions?
So it looks, correct me if I'm wrong, COLA and step increases the other maybe 70%. Your budget's increasing 14% this year. Is that entire difference accounted for in all the things you just described, or is there anything else we're not aware of?
It is. So remember, part of this increase is the ERP implementation one time. It's about $250,000, and that's covered by a grant in a revenue that you can't see. So we will have that cost one time. We've started now, and the rest of that cost.
Wasn't that started last year? In last year's budget?
We made a pivot and are going with a different ERP. So it was.
We covered it last year, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Yep.
It's okay.
Yes,
Okay.
you are correct. It was started initially last year. It was paid for with ARPA funds. And then we've moved to a different system.
Got it.
And we luckily didn't have to restart everything because some of the work translated with the chart of accounts. But we did have an implementation cost of about $250,000 and then the subscription cost of $100,000. And most of the subscription costs will be split evenly between 2025 and 2026. So in the future, you'll see probably 175,000 less in materials and services. I want to say is what we budgeted for implementation this year. Good question.
One other factor, especially the personnel costs, it'll come up with many budgets, is we have a decent amount of turnover and vacancies. So when you're looking at actuals for 23 and 24, although we wish we had all positions fully staffed, we had some vacancies in some upper level positions. We had a senior accountant or accounting manager that was unfilled. And so those dollars don't show up in actuals because that person wasn't there. So some of those increases are like some of the cost growth is just because it was vacant and now it's filled. So the full capacity for it is budgeted for fiscal 26.
That includes the, what did I see, 22% increase in health?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it was 24% in 25 and then 22% that we're potentially looking at for 26. So that is a huge multiplier for all of our budgets across the board.
We're in the wrong business.
Yes, we're reaping the fallout of the COVID era in health insurance costs. Other finance questions?
All good.
Great.
Thank you.
Human resources. All right, yes, welcome. I'll let you introduce yourself. I'll start really quick with your numbers and then I'll turn it over to you. So for our human resources budget, we're having a total appropriation of $772,000 for fiscal 26. The personnel budget includes 4 positions, a director, a generalist, and a senior business partner. And then a lot of the materials and services costs, I'll let Megan get into some of the aspects of HR, but those are the numbers. All right, Megan, it's all yours.
Megan McKee, I'm the HR director. It's my first time around, so still getting comfortable with the numbers. Like Jamie said, we've got 3 people, budget 3 people for HR. We only have 2 right now, but I'm hesitant to give up the 3rd position just yet. I'm hoping we get busy enough where we need that. The materials and services, I'm not really sure what fully goes into these numbers. Do you have a?
Sure. So recruiting and a lot of just the cost of putting positions out on job boards and some of the software costs for supporting the HR mechanisms, background checks, and some of the various things you have there. I know we had a decent amount we had bumped up for training, both internal professional development of the HR staff, as well as general global leadership training for the county. So this budget includes all of those aspects.
And we're really looking forward to adding the leadership training, for all of the department heads through our budget. And the capital outlay, that is our, NeoGov, correct? So we're currently, as you can see, working on building out, implementing our NeoGov HRIS system. We do have an external consultant that is helping us with that on building out on the backside. Hopefully we'll have recruiting, it's almost ready to go. So these jobs will now go to governmentjobs.com instead of just our intranet and internal site. Currently, we created a template for all of our job descriptions. We found the majority of the job descriptions. Some people don't have them quite yet. We're going to be taking them, all of the jobs, putting them into one template for every job so that it will be easy to locate. Everything will be consistent, which is a little inconsistent at the moment. Then we will be sending them to every single employee to sign. So we have something in their files so they know exactly what the job descriptions are. And then they can ask questions if they are unsure. And then we're currently in the process of updating the handbook. So the handbook is, we're gonna try to scale it down a little bit, but make it a little bit more straightforward and easy to understand. Also, we will have policies that will be added, but they will just refer to the policies so they can find the policies if they need to. To make sure we're all following the policies. And then for SHRM certification, I am SHRM certified. I'll be returning to that every single year, getting my certification, and then our other employee will also be getting certified. We have started to do our exit interviews again, which we have all the way from. So right now they're in person. Anytime anyone's leaving, I meet with them. Going forward, they will be put into the NeoGov. And once somebody leaves and they go through the whole process, we'll send them a link and then they can actually give us an exit interview based on what we're asking them. Any questions?
I think Megan has done a very good job in getting this department organized, so I commend you, Megan.
How long have you been here, Megan?
4.5 months here.
She's come a long way.
Yeah, a lot of things getting taken care of.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Absolutely enjoying it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
So really quick look at our numbers for information technology. There are some revenues that we are planning for this department. Our GIS, that's the Geographic Information Systems, the mapping and that data has partnerships with City of Prineville and Fire Irrigation District and others in the county. And so we anticipate about $95,000 coming in for project work with those other entities, as well as clerks. Some of the clerks' fees have a technology surcharge portion, about $25,000 that we anticipate coming in, and specifically for computer replacement. So we receive that in the general fund, and we use that to offset the internal service fees specifically for IT, which includes computer replacement. One thing I didn't mention for the internal service departments is how we allocate the internal service fee itself. So for IT, this one is based on the number of devices. So, finance has 7 people, but if we have 9 computers, then we're going to pay for the support of all 9 of those computers. So it's each internal service department has sort of a different base. And if you have questions about the other ones, we can cover that too, but we're talking about IT right now. This department has personnel budget for 6 FTE. That includes both the information technology as well as the GIS departments. There's 2 for GIS and 4 for IT. Materials and services is a lot of software contracts, maintenance, computer replacement. On the capital outlay side, that is for network upgrades. And then we have an ongoing multi-year contract with EagleView for pictometry and aerial imagery that's being used by community development and the assessor's office, as well as city and fire. I believe a couple of entities are using that one. So I believe that brings you up to speed on what the $2.45 million budget is. That's all yours.
Thanks, Jamie. So since the proposed budget went to print, we've restructured our IT department. So the bottom line number up on the screen right now will not change, but some of the there may be some flip flop in personnel and materials and services. This move was made to ensure we are putting our resources towards the critical infrastructure we need here at the county. Things like cybersecurity, hardware, software upgrades. So the final budget will reflect those numbers that change, but unfortunately the timing didn't work out for the proposed budget. So just wanted to note that we are going to take this next fiscal year to reassess where we are on the strategic roadmap for IT. A lot has been accomplished, but we also want to make sure that we are investing in what this organization needs now in 2026. From there, we'll continue implementation of what is necessary for us to continue to provide top-notch IT services to our organization. As I just noted, we'll also be working on implementing the new department structure. IT will continue to assist with the HRIS and Finance ERP program implementations. What I would like to see from IT is continue to build on a really strong foundation so that we can provide that top-notch IT service. I want to focus on training for IT staff as well as organization-wide training. Cybersecurity is a real threat, and I want to make sure we are doing everything we can to protect this organization. I don't want to quote the number I heard, but because I won't get it right, but I've heard the number, and it's very high for what it costs an organization like ours when it is struck with a cybersecurity attack. So it's critical that we focus on that. If there is going to be a problem, it's going to be a person who inadvertently did something, and the best way to address that is through appropriate training. And we'll continue to assess where we are over the next year with IT and make sure we're heading in the right direction for an organization like ours, given our budget constraints and our needs. So, just some highlights for what I anticipate with IT moving forward.
So your message is optimistic?
My message is optimistic.
With an ERP implementation occurring currently, I'm surprised to not see a larger increase in materials and services, given your staff count is so low. Are we not contracting out a lot of services for an ERP implementation with a count of 6 on the IT team?
I'm doing the ERP implementation.
Okay.
And the cost of it is hitting finance's budget. Same with the
Oh,
HRIS is
you're
hitting the
distributing.
HRIS, yeah. So we're
Okay.
keeping the cost of those in their respective
Okay,
departments.
that makes more sense.
With obviously partnership in IT, like it's not gonna happen without the partnership with IT and finance and IT and HR to make those implementations happen.
So the second question would be, again, around ERP implementation and cybersecurity both, but you know, your user support technicians at the desktop helping your end users going from a headcount from 2 to 0. What's the
Oh, I didn't say.
methodology?
I'm sorry, I meant to mention that. So our FTE did go down by 2 because the help desk type support was outsourced to a vendor. Do you want to explain the rationale behind that, or do you want me to?
I can touch on it, yeah. So we've retained a vendor to help with that kind of help desk support. It helps ensure kind of 24 hours, 7 days a week coverage as needed. We do have somebody here locally who can assist with everything, but we also have folks available via phone or email to
Okay.
assist.
Is that cost being socialized to all the departments as well?
Yes.
Okay,
Which is why it isn't in the material budget change here to reflect the 2 less FTE. Okay, it's just being peanut buttered out.
So we went from 8
His
FTE
question,
to.
we're dropping 2 FTEs for user support, obviously, and you're suggesting, oh, well, we're contracting that out, and I don't see that in any change in the material budget here. So-
It is in the material budget.
But the number isn't essentially changing to the level of 2 FTE, so my question was, is that being, again, spread out among all the departments? Or,
No, it's fully contained here. It's about $180,000.
so when I look at the material budget number from 25. Actual to 26, I see a drop, a small drop, even though you're saying that that's covering 180,000. Which means that the rest of the materials budget, is dropping precipitously.
Did you say there's gonna be a bit of a flip between
There will
personnel and
be,
material?
there will be a bit of a flip. There was a concerted effort early in the budget process to limit, materials and services within the IT department, which led to a lower number and will ultimately be.
So you're picking up like 190,000 drop in material and services if I equate that to the 2 FTE change.
There was also some efficiencies gained and we recognized a reduction in some of the subscription costs because we're now part of that managed service provider that help reduce some of those costs as well.
One other factor, I guess it isn't obvious from this, is so a couple years ago, we had found that we had gotten behind on the equipment replacement. And so there was a large, and if we're trying to do them every 3 to 4 years, there was like a large bubble of a couple of years of replacements that had to happen. And so, that was like a $300,000 price tag. And then, it dropped to less. So it was bubble and then it went less. And then we're back to the bubble this year. And so, we just got past the bubble. So now we only have like a small number of replacements to do. So instead of a $300,000 equipment replacement, it's like 70,000. So that's a big drop, not because of, it's just that the cost isn't spread out, like it's a little bit wonky still. We'll spread that, maybe work on that. But it's not completely confusing.
Nope.
IT's not my area.
Well, that's nice to see the efficiency
Yeah.
there, and outsourcing smartly, reduces training and all of that internally, so. Makes sense.
If your needs are being met.
Yes. So I think that's being evaluated.
Yeah, on an ongoing basis.
Any other questions about this? Okay. Move to facilities budget. So I'll run through numbers really quick here. So this, like I said, facilities is not part of the general fund. It is in its own separate fund. So that's why you can see displayed here, both the revenue side and the expense side. And so, with that, intergovernmental revenue, you can see had higher numbers in prior years, is lower in 26. Those higher numbers in prior years were one-time that we were using to help offset some unfunded operating costs. In 2026, 117,000 is actually also internal service fee, but it is the internal service fees that we are collecting from museum and the extension office. They are not inside our county books, and so them giving us money is intergovernmental, not internal service. It's just an accounting thing, but there's no federal, state, or other intergovernmental grants coming into this fund that we're anticipating in 26. And then you can see internal service fees. Those are countywide department recovery costs. We base that on a combination of direct costs that we know are associated with the building. There's specific utility usages. We do a 12-month look back. So utility usage and some of the very specific repairs directly associated with that building. It is shared by the tenants of that building. So if there's only one department that lives in a building, they handle the cost of that. Like the Justice Center has several departments in it, so they share proportionally based on square footage, their proportion of those direct costs. We also allocate out the indirect costs, which would be, our facilities staff members who do a lot of maintenance and repairs, and some of those other indirect things that have to be spread out. And those are based on a combination of square footage and then work order usage. So our facilities team also has the ability to see and track work orders. So if you have like the landfill uses very little of facilities time. So although they have large square footage, because they don't use many work orders, it helps balance out their share of the indirect cost. And then, as far as the expense side goes, this one is appropriated, the operating side of things is for 6 FTE, 6.25, if you count the, 0.25 coming over from admin. And then, yeah, materials and services, that is a combination of direct costs and the other things like training the facilities team has. Capital outlay is for identified projects. I'll let them get into that. And then the debt service is specifically for jail debt service, and that is covered. The jail pays an internal service fee to cover that debt service. All right, you want to introduce yourself? I don't know if everybody knows you.
James Crook, Director of Facilities. So some of our highlights right now is we're close to completing the commissioning of this building, the new Justice Center, and getting all the operations running. Vendors are in place, and we're moving forward on that. Some of our things we'll be looking at this year is examining every building to see where we can save any cost on those buildings through electrical savings or just what we're doing. And then we'll be looking at finalizing the space requirements for the county with a lot of moves that are going on. We're kind of waiting to see how the old courthouse fares, and we'll be looking at the remodel of that building and what that's going to take. And then looking at overall, after we do move, what we're going to do with those existing buildings that will be empty or have other operations moving in. So, questions? Go ahead.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to forward the slide. My bad.
You need to leave, let James off this easy.
Oh, you let HR. Lots of moving parts.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts in this department.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Job.
One sort of significant thing I forgot to mention, but I said I would, the transfer in 815,000. That is a one-time transfer from general fund, because we do have vacant spaces that still have utility costs. We have the portion of this building that is used by circuit court, does not have a county tenant in it, it has a state tenant. And so those are currently unfunded spaces. So this transfer is a one-time, so that the entire county isn't directly paying for, that way finances rent doesn't go up because of a vacant space in a different building. So that's something we'll be figuring out moving forward. Any other questions about that or internal service departments in general? Okay. All right. The Sheriff's Office Fund. It is a standalone fund that encompasses the operations of the divisions of the Sheriff's Office, jail, emergency and special services, and our parole and probation or community corrections. On the revenue side, it is primarily property tax supported. And again, you can see the change over the property taxes from the last several years. It is impacted by the PRC, 100,000 in 25, 100,000 in 2026. And the $2 million transfer in, that is $1 million from general fund and $1 million interfund loan from our county reserve to help balance this fund. In prior years, that $500,000, that was primarily an internal type transfer where jail beds are paid for by parole and probation. We realize that is more appropriately accounted for as a charge for service, not a transfer, because we're not going between funds. Everything is contained in the same fund. So it just escalates our transfers and puts us out of balance because we're not transferring out. So that is just an accounting thing, but that is why you see that $500,000 kind of move down into the charge for service line. Primarily, it's those jail beds. And then as far as the appropriations go in the official budget, we do appropriate by division. So within those divisions, a huge portion of the cost for each one is personnel. So in the sheriff's office, which includes law enforcement and patrol, there's 24.1 FTE. For the jail, 26.15. In our emergency and special services, 2.9 FTE. And then in parole and probation, 8.5 FTE. Parole and probation is our one division that is primarily grant funded. We do receive state funds for that operation. For that almost $3 million appropriation, the state, we anticipate will give us about 1.2 million. So there is other, we have to make up the difference with other funding sources for that one. All right, there's.
Good morning, commissioners and other members of the committee. I'm John Gottlieb, I'm the sheriff of Crook County. And I see you're the chair.
No. Bill,
Anyway,
that's the commissioner chair.
this year we are severely reduced in our time in which we make presentation to this committee. And I apologize ahead of time. I cannot make it fit in that time frame. I will do my very best. But so that I make sure that I can paint the proper picture for each of you of what we're facing with the sheriff's office. I've prepared a document that if it's okay with the chairman, I would like to pass that around.
Please.
I made one for Will and each of the members of the
That's it, right?
and one for finance. They won't leave you out.
Thank you.
So I appreciate and thank you very much for allowing us to be first on the agenda. We normally follow farther down, but this morning several members of my team have to leave for Portland, where it's a court in Portland to defend the county against the federal lawsuit. So I will do my best to make this quick and still cover everything that I need to cover. So some of the highlights for the sheriff's office, I'll start out with the jail. The jail had 1,258 bookings in 2024. This was about an average of 105 a month. And just an example of the types of things and types of inmates that we're bringing into the jail. Just as an example, the number of inmates that we received mental health medication this year went from 42 in 23 to 163 in 2024. So that gives you a bit of what we're seeing coming into the facility and what our staff is dealing with. The jail also has maintained several programs addressing issues of substance abuse and other societal issues, leading toward transition from being in custody into the community so that we don't get recidivism back into the jail. And in the process of doing that, our medical team in Best Care, who is the county's mental health provider, started a MAP program as a medical assisted treatment program that treats opiate addicted individuals who are in custody. This reduces the liability to the county to reduce the likelihood of having in custody deaths while in our jail. Just another high point from the jail this year is they had their OSSA, the Oregon State Sheriff's Association, did their jail inspection and received out of that inspection accreditation, which accreditation recognizes them as following all the policies and stuff set by the state and having everything in place and documentation. Another side note of that is CIS, who's our county intern provider, did an on-site inspection of the jail facility. And based on their inspection from our insurance agency, we were able to receive a modest reduction in our insurance premiums. So our jail staff is working really hard to make sure that we're keeping the county's liability down as low as we possibly can. The jail is a high liability area for the county. Also, under the jail is court security. For this building, we have one deputy who is a court security deputy who works in the front lobby. I had to make a decision on how I was going to secure this facility and be able to make sure people in the facility were safe. And the only place I could do that is by putting someone in the front lobby taking, weapons and stuff as they come in the door. Just an example of that, since we opened here in November, from November to February, we had 12,835 people who came through the security gate at this building. Out of those 12,000 people, we recovered 363 knives, or returned them away, and 18 pepper sprays, 1 taser, and 7 firearms that would have been brought into this facility had we not had security at that front entrance. So I think that's an example of why we need better security here. You know, we've advertised or advocated for that over the last 3 years. And we can't afford it, obviously, for the budget reasons that you're already aware of. So that's the best that I can provide for this facility with what I have available. Highlights on the law enforcement patrol side, calls for services increased by 22%. They went to 16,710 calls for services this year compared to 13,677 in 23. Based on the decisions that were made out of the budget of the last budget cycle, we have more deputies on the road. We have more FTEs to go out and do proactive patrol time. By doing this, we have more traffic enforcement, which our citizens have screamed for. They need more traffic enforcement on the highways, especially in Powell and Juniper Canyon area. But now we're getting more out the Lamana Road area as well. By having the focused traffic enforcement, we're getting fewer complaints that are coming into the 911 daily. It's fewer. It also has increased arrests for impaired driving, which makes the roads safer. And we've also increased our technological upgrades and have improved radio communications in areas that are very remote and very little amount of communications ability. And one of the ways we've done that is using Starlink. Last year, we purchased a Starlink that we have used through emergency management, and it came in very handy during fire season because we could get out in the forest and we still had cell coverage where there was no cell coverage. And we reduced or replaced some of the aging high mileage vehicles that have improved deputy safety. Just on a side note on the Starlink, this last, I guess this fall, actually, or spring, Facebook gave a grant to our SAR team for, I think, for 3 different Starlinks to go in their vehicles. So when SAR is out in the field, they have Starlink communications now, which is a great improvement. We also, our AEDs were outdated. They were over 10 years old. They were donated to us back from years ago. But we sought donations and got grants to purchase new AEDs for our patrol division. And then the sheriff's office did numerous outreach programs this year, which included our Citizens Academy, our Junior Deputy Academy. We did Faith and Blue in the park. It was a community event, and then down at the fairgrounds, we do serving at the Veterans Breakfast and also the Buyers Breakfast. We sponsored that and served that at the fair for the 4-H and FFA kids and then buyers. So we're continuing to do those programs. It's important to show some, get community support for the sheriff's office. Parole and probation. We're constantly changing the environment because the state is constantly changing the laws on supervision. Last year, they passed the House Bill 4002, which causes the user amounts of dangerous drugs to be illegal again. Out of that program comes the LEADS program, which is law enforcement assisted diversion. It's new and it's funded by the state, and the staff drug dealers or drug users get into treatment. And this is only for people who has user amounts of illegal drugs. And they have to be, just that one charge. They can't have additional charges. If they have additional charges in addition to the drugs, then they're not eligible. So, and we also, out of that program, through the state, we've been able to add a grant funded LEADS coordinator. This is a person that works in the parole and probation office who coordinates the treatment with the people who are under supervision. The staff levels have remained constant and kept caseloads manageable at 35 to 40 for the PO. And our director has been working very closely trying to advocate with the DOC, Department of Corrections and the legislature this year during the legislative session. We try to receive more funding for here, not only here, but throughout the state. Emergency and special services continue to increase calls of search and rescue for stranded persons and go out in the snow and they don't realize how deep it is till they want to see how deep it is. And then by the time they find out how deep it is, they can't get out. And so we're still doing that. We rescue the person, but we don't rescue the vehicle. It's still out there. That's up to them to get that out. We had 32 SAR call outs in 2024 up from July 2024 until now. And we've assisted other counties 6 times since July under the mutual aid agreement. And these have been for fire evacuations, K9 searches for missing persons, and also for body locations. We assisted with the search for the 2-year-old in Lincoln County who drowned in the river over there. We have a very qualified dog team. We have dogs that do trail searching. We do air scent, and we also have cadaver dogs who can actually find bodies. And some of our dogs are water certified, which means they can detect a body underwater.
It's only 20 meters.
I don't ask me the technical part of that.
Somebody was
I understand that.
They just go with them a boat around the reservoir and then they can smell like 20 meters down. So they start barking. And they go over somebody and they dive down and grab the body. Not the dog.
So also, yeah, 20 meters. Also last year, we had a record, fire season for wildfires in the county. SAR was involved in evacuating residents from areas where these fires are at and trying to close the area so that people cannot get back in, and endanger themselves. And we also spent time over in Weaver County when they had their major fire over there helping evacuate residents. We have a new emergency manager who's sitting he's sitting back in the back. He's worked very hard. He has got the CWPP updated and distributed out, as well as the EOP for the county. He's continuing to work on other with other organizations to get final pieces of the NHMP completed. And the NHMP is a very important document because we have to have that current and signed by the commission in order to be able to get FEMA funds, if we ever have any FEMA funds, if we have a major disaster. Anyway, he came on board, facing those 3 major tasks to get done, in addition to the high water we just recently had up in the Plana area and Post. And he hit the ground running to get all that stuff done. Challenges. Okay. So sustainable funding in order to have all deputies in courthouse security. This is a major issue. I realize that there's only so much money in the county. I know that we're trying to figure out how to make this work for everybody. And then the sheriff's office is one of the largest divisions of the county. It's an independent elected office. And my job as the elected sheriff is to bring you the information that hopefully will paint a picture of what we need for law enforcement, for the county's house safety and security. And I spend a lot of time making sure that I keep you informed on that item so that you know what to face. I don't want to go too far into this because the document I passed around discusses it more in detail of some of the issues that the sheriff's office is facing. So the other things we have, if and when we're able to hire more FTEs, we have training issues. Because it takes 12 to 18 months to get new hires into solo status and patrol. Until they're in solo status, they're not really counted as a body because they can't work on their own. They have to work under a coach. So during that time frame, unless they are a lateral, which cuts down some of their time, but not, still they have to go through the local FTEP program. And then for corrections, it's 6 to 9 weeks in order to go from being hired to a solo status. Our violent crime caseload, murder investigations, sex crimes, and so forth with that level, with limited staff causes inadequate investigations due to the time it takes to be involved to do these investigations and do them thoroughly. These types of crimes, unfortunately, are increasing every day. Just recently, last week, matter of fact, we had 2 major crimes, major assaults, and a house fire that occurred in Juniper Acres, which is a remote area in the very lower part of the county, right on the Deschutes County line. It's out kind of in the BLM area, which is very remote access. But these are very, very time consuming cases. In fact, we're still working those assault cases. And mental health remains a significant challenge in the county, particularly within our jail facility. We have 1 full housing pod in the jail that we did not account for when we built the jail, but that pod is entirely for mental health inmates, people that take high level of management. And it's a drain on the manpower, and it places high level stress on our jail staff because many of these people are very, very difficult to deal with. As I mentioned earlier, mental health medications and inmates have quadrupled from 2023 to 2024. And due to the advances we have in our homeless population in our neighboring county, we will see increases in homeless population in Crook County. Another challenge is the unknown of what our internal service fees are going to be for this building. That's a challenge to my budget. We don't know at this point, or at least I don't know at this point, and finance may have a better idea, but I don't have an idea at this point what that's going to cost us. And that's an unknown impact that we can't account for until we figure out what that's going to be. The reduction in staff will increase burnout due to mandatory overtime that will be required to cover shift, and the increased number of high intention inmates for medical and mental health issues has caused and will cause more staff turnover. Multiple high-risk trials for numerous law enforcement resources are required to secure the courthouse. Disruptive and violent behavior is becoming more and more an everyday event. And many times we depend on, at lunchtime, I've made 1 deputy out there, I have to pull somebody off patrol to go cover him so he can go to lunch or to go to the bathroom. And sometimes the judge calls for a remand. We don't have anybody available to come. They have to wait. And that's a difficult situation because that person is sitting in the courtroom and the judge is very upset over that because we don't have anyone there to take him to the jail. With House Bill 4002 passing, that may have an impact on parole probation because it has more people added to their caseload, but they should be converted into the LEADS program. But the LEADS program is at very early stages, and so far we don't have a current problem in that area, but we'll know more during this next year when we get more people cited into that program. There is difficulty maintaining staff morale due to the unsustainable funding for the Sheriff's Office. The county needs to decide what service level they're willing to fund and commit to that. There is the unknown factor of what the impact will be from the collective bargaining agreement that's going to be coming up, which we're in negotiations currently. This contract expires at the end of June, and so far we've not reached an agreement on that. So that is an unknown what the impact's going to be on my budget. And then we also, for the MPG grant, which is Emergency Management Grant, and Marine Board grants, it's requiring more and more county resources to cover those, to be able to put those programs in the field. Emergency management is absolutely required. Marine patrols our lakes, and they do rescues and stuff when people have an emergency up there. But those are being reduced each year from the state. So we're gonna see, I'm sure we'll see more of that coming in the years to come.
Is there also some rules potentially coming down from the Labor Department? That would change the requirements of certifications for emergency, they're not SAR people?
That is in the works, federal level, that would require, all SAR members, all volunteers, that would have to fall under the federal OSHA law, which would make it absolutely financially prohibitive for our organization. And we would not afford the training that they have to go to in order to stay certified. So we're fighting that. I'm on the Western States Sheriff's Association Board. We're fighting that at the federal level. The state, the Sheriff's Association is fighting it. Right now, it's still not happening, but it's still a possibility.
When I was back in Washington DC, I had an opportunity to meet with the chief of staff for the new labor secretary. And I shared those concerns. So I think we could maybe nip that in the bud.
Well, hopefully that never comes to light, because it will absolutely, it'll devastate search and rescue throughout the whole state. And it's not just our state,
You know, it would be
whole
nationwide.
So when funded at the proposed budget level, the sheriff's office can't maintain the current service level. It's in measure 114. If you remember, 114 is the gun law, which makes it where you have to get a permit from the sheriff in order to even go buy a gun. If that goes into effect, that's going to be very strenuous on the staff of the sheriff's office in the office, because it will basically require an additional staff person in the office to be able to handle that caseload. Because anyone who wants to buy a firearm in this county will have to come to the sheriff and get a permit, and that's going to be devastating if that happens. And so far, it's still tied up and stays. It's pending with the state Supreme Court right now, so we'll see where it goes after that. So, the sheriff's office needs, and the reason I say this, I know we talked about FTEs that we've set back because, well, I'm talking about a little bit more here in a minute, but the sheriff's office has tried to work out how we can help reduce the deficit that we're facing. And one of the things that we've done is not fill the positions that you authorized us to fill in the last budget. We looked at that and we decided not to fill those positions because we could not see how we could sustain that. And then other positions that I've left in the meantime, we have not replaced those positions and don't intend to replace those positions at this point, because I can't, until I know that I have sufficient stable funding going forward, I can't hire someone today to backfill those positions, knowing that I may not have a job for them a year down the road. That is unethical and immoral, and I won't refill those positions. I just can't. So, and I'm not trying to be a pain. I'm just telling you how it looks. I'm sorry. So anyway, getting back on my track here. We have also just on this weekend got notified I have another deputy position that is leaving from patrol at the end of this month, on May 31st. He is turning in his resignation already. So, unfortunately, we're faced to make plans to shut down one complete patrol shift if we lose another position from patrol. And I put this in here before I realized this. So we got more planning that's going to be coming down the road. That means that we'll not be able to it means that there will not be any patrol coverage in the county after 2 a.m. and possibly after midnight. This is our contingency plan. Without a plan to adequately fund the sheriff's office in the future, one additional patrol deputy, as like I said, has also applied with Redmond Police Department. He's applied, he hasn't been accepted yet, but that's the wave of how things are going right now. I am mandated to operate a jail and staff it with adequate number of personnel, regardless of how many people are in custody. Patrol will be required to backfill those positions, which will further decimate the patrol service to our citizens. And I just got this email this morning, and we're talking about the traffic enforcement that we have increased by having additional deputies on the road, which is gonna be something that we're gonna have to look at in the future, because of funding. But this person sent me an email this morning, and I get these quite often. He said, I wanted to take a minute to say thank you for patrolling Lamana Road. We've had issues with people speeding by our place and has been increasing lately. Having your deputies out here has really made an impact. Again, thank you. I've always felt our sheriff's office has done a great job in our county. So that's my canned program that was presented to me, provided to you with a little extra added in. I hope that you can take the time to read what I presented in this other document. And I'm more than happy to meet with you again if you have other discussion or other questions on what's in this document after you've had time to read it and digest it. So with that, have any questions?
I have a couple.
I'm sure you do.
And I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the extra information. So I'll try and stay generic without having the more information. The LEADS program, relatively new, right?
Yes.
Do you feel that it's long-term funding coming from the state for that program?
Well, I'll tell you this, we were granted $150,000, which was the minimum amount the state would provide when this program started up. And then Karen, did they finally agree to go into the 300,000, or is that just a proposal in this legislature?
That's still just a proposal. The state's budget hasn't been finalized yet,
Right.
So
So that was the proposal, is to increase that minimum. Because our county is smaller, we get the minimum amount. But that's a proposal in the legislature right now to increase that to 300,000. I don't know going forward how far in advance this is in the state. You know, they do a biennium, so I don't know. It's up in the air whether or not they'll support this in the future, but this is a statewide program that they're trying to get up. And ours is being patterned after other counties that already have the LEAD program. Marion County was the main one that has that going, and so we're kind of trying to pattern it now with some adjustments because of our size.
So it's an unknown how long that funding may exist.
It's currently funded, but who knows what the future will hold.
Okay. Second question. And this may be a silly question. I don't understand how this works specifically, but you talked about the mental health issue or crisis that we're dealing with in our jail today. Are there not state hospitals for these people?
No, they shut them down years ago.
Yes.
It's the saddest thing you've ever seen.
Okay,
As we went last, Will and I can tell you, we went to the state mental hospital for county college, a couple of weeks ago, I guess.
Yeah.
And the only people in the state mental hospital right now are people that have been placed there by the judge on a criminal sentence.
And then they blow them out after like 2 months.
Yeah, it's
not long.
it is a very pathetic system for mental health in the state of Oregon.
So I'll just give you an example, Scott. Recently we had a chronically inmate, I'd say, who has a serious mental health problem. Taken over to, we transported him to the state hospital. Our deputies, I don't know, they went to take a break or something, but with less than 5 minutes, they called us to come pick him up and bring him back. That was their assessment. It was ready to bring him back. We have him back in jail now, waiting for a bed at the hospital. I don't know if you were going to call this morning, Drew, and find if they have a place, but I don't know where we're at with that.
and that can take weeks just for them to have a bed available. We have no way of picking.
But the mental health at the state hospital, to put in someone in there is very complicated. There is different timeframes that can be in there, and I'm not up on all that, but Drew handles it every day. He's our jail commander. And he works with how this thing all goes together. If you got time, you want us to, we can do that.
When we were there, it was being federally investigated. The feds had showed up. And it was being federally investigated. That was, like I say, Will and I were there a couple weeks ago and we could go to the museum, but we couldn't go farther because the feds had arrived. That's how pathetic it is.
Wow. So the
I will
system's a little
read-
broken.
Totally.
Yes, I will read, like I said, Will and I can testify how sad it is.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, it's probably more for the finance committee, or not finance, but finance department. You'd mentioned you don't know what your ongoing costs are for your occupation of this space. But you're here. You're in this space. Is it something that the finance team is working on, how to distribute those costs, what the total costs are going to be? Can you help me understand what the timing is on allowing the departments to know what their associated costs are?
So when it comes to facilities costs, we're looking at the 12-month look back on direct, like specific direct costs for the building. We don't yet have 12 months of data for this building. So we do have, I mean, James has put together good contracts. We have that information. We can do our best guess of, okay, we know this is how much janitorial is, we don't know how much elevator maintenance is. So we will have a more specific 12-month look back. Right now, it's still a little bit like, well, assuming that contract continues, it'll project out. So it's fairly close,
So
but
we are paying, the sheriff's department is
it's
paying, an amount,
budgeted
but
for
it's not a
full
fixed
amount.
amount.
So the other piece, I mean, if there's like a major new contract that gets signed on some aspect of it, then that would increase it in the 12-month look back on the future year. But for the current year, the costs are what they are.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep.
We allocate it and then we don't reallocate it throughout the year.
I have a question. And it's really directed to Jamie here for her money presentation beforehand. You know, obviously there's a couple of one-time transfers going on here and you mentioned, you used the word which wasn't in the detailed text about the capital asset reserve. You called it a loan, which prompted me to think of my deadbeat older stepsister who every year in my adult life has called me up for a loan and I've given her money knowing I'm never getting it back. And I look at that, and no aspersions, I don't see the sheriff department paying back that loan. So I see that as a depletion of the capital asset reserve going forward, which will probably need to be accounted for next year and in future years. I just wanted to.
So let
fully
Christina
understand the
address
word.
that.
I just wanted to, I could.
Yeah.
That's just like my
Not
sister,
that, all right.
like,
Yeah, specifically are structuring it as a loan. The sheriff's office is not necessarily going to be the one that's on the hook for repayment of the loan. We will discuss that further in the capital reserve section as well. But it will be a loan that we're anticipating tax dollars or sale of county property to repay no later than 2030. It will have around a market rate interest rate. The suggestion is to use the LPIP rate, which is at 4.6% right now, with interest annually, which will come from tax dollars or repayment, or sale of that county property. So we do have a plan for repayment under our fiscal policy. It does require us to have a plan to repay one-time dollars that are being used. So in this case, reserves.
sorry, that loan just triggered.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. It's completely legitimate, and it was one of the things that came up in a continuing education class we had last week with GFOA, that there are a lot of instances where a loan is made and then is never repaid, and it's not really a loan, but it's under the guise of a loan. So I am glad it did, and so we can talk about it.
And in part, I mean, it is a loan because we want it repaid. We don't just want it categorized as a transfer that we deplete reserves with no plan to repay. Like, it has to be repaid,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
It has to be repaid.
And obviously, we're gonna address later today.
Yeah.
I mean, if you turn to the last page of the federal budget presentation, then page 100. Where it shows, well, that's where
Yeah, forecast.
Is,
Yeah.
to me, the most concerning and.
That's
to
what's
you,
scary.
The most concerning thing in this whole
Yes.
document, I'm gonna be addressing it.
Yep.
Later. Got it. Okay.
It's a good question.
I just want to say that, also in addition to, I know the county, last time when we made this presentation, the county tried to make that corrected, and I think it helped a lot because we have got more people on the street. But we're losing those folks now because of the vulnerability, I guess, of the future. But the county has been working hard to try to make things work out for us, and I appreciate that. Finance has been working very hard with our office in conjunction to try to come up with an answer, and we have got some additional funding this year. It's just not sustainable in the future. If you look at that forecast that's in the budget box, you see where it's going. And we've got to find an answer. It's going to be devastating to the county otherwise. Any other questions? Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thanks for getting me in early. How do you do?
Well, I think we're back to our break time.
We are at our break.
Okay, so let's try to do it 10 minutes, so that'll be about 1:31.
All right. We are back. Right. So district attorney's budget. Quick look at the numbers. So district attorney's office is funded out of the general fund. So the revenues that are in your packet and on the screen, those are all the revenues besides property taxes that are funding this operation. So there is some federal grants, some state dollars for child support enforcement and victims advocacy that we do receive. It's covering about 10% of the cost of the operation. Within the appropriation of the $3.362 million, the majority of that is our personnel cost. That includes 17.05 FTE for both the DA's office, which includes victims assistance. There is obviously our district attorney is in here. She's budgeted at 25% of the position because the state picks up the other portion of the FTE. And then also included compared to prior year, we have one additional FTE that is a DA investigator. It is being offset, the cost of it offset partially by removing the capacity for 2 interns. So the net increase in FTE is 0.4. That makes sense. We removed 0.6 combined FTE for interns. And then in the materials and services, that includes all the costs associated with operating the department, including our medical examiner and some software contracts and some other things that are happening in the background.
Good morning, I'm Carrie Hawthorne. I am the Crook County District Attorney. I've been in office since February of 2022. My office is responsible for a number of things other than what you would normally think that a DA's office would be involved in. The victim assistance program lives under my office. It generally is divided out because it's grant funded. A significant portion of the victim advocate program is provided by grants, so it's been a separate line item historically in the budget. We are obviously involved in our specialty courts, drug court, mental health court, truancy court, which is a little bit up in the air on how that will carry forward in the future, if it will at all. Everything we do with specialty court has to work through our court system. We are responsible at the request of the county for civil commitment, depending on the jurisdiction. Sometimes those reside under the legal counsel position. Here, historically, they've been handled by my office. So civil commitments are, and there was a question earlier that you brought up about the mental health. So my office is involved fairly intricately with the mental health issues that arise in the county, both from civil commitments, meaning does the person rise to a danger, to a level of being a danger to self or others, then you can pursue a civil commitment for that person, meaning that they are committed to the Oregon State Health Authority. Separately, if someone commits a crime, and either the crime, so we have a couple of different avenues that end up happening. Can they aid and assist? Meaning, can they participate in their defense? If they cannot, meaning that they're suffering from a mental health issue such that they can't understand and appreciate and participate in their defense, they are unable to aid and assist, and we send them to the state. We try to send them to the state hospital for restoration services. That is where that critical piece is happening, where you were talking about not having the beds available at the Oregon State Hospital. Most of those offenses are supposed to be treated in the community. The community really doesn't have the resources. They certainly don't have the resources to force medication, which many people, when they're that critically mentally ill, don't take their medication, or they self-medicate with other things that interfere with those medications. And then the kind of the final piece is, if they can appreciate the charges against them and participate in their defense, then we can get the case proceeding again. That if the underlying offense, if they call it guilty, accepted, insane. So if the underlying offense that they committed, that they couldn't form that mental state, meaning they were suffering from their mental illness such that they didn't know what they were doing, that then goes in under a different path called, we call it GEI, guilty, accepted, insane, and then they're designated out of the probation system into psychiatric review board. So there's multiple tracks that the mental health stuff takes. It is all, quite frankly, to be frank, is a bit of a mess. We just don't have the state hospital resources. It's really hard to get people in. We don't have a lot of local inpatient facility resources. So ultimately what often ends up happening, particularly if there's a criminal offense, they end up sitting in jail, and our jail ends up being the housing for that. And that's not ideal. It's not fair to our jailers, and they often decompensate. So we're working pretty actively with our local resources and with the legislature to try to address some of those ongoing issues. I'm also the chair of the Child Abuse Multidisciplinary Team, Child Abuse MVP. We staff all cases involving injury to children with multiple agencies to try to make sure that we are catching child abuse, investigating child abuse properly, and protecting our children. I'm also the chair of the local public safety coordinating council, LIPSIC, which is a statutory board that is developed to kind of help guide the county and make recommendations to the commissioners. A lot of funding runs through there. I expect that the LEADS program, the 4002, may ultimately that funding may ultimately run through LIPSIC. There's a lot of discussions about who's going to make decisions about those that funding. I'm required on every child fatality to conduct a fatality review with a number of community partners involved. Those are unpleasant, to say the least. We work with the community partners on school threat assessments. We enforce child support orders. Any use of force, especially lethal use of force, we're part of that investigation. All post-conviction relief. So somebody's license is suspended for life for 3 DUIs. We are responsible for processing that. All expungements, as your legislature continues to expand and waive fees and make more automatic expunctions, meaning that their convictions and arrests are basically deleted from their record. None of those things happen automatically. They all involve human beings. Very, very often those things and those reviews and determinations if they're eligible or not fall on our office, and then we're also responsible for sending out that information to law enforcement so they can delete from their system and processing. Several years ago, the criteria was significantly expanded and all fees were waived for those, and so DA's offices around the state have just been buried in expunction requests. Obviously respond to any public records requests. I'm also responsible for doing public record request appeals. So if there's a public record request that somebody believes is denied inappropriately, they file that appeal and I have to make a decision in 5 days. I'm hopeful that that is going to actually shift over to the AG's office and away from DA's offices as they have significantly more resources than most DA offices. We house a number of state grants through my office. So the CAMI grant, which we're currently applying for, we manage that. That CAMI grant, historically, we did not receive funds for that. By that, I mean, there's an administrative fee that departments who manage that are eligible for. We spend significant amount of resources. So I think the last grant cycle, we finally started actually accepting part of that to offset some of the personnel costs that my office has. We also, I'm trying to make more sure that in any case involving child abuse, when we have witness fees or expenses for experts coming, that we are utilizing the availability of that grant funding to help offset those costs towards my office for prosecuting the cases. Involved in any Brady reviews, so if there's an allegation of dishonesty for, I consider it for government witnesses. So like if you have a caseworker, law enforcement, something like that, we're responsible for doing those investigations and notifying defense. I have civil commitments twice, and then death investigations as well. We're responsible for managing those. That is why the medical examiner's office falls under my budget. It's not something I can contract with. It's historically, I think, was under the health department, but then moved under my department because I work with them if there's a homicide. Katie's shaking her head yes or no. I don't know. But they're not something I necessarily control. I don't, they are a separate entity that we contract with, to do all of our death investigations and sign, death certificates. So it's no surprise that, I'm telling you the same story. Recruiting and retention is the ongoing issue, with my office. I have had significant turnover and ongoing turnover. Many DA's offices, experience this. Small counties, I think, are hit, harder, in that when you only have 3 attorneys, if you lose 1 or 2, that has a bigger, it's just, you don't have the people to divide the work amongst. It's a lot of work on fewer people. Training, recruiting, just like with law enforcement, it takes a long time for a deputy DA to be up to speed and really competent, to be going into court, answering the questions, for the judge, making sure that we're not having, errors that can be critical. I don't have a current chief DDA. Of my staff, the longest, so I think I only have 3 staff members, and they are support staff, not counting our victim assistants, who've been here since longer than 2023. So that's a lot of new people that are interacting with community partners and our court, that are learning, and when you're learning, you make errors. So one of my proposals is, I think it'll be the next slide, is to add a DA investigator. So we originally, a couple of years ago, added law clerks, thinking that's a good way to recruit. One of the challenges of the few applicants I had, we didn't have any actual real viable candidates. I had some people from other states, who were interested, who sent out applications. I'm not sure they knew where they were applying, when I talked to them about housing and where we were, location. They kind of fell off the face of the earth. I had some meetings with the Oregon State Bar about some of the issues we're having, which are housing. If you don't already live here or have a family member, you're unlikely to come here for 3 months for a summer internship, because it's hard to find a place to live. One of the suggestions was maybe COCC housing. That's challenging because it is in Bend, and it's west side of Bend. So, I continue to explore those options, but, I think we're at the point we need to think outside the box. So one of my biggest challenges is that I can't be everywhere at all times. I need someone who has experience in criminal investigation, going to court, who can assist with making sure that we're making fewer errors and doing the best work that we can do, and to alleviate some of the things that I'm currently doing, or outsourcing. So my proposal is to add a DA investigator, and in order to offset that cost, I propose eliminating the law clerk positions, because we haven't utilized those in the last few years. I envision this person as assisting with internal affairs investigations, Brady investigations. I don't have an investigator currently to assist with doing that. Our Tri-County community partners are helpful, but they're still not, they don't work with us, and it's dependent on the relationship with and their work capacity, which, as you all know from watching the news, crime everywhere is increasing. I currently outsource and hire out background investigations. The investigator would be able to assist with that. I think really critically would be helping with making sure that my very inexperienced DDAs are not making critical errors in their cases of, can't even give you, many examples. But I'm just looking at the last couple of weeks. I have a homicide case of a 2 co-defendant homicide case that is heating up. That case is set for motions here in a couple of weeks. I expect that we're likely to be in trial this year. Yesterday evening, I got a call about an arson investigation. I've been dealing with guiding and assisting with the various pieces of that investigation since last night and then through today. It is, every day it's something else that's critical and urgent and that we have to send out resources to assist in investigating and gathering evidence before it disappears. And so I think this DA investigator can assist with that. I envision this to be an experienced person. I do think that it needs to be a management level position in assisting with supervising people, for a couple of reasons. One, and maybe that position we create ultimately levels, right? 1, 2, or 3, depending on what that person's experience level is and what we ultimately locate. I think that management level position is important because with our budget being so tight, I think it's important that that is not a position that if we have a call out and we're out on a call all night, I then have 12 hours of overtime to pay. It also needs to be someone who's comparable to management and is able to help guide investigations, has that experience level. So that's why I made the proposals that I did. We continue to work with ODAA, Oregon District Attorneys Association, in recruiting lawyers and trying to work with law schools and the bar to, as they are building clinics, to try to put an emphasis on prosecution. But it's just our reality right now. You don't have a plethora of lawyers who want to come in and get beat up in court and work really, really long hours. You have people who are like, I want to make double, working 30 hours a week, and potentially working in my pajamas. You can go to the next one. So historically, we had a 0.5 FTE for the JRP grant. That is a grant that the probation department has. That grant was eliminated before my time, and then in the last grant cycle, we added in that position. So that position is funds prosecutor, 0.5 of a prosecutor who works primarily on repeat property offenders, meaning people who are prison eligible but who are committing property crimes. Those of you who have been around for a long time may remember it as ballot measure 57. So offenses that didn't typically rise to the level of prison, but sentences, but when they commit repeated offenses, they become prison eligible. So that is the funding for that position. We are currently in the CAMI grant application process. That's the child abuse multidisciplinary team CAMI grant that I was talking about. Our VOCA grant funds our victim advocate program. That application I think will have to occur in September. We know that there's about a 20% reduction right now of what they're anticipating. And the funds that are coming in, and there's discussion statewide about the state participating and helping fill that gap. But we do know that there's a gap coming. Up in the air right now also is the child support enforcement reimbursement. We get reimbursed 2/3 of our costs. Right now, with some of the questions about federal funding, we've been in multiple meetings about what does that look like? I don't have those answers for you today, but I anticipate that those will come through. Otherwise I think that we have to look at restructuring how we're doing business.
Carrie, is the CAMI grant federal?
State, I believe it's state.
You're gonna cut that one?
The CAMI grant, they're not cutting to my knowledge.
Oh,
We've been
okay.
doing our application is due
Okay, I misunderstood you.
the 19th. It's the VOCA grant that is looking at 20% reduction.
And is that a federal one?
That is federal,
Okay.
managed through DOJ. I think it's funneled through DOJ, so,
Okay.
but the state, so VOCA has two different avenues. They have a competitive grant and a non-competitive grant. You may remember last year, there was a bunch of questions about the competitive grants. We don't receive the competitive grant funding. And I believe the state stepped in and filled a significant portion of the gap in the competitive grants. Now we have the grant that we do receive. We are expecting a 20% reduction. We accounted for that in the numbers that were submitted of anticipated revenue. we are hoping that the extra is filled.
Okay.
We are working with implementing the House Bill 4002 deflection program. That's the LEADS program that is housed out of parole and probation. I think we built our program sufficiently that I don't think we're at risk of losing money. There are a lot of discussions right now. The legislature didn't give us a whole lot of time to implement before they started wanting numbers and changing practices. The counties where the DA's office took funding from the 4002 money are looking at, they don't like that. They don't want the money to go to prosecution. They want it to go to managing the program and preventing people from coming in and prosecuting cases. And so we never set it up that way. My office doesn't receive any money from 4002. It all goes through and funds the coordinator. So this is kind of terrible, and I'll tell you right now, it's not sustainable. With the loss of some of my employees, I can't put that burden on my current employees. We're already looking at burnout, so I've picked up and have over 200 cases right now. It's not sustainable. I'm working on trying to figure out ways to manage that and get us through without cutting services. I don't want to do that. I do have a new hire. We hired somebody straight out of law school, and we're doing, he takes the bar in July. And so working on training and recruiting him, I think that'd be great. Obviously that takes a lot of time to train, but hopefully he'll be able to take some of those cases off my plate. And as we continue to recruit, the burnout, the making errors, people leaving, is a really, like, I can't in good conscience put all of the weight of people leaving and picking up that on my people. So figuring out different avenues, whether it's, implementing fast track offers, meaning incentive for resolving your cases more quickly, having to take a harder look at things. But those are the challenges that I am currently trying to deal with having a very green office, and making sure that we are building up the attorneys to the best that we can, getting them trained, getting them experience, all of that. I'll tell you that it was last week, my days run together, but we had week before, we had an attorney call in sick. I didn't have enough attorneys to cover all the places that we were assigned to be, because we often run 2 courtrooms, and if I have 2 courtrooms and grand jury, I don't have enough bodies to go around. So we had to file a motion to postpone a hearing. The judge sent a message to my office and said, I want somebody to come anyway. I didn't have a body to go. At a later docket in that afternoon, the judge told my prosecutor that the judge could hold my prosecutor in contempt for that. So that's the kind of things that are happening with my attorneys, is that not only are they, oftentimes working until late hours, working on weekends. If we have a trials are oftentimes don't have enough time. Our trials off, it's not unusual for an attorney to be here till 6, 7, 8, 9. And then you also add on, this is hard work that we're doing. We're dealing with people who are in crisis. We're dealing with heavy things, terrible things that have happened to people. And then you add on this push and the negativity, and, you're going to be potentially held in contempt, or this demand or that demand. That all contributes to the turnover and the burnout of attorneys. So to the extent that I can, I'm trying to manage that with building relationships with community partners and judges. Questions?
I just wanted to understand some of the budget increase numbers a little bit. Proposed 25, not actual, versus 26. There's like a $400,000 increase in personnel and a $200,000 increase in materials. I just, I understand the one more FTE. I understand, COLA and increase, but it seems like there's a gap. Where is that money going?
There's a few things that have increased. So Our computer software services doubled, in cost. That's just our software to run our
So
office.
that's the materials 200 for.
That the medical examiner's office requested a significant increase in their budget. As well, so that's a significant increase there, and then we have historically not filled our positions. And so a lot of what you're seeing in the proposal is a proposal if we were fully staffed.
Yeah, that's why I went from 25 proposal to 26, not reality, but it will afford a $1 increase.
Yeah.
And I'm not begrudging any of it, I just was trying to better understand it.
So adding a position, the 2 interns were unbenefited part-time positions, so we're moving to a like a management level benefited full-time position. So
Right.
that's a big gap. And then our deputy DAs and our district attorney's office are part of PERS now. PERS experienced a larger than normal increase, larger than they had originally projected for this next biennium. And then, yeah, just those factors of the health insurance anyway have
A
just
little bit
been.
of this, a little bit of that.
Does the 2025 estimate, is that impacted by vacancy as well?
Yes,
So see, yeah.
yeah, so that's where we're projecting things with Linda, because right now you have. The chief is unfilled, and up until like last week, you had a deputy DA unfilled. So again, high paying positions unfilled. So, yeah.
Is there a correlation, say that the sheriff's department got fully funded and we added all these things, and so the volumes would go up? And, right, so you have even greater,
Yes.
impact here, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, and I think that crime doesn't stop whether or not my department or the sheriff's office is filled with attorneys or deputies. And so, yes, the more proactive law enforcement is, the more that then funnels to us. We even, when I look at filed case numbers, what I see is still a background of, even if I don't file a case, somebody's still doing the work on that case. And so, if we have a child death, we're still investigating that to determine, is that a homicide or is it not a homicide? So that still takes that work. I think we are seeing statewide crime increase. Our neighboring county, crime doesn't stop at the border. Our neighboring county, Deschutes County, has more homicide cases pending than they've ever seen. So I think a lot of that drugs, mental health, whatever all the underlying causes are, that increases crime. I would say so it's kind of a double-edged sword. I think if our sheriff's office is fully funded and we're not burning out people, we get better work product. So in a sense, that makes my life easier. If I have a more completed investigation by experienced law enforcement, it makes my life easier, but it still is work for us, if that makes sense. So there's kind of a double-edged sword of, if we have constant turnover, just like my deputy DAs make errors, if we have brand new green officers investigating cases, they make errors too. And they don't know all the different things to collect. So all of that takes time, and it's best to have.
Does all of this impact cases that you determine you will prosecute or not?
100%. Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is, my job is to seek the just result, right? So I may know, like, I would like to have this more buttoned up. But do I just leave that victim hanging? No, I gotta try to make the best I can out of it. And so, I don't have the people to prosecute this, but that doesn't make it right for this person who was harmed. So, there's, I can't rest easy knowing that I just say, hey, sorry. Like, so, it's that struggle. And, we've talked about various, recruiting, but for me, it's important that when you are looking for your law enforcement, when you're looking for your prosecutors, when you're looking for the people to fill my office, that it's people who want to make a difference And people who, we had a trial a couple weeks ago. And I had, staff members and attorneys alike who were 110% invested in that. And who were, there when the court goes until 6 p.m., they're there until after 6 p.m. providing services to our community. So, it's not just a plug and play. You have to have the people who want to build the community and protect the community. I know I took way over my 10 minutes.
I have one additional question.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for what you do. It's a very difficult position that you're in. But I'm unfamiliar with the discipline of the attorney's office. Is there an opportunity to scale with contract labor?
So kind of, not really, but kind of. So you need somebody who is familiar. I do utilize a contract service. That's been one of my stopgaps, is that there is a prosecutor that I've known for a decade who is familiar with our computer system, who is a very experienced prosecutor that I actually contract to help with some of the underlying work in order to keep us functional, meaning drafting motions, helping review those expungements, helping process what I call intake, the incoming police reports. So somewhat, but it has to be a person who knows the system, knows prosecution, knows the laws. So it's still not like you could just walk out and just grab somebody, any attorney to be able to do it. So it's not that straightforward.
Okay, thank you.
There's no traveling nurses for.
I didn't know
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for listening.
We'll try to get through this one quickly. I know we're stacking up a little bit with departments ready to present. Our department head, Erica, for the juvenile department is not able to be with us today, but she has left very detailed notes. So I'll run through her numbers and Christina will read her notes. And we will do our best to answer the questions if there are any, or we will record them and ask her and report back to you when we can. So for juvenile department, this is another operation out of general funds. So in addition to property tax support, there is some very small intergovernmental funding. It has been shrinking lately. She has no control over that funding, obviously, but you can see it's been covering progressively less of her operations. On the other side, though, she has been one of our most frugal departments. Historically, this department has kept for like the last 20 years, like this has been a really tight, even with different directors, a really tight operation. They really do their best to be frugal with what they've got. On the personnel side, that 932,000 funds 7.3 positions. That is a decrease of 1.35 from prior year. What we reduced was, and actually the acronyms in there, it was a counselor for something, certified alcohol and drug counselor. Okay. So that was one that she had added last year because of the types of cases that were coming. In the meantime, before that position was hired, we've developed a lot of community partnerships that have replaced the need to fill a position. And so that was obviously a savings to our county, to our community, that she was able to find an alternate source besides hiring a person. So that was one of the FTE. The other was just a cleanup. We had budgeted a pretty large portion for transports and for the last couple of years, and historically we just haven't needed that many transport hours to take youth to detention in other areas, and so we just budgeted closer to actual rather than having so much cushion. And then as far as the materials and services side, she made a very concentrated effort to pull back any historically unspent funds. That was a little bit of a reduction in detention, and she's made such an effort to be frugal.
Perfect. So I'm just going to read through what Erica has provided for us. And it says, over the past year, the juvenile department has continued to strengthen our collaboration with community partners. While we have seen an increase in referrals involving youth with complex needs and multi-agency involvement, our commitment to relationship building has enabled us to expand our services and better support these youth. Through these partnerships, we are currently offering 2 substance use disorder SUD treatment groups, as well as both group and individual anger management sessions, all hosted in our office. We also meet monthly with our county's child mental health team to coordinate resources and support for high needs youth. Additionally, we've partnered with a local mental health therapist specializing in equine therapy to offer 3 full-day retreats designed for youth to benefit from structured therapeutic care. Youth in our community also have access to services through a summer program developed and operated by our department. Our staff continue to provide support in schools, homes, and the community and our office, maintaining a flexible and responsive approach to meet each youth's unique needs while staying informed of justice-related trends in Oregon. As we entered this budget season, I conducted a thorough line-by-line review of our expenses, eliminating unused or underutilized line items. Now in my 3rd year in this role, I feel confident making these adjustments. In alignment with our strategic goals, we are working to expand diversion options for youth with criminogenic needs. Over the past year, we've made a concerted effort to divert youth involved in low-level offenses from the court system. These youth continue to receive intensive supervision within the community, but without formal court processing. We have also significantly reduced detention stays by implementing in-house electronic monitoring. This approach allows us to maintain strict supervision while keeping youth in the community, an outcome we previously could only achieve through detention. Our budget has remained relatively consistent over the last decade, and this year is no exception. However, due to our strong external partnerships, we have opted not to fill the certified alcohol and drug counselor position. Combined with a reduction in detention-related expenses, this has resulted in an overall decrease in our department's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. And then on the stats page, she mentions you have seen these numbers before, and we are supposed to get updated info in the next 6 months. We have more referrals for serious offenses and our commitments to youth authority on that.
This just touches on what we already kind of covered, but the supervision. Rimrock Trails is the one that she's able to partner with to offset the need for an additional counselor. The anger management group, summer programming. The diversion classes have made a big difference, and then their department does the truancy services. Questions?
Questions? You're the one. Okay, you did.
Okay, assessor's office.
Sorry to disappoint.
All right, while John's making his way up here, I'll do a quick overview of our numbers. So assessor's office is one that is paid for out of general fund, primarily property taxes support it. However, we do receive an assessment type funding from the state, the CAFA grant. So about 10% of the budget comes from fees and then that CAFA grant. Personnel, it budgets for 8.8 FTE. That is no change from prior year. It includes our elected assessor and then materials and services for education and travel and doing the things they do. All right, John.
Great. It's been a year since I've been here, so I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm your elected Crook County assessor, been in the position since 2018. I've been in our actual local assessment and taxation office since 2006. Quite a while here, and as Jamie said, I oversee a staff of 9, which includes myself, so for 8.8. Highlights. So the first thing I thought I'd mention here is a couple of years ago, we had a software that was budget approved called Mobile Assessor. And what that is, it's actually a iPad data collection device that we use that syncs up with our CAMA software in the office. It saved us, or it's saving us some time. So actually we've just implemented that. So I just kind of wanted to boast and brag about that. There were several hiccups along the way, and this is kind of a Midwest, East Coast type of a location of the company is over there. And so Oregon has had very few people that it services, but now I think they've got about 6 to 8 assessment offices across the board. And Deschutes County has actually had it for several years. They had what was referred to as a light version and trying to go to a more a deeper software version of that, which is what we dived right into. But the result was many hiccups by the software company and the mobile assessor group that owns it and our local camera software people based out of Oregon. But they worked through a bunch of those hiccups and now we're able to get data collection, notes and pictures. And so they're out there with an iPad that can snap a picture and it'll literally sync to that account, drops right into the system behind the scenes. Years ago, you know, when I was in the field, I was the farm appraiser. I could take 20, 30 pictures in a heartbeat of a ranch that I'm heading to or what have you. And usually you get back late at night, so the next morning you'd spend a solid hour relabeling every one of those photos to the account and associating it with, you know, what it was. So this is saving all that. It's an automatic thing. So obviously there's gonna be some paper, you know, usage that will lessen as a result as well, but these guys can now take their notes directly on the iPad, syncs right into the system. Again, prior, we're out there physically doing that, then have to come back and guess what? Put it all into the system by hand. So kind of a lot of double entry there. So it's saving on quite a bit of that. So that is in motion. There's still a few more things to complete with it, but it's gone live. So we're pretty excited about that. So second bullet point here, highlight would be retention, I guess, is the main theme would be keeping the same staff and continuing to train them. And last year, budget was approved for another staff person. And we've had a couple swaps of positions as a result of that in the office. And both of them are doing great and they are in training. So yeah, I think I've got another bullet point later, but I'll just say it right now. I've got great staff. And also they have, in our office, there's 100 years of experience just in our office, not working elsewhere and doing this work elsewhere, but doing it in the Prineville location, Crook County Assessor's Office, over 100 years of experience. So pretty wonderful there to have. And I cringe when I hear our district attorney's story because it's like, man, when you've got the staff and things are senior positions and flowing, you get some good motion and rhythm going.
Did you pick up some court appearances and?
What's that? Yeah. No, I'd rather stay out of that. Services, another highlight here is just, again, well, shoot, with the market value on all real and personal property. We do our tax roll, you know, you guys are well aware of all of this. We are open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and we have detailed on our web sites. So that will take us into the challenges actually, which is mainly this next year. We're finally kind of slowing down on some of the changes, thank goodness, but we are switching to a different type of a software for our web-based services. We're in a IGA agreement with another county that used to involve 5 to 6 counties. This was probably initiated over a decade ago. And as a result, all those companies, all those assessment offices have actually dropped out of this IGA. So our costs have gone up and we're actually the last one involved. It's a contract that we have with Lane County. So you go to our webpage and look up property information through our system called PATS. That's all serviced behind the scenes from both our software group called Helion and the software company that Lane County has with those guys through their services that provide that for us. So our IGA with Lane County is at an end. It's been forthcoming for a couple of years now. It doesn't cost an extreme amount, but as a result, though, there will be a major change coming up. So part of my goal is also, you can see here on the bullet points, reaching out to some of our power users. That would be like title companies, those folks, maybe a few banks and other folks like that. And some of our county people within our group, letting them know that this is coming up. Quite a few new, but this will be a software system that is basically comes through our already provided computer assessment mass appraisal software system through our company called Helion that we have contract with. The pluses here will be it's a direct sync as well. So there's no more middle person. There's no more this information has to go to a third party and then back to the system. It's just going to go right to it. So that will be probably a huge plus, but the look is going to be different. we'll probably field a few, hey, we don't like this. Because what we were on was modeled after, the Deschutes County software, that we actually got it from them years ago. And so people are pretty used to that, that's called Dial. So Jefferson County uses the software that we're going to, which is provided by the software provider. I did try to do some research and see if I could somehow have kept us within the same software. Even reached out to Deschutes County and the assessor over there, who discussed with his IT group, can you bring us on? You know, for obviously a service fee, but then we could maintain this PAC system as the same basically. And they just said, no, we can't, we have too much going on already, so this is where we're at. So anyway, that's the challenges there. I know I'm trying to make this quick. Services, well, web-based data, it is important. That's so many people are using it nowadays. It's huge. And in-office help, we're just offering that all the time. And then our service of 100 years is something else that I will say, my staff is part of the folks that make this work and they make it successful. It's not just me. I'm a small piece of the moving motion of it all. That's all I have. Any questions that you might have?
Thank you.
All right, take that. Good morning.
Thank you.
John. Right. Well, our clerk is coming up. I'm gonna give you an overview on her numbers. County clerk's office is part of general fund. So in addition to property taxes, there are quite a few. We've got a lot of fee revenue for recording and other functions of her office. On the personnel side, the numbers are a little funky here. It's for 4.34 FTE. So we have 18% of people's time funded out of a reserve fund. So that makes the number kind of funky. And then also for this year, we're budgeting a 5-month overlap for a planned retirement so that we have time to train up a new chief deputy for elections. And so that's a 0.42 FTE. It makes the numbers really, really weird, but there's 4 people with the option to add a 5th person to train. And that's what the personnel number is, as well as some election workers. And then I think that brings us up to speed, Cheryl.
I think most of you know me, but welcome. This is my, let's see, where are we at? I am just starting my 11th year as clerk. So I'm Cheryl Seeley, your elected county clerk. And so I will start right off, kind of before I get into this, just to kind of give you some little brief overview of my department. So I have a staff of 3 other than myself, plus some part-time election employees. And we do all of the elections. We are mandated by ORSs to conduct all of the elections, not only at the county level, state level, federal level, but for the special districts, which we have a special district election happening right now. So we also are the office for all the recordings. Typically it's land recordings, but there's liens, there's, tax liens, that sort of things, but anything that kind of affects property gets recorded in our office. We also issue marriage licenses. We are a passport, federally appointed passport acceptance agency. We conduct notaries, and then I am kind of the official record keeper for the county. So not only do I keep the records that I record, but I keep all of the packets and everything from the county court minutes or board of commissioner minutes. I keep all of those and have all of those available for the public if I need them. So we do see a lot of public records requests for things like that. Don't have an avenue to put that information out for the public to view. They have to come into the office or contact me, but some of my records are online and we'll get to that. So back to this. So last year we had talked about the new voter registration system that they were going to call it Orvis. It was in place. State had partnered with the clerk's offices. We had been working on it for, I'm going to say, the past 2 years. It's kind of been in place. It has been officially terminated. It was not, the vendor was not able to proceed with all of the requests that we needed, and there were a lot of, it's good. It's gone. We're going to continue with the system that we have. They're going to work on some improvements to that system until they can go out for a new RFP and find a new vendor to create a system that works for us. This new program did have a really nice integrated GIS piece. that would be really helpful for us on the election side. So we're hoping that someday they'll be able to find a vendor that will have that as well, so. And then of course, this last year, we completed the November general election and we're currently in the, May special district election. And if you haven't voted or your friends and neighbors haven't voted, I encourage you to, because as of Friday, we were at 3.3%.
Oh, my goodness.
I think, well, we had a little bit of delay in some mail delivery, I think, so I'm hoping when I get back this afternoon, we'll have, 1,000 ballots from the mail, but that's really hopeful.
When's
A week from tomorrow. So, yeah, so we're.
It's be a busy week. It's gonna be a busy
It's
week.
gonna be
Cheryl.
a busy week. We're hoping,
We're
so
hoping for 20%, you only have 3.
it's sad. It's
That
just
is
sad. I
really
just don't even have any other words. It's just sad for people to have ballots on their table and that's where they're at. But anyway. But in this next fiscal year, we typically won't have an election in the fall. In the past, I have always budgeted for 2 elections just because you never know, it could happen and then it's there and it's ready to go. This time we took that out. Just to save costs and I don't anticipate anything unless there's something that comes up in the current legislative session that requires us to have one. So anyway, we'll have the May primary next year. I have been currently working with the department heads on an archiving and records retention committee. We've talked about with all of the new potential changes with departments relocating and with circuit court and everything moving out of here, that's opened up couple vaults in the courthouse. So we're trying to, several of us, I have 2 offsite storage spaces. They're in county buildings, but it'd be kind of nice to free some of that up and kind of, some of the other departments have the same thing. So we're kind of trying to put something together with that to kind of see what everybody's space needs are and that sort of thing. So that's just kind of evolving. I do have Commissioner Journal records back to the beginning of county, so 1882, and I've got a bunch of road record books that are not scanned or archived, and I would like to. I have them in a book in my vault, but that's all I have. So we're in the process of working with the vendor right now to have some of those done. Some of those I'm going to try to have done this current fiscal year, and then the rest of them will be in this upcoming one. And a lot of that's going to come out of some of my reserve accounts. But we're working on that. And then, so our recording numbers are down significantly. They have been, I think, from the last couple of years, they've been pretty low. We actually thought that they would pick up with maybe some potential foreclosures, but we're really not seeing a lot of foreclosures coming through yet. There's a few more, but not like I think we thought we would see. So, recording numbers are down. As Jamie mentioned, we do have some staff succession planning. I have a election deputy that's been with me almost my entire time, and she is looking at retiring. So we're wanting to train somebody on some software, at least through an election and May election. So we thought if we can start somebody in February, that gives them time to be there for the beginning process that we do with ballot creation and all of that, to overlap some time there. So one of the other challenges that I'm facing right now is, of course, we talked about the archiving committee, but we have heard that a microfilm may be going away. And I heard this from some vendors. So currently right now, any record that we have has to be kept. There is a retention period with state archives. And so we have, some of them are, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, but I have a lot in my office that's permanent. Permanent, the definition of that in record administrative rule is hard copy or microfilm. And microfilm's not color, so everything has to be recorded in black and white, so it'll show up decently on microfilm. Well, the company that has been producing microfilm for our vendors is no longer producing at the end of the year. So the vendor said they have one company out of the UK that they may be able to get film from. And so that's a real challenge because a lot of our documents are e-recorded, so they are coming into us digitally. So some of that can be retained digitally. There's just a lot up in the air. So I've been working with the state archivist to try to find out, is there going to be change in administrative rule to define what permanent is? Are we going to be able to store stuff in the cloud permanently? Our current vendor that does our reporting is Helion, and they work at the assessor's office too. They are working on some stuff that way. However, in the past, when they say we're working on it, that means 2, 3, 4 years down the road. It's not always gonna happen that quick. And they may find the push to make things happen faster. Knowing that microfilm may be, something that disappears in the next couple of years. So, we'll see how that goes. And that could change some costs for us if we have to start, working through a vendor for an additional service to store stuff in the cloud. So we'll see. Space needs. So as you know, people have moved out of the courthouse. I have staked claim on victims advocate room next to me. My goal was, and we will see how everything plays out for everybody, but my goal was to move all of my election equipment and stuff into that facility or that room, utilize the current room, which is small and limited in space as more storage, but then be able to actually have a place where the public can see us in person. Right now, you can watch election stuff via our live stream on YouTube, but it's a really boring movie to watch. Can't ask questions. I mean, they can email me or call me with questions, but it's tough. I do have some that take down the time and say, you know, it's 7:52, I saw this, tell me what happened, and, you know, we can do it that way, but I would love to have a space there for that, so that's kind of something in the works. And then just preparation for courthouse remodel of where I'm gonna go. Timing with an election could be critical because of cameras and security and stuff, so we'll have to work on that. Where are we? Okay, so all of our services that we do, the reporting, our signature verification with elections, public records requests, passport applications, anything like that is an immediate turnover. There's no delay. Ballot, signature verification, even in the presidential election, we tried to get everything caught up and stay caught up on it. Occasionally stuff would shift to overnight, just depending on how late they came in, but typically everything is done as soon as it comes in. I had a service that was called Text My Gov. We've terminated that. It was a little pop-up widget that was on the front page of the county's website. And it was geared to my office because I was the only one paying for it. I was on kind of a pilot program for them kind of to help advertise to the rest of the clerks throughout the state. So I had a pretty good deal on it, but it was anybody could text and say, oh, I need a marriage license. Oh, what do I do? You know, there was key things it would automatically reply, or then it would come into us and we could respond via email. Well, I was getting everything court related, everything that was related outside of my department. And so I thought, I'm willing to help people, but I'm paying for a service that's not really benefiting my office. It's directing traffic to everybody else, so we terminate. So I do think that is something that down the road the county could look at. It is a really neat feature and it did get used, but not to my benefit. So we did add a digital research room. This was at no cost. This was something that Helion, our vendor, offered. So in the past, if you had recorded a document and you wanted to research it or needed to research an easement or whatever, you could come in, you could use our public terminal in our lobby, or you could call us for a fee and we could do things for you. Now that index is online for free. So all the indexing is out there. The images are not. If you want a document, you can put it in your cart, you pay a search fee or a location fee and a per page fee, and it'll let you download it. You can order certified copies that way. You can order any kind of copies. We have several vendors that we're getting stuff from us daily. Now they're using that site. So that's reduced our phone calls and it takes time to process somebody's credit card. They can do that all now online. So we actually had a gal order 16 different times on Saturday. So, okay, great. You can also order your certified copy of your marriage license on there too. So that was something that we were added for the public, but not at any cost to us. And then this property recording alert service system, we kind of talked about that, I think, in our last quarterly meeting. It's coming, but it's another one that it's coming, but we don't know. Is it this year? Is it next year? But we're in line, but all the other counties wanted it as well. That will cost us a small fee, but that will be something that will allow a citizen to register with us a name or a series of names. And if any document records with those particular names, it will automatically notify them that, hey, this document was recorded. And then they can check with us if it isn't something that they're aware of. And so it doesn't prevent property fraud, but it helps people get a jump on it. So when something happens, they don't find out 6 months, a year, 5 years later, they can actually deal with it right away. So
is there a fee with that, Cheryl, when you do that, when you register your name there?
my goal is to not charge the public for that, because it's too hard to monitor that. Is it a one-year subscription, and then how do we renew that? So several of the counties that have done it, Jackson has been the first one. They have just offered it for free for everybody, and I think that's the right thing to do, so.
And that protects against the people that put a lien on your property or
It doesn't, well,
at least alerts you.
it alerts you, somebody reported something, and then you can go, oh, that's not me, that's fraudulent, and then where's the steps to take care of that? So rather than having being gone on, a 2-week vacation and your neighbor call going, there's somebody moving into your house. Things like that can happen, so. Do we have any questions for me?
Great.
Thank you. While Sarah's making her way up here, do a quick overview of our library fund. So this is a standalone fund, but it is primarily property tax supported. So you can see in the property tax line, this one is also one that is impacted by potential refund credit, about magnitude of about 24,000 for 25 and 26. And then as far as what we're looking at for next year, you can see that 39,000 intergovernmental, that is some new grants that Sarah has found, and it corresponds exactly with the 39,000 of capital outlay. It's investment in e-bikes and the corresponding charging stations that go with that. So the e-bikes were purchased already, and then that's to finish up the charging stations and some of those other capital outlay costs. As far as the appropriation side for personnel, materials and services, the 896,000 supports 8.56 FTE. This is down 2.54 FTE from the prior year budget because vacancies were decreased. And then kind of the staffing model was restructured a bit. So I can let Sarah touch on that. And I think that covered everything I was going to cover. All right.
Good morning, Budget Committee. Thank you for your time today. Glad to be here. And I do want to say thank you for the consistent support of the Crook County Library over the years. We touch a variety of people, and we are just a beacon of positivity in our community. I mean, you're dealing with some pretty heavy topics in the budget discussions today. And the Crook County Library is a beloved institution. It's a place where people go together to form those bonds of friendship and community. And it is, respected. And we just appreciate the fact that we get to go to work every day because we love it. So what I've got, it also touches other departments. And we have about 86,000 people come through our doors every year. So one way it touches other departments is through our early literacy efforts. And there are studies that have been done that show that you can determine the number of jail beds that will be needed by the number of second and third graders that know how to read. And just this last week, we had an assessor employee come through and take an 8-hour proctor exam. And he passed, and so we were excited for him. But the library touches people in their day-to-day lives in many ways. So where we're at with this budget, it just feels like we're a mouse going underneath the door to try to reach the other cheese, and we're at the squishy part right now. And so we do have some significant changes coming up. We're going to be losing two of our 3 Mid-Oregon personnel employees. One was the woman that provided services to Post and Polina on the bookmobile that's out there. And the other one is our Saturday help. We'll be losing both of those. Our hours are going to be reduced, and we're going to start closing on Saturdays. That's a pretty significant change for us, simply because we no longer have staff to keep open. We are going to alter our hours and try something new. So Monday through Friday, we will be open from 9 until 6, until 9 until 7. And what we're going to do is a little different. That's worked well at other locations. We're going to offer what's called self-service hours. We will have staff there at 8 in the morning, and we're gonna open up the doors, although staff will not be available for assistance, but people can come in and they can read and pick up their holds and check out books and that sort of thing. Depending on how that goes, which is, this is a trial period, we will be looking for funds for door badges and additional security cameras, because that is a way, given the staffing that we have, to increase hours for the public. Moving forward, let's see what else we got. I am currently working 2.5 positions. The outreach position, the library director position, and half of the operations manager. Our plan is to move one of our library employees up into an outreach position, so we can still provide services to Poston, Galena, and Powell Butte, and Ochoco West, and up to Canyon at those stops. And our bus is getting old. It's a 2004, and it is still chugging away. What is that? Cummins diesel, one of those rock star engines that just keep going.
The services or? Which I don't know, it's like,
Okay.
you want challenges, so?
Let's see. We talked about promoting one of our employees, so she can do outreach services. And this has been interesting. So, you know, as a director, you're thinking, what am I gonna cut? Services or people? Services or people? And we did cut Hoopla for a while, and we're hoping to get that back on July 1st. We had hundreds of phone calls about that service being reduced.
What is Hoopla there?
Hoopla has 1 million online items that people can get where they, on their phone or device. It is very robust. And they have all kinds of things from audiobooks, which are very popular, novels, you know, nonfiction, music, movies, TV shows. It is amazing. And so we heard a lot about that when we cut it, and we decided to make some other adjustments and get that back in on our budget on July 1st. And I look around at other libraries across the state, and they have cut Hoopla. And I thought, well, what happened to it? Well, now I know what happened to it. It just got cut. So after careful consideration, and given that we've kind of dabbled in cutting it, we made the really hard decision to stay with our service level tie. And we will make adjustments as we need to with staffing vacancies. There are ways to do that, like with the self-service hours, with the online services that we now have, and we'll just do the best we can. But that's where we're at right now. And I think.
So is Hoopla the same thing as we were working with Deschutes County and then we left them for the other?
There's two.
So there's 2 different options. So you can get,
Mm-hmm.
when you get the audiobooks and then you get audiobooks plus media.
Libby is the other one, and it's through a vendor that provides services, a catalog that Deschutes could decide what they wanted in their catalog. And we joined the Library of Eastern Oregon catalog because it went from like $40,000 with Deschutes down to about 10. So we did do that, and it's the same service. The catalogs are very slightly different. But it also gives us the flexibility to be responsive to our patrons, and we can actually go in and buy stuff just for Crook County people, and they get first choice. They don't have like the 16-week wait list.
Yeah.
But Libby has about 40,000 items. So when you compare that to the 1 million items on Hoopla, you can see why we would want to get that back as well.
So what is the cost of Hoopla?
It's about $2,000 a month. I mean, at last bill
So
I looked at.
24,000 a year.
Yeah.
Does the Hoopla cover all the things that are on Libby?
They aren't the same catalog, so they do have different things in them. Yeah, and there's just a lot more on Hoopla. It was so popular, in fact, we had to put a limit of 5 a month on people, and that limit won't change.
So is there a cost per, can you only have, like, is there a set amount of Hoopla you can use? Like, is there a limit then, or you just pay 2,000 and it's unlimited? Is it like a minutes on a cell phone or something? I guess I'm trying
There
to.
are 2 different ways that those services are funded. On Libby, you buy the entire catalog, and people just have to wait for their turn. And there's a limited amount. There's 40,000 items on there. But on Hoopla, there's 1 million items, and there is no wait. You get it right away. That's why we had to put a limit, because that model, it's a cost per checkout. And you, without a limit, we wouldn't definitely not be able to afford it in our budget because people love it. I mean, there's no wait, it's instant gratification and there's a million items on there.
So what is the cost per item, depending on the checkout?
It's probably from $2 to $4 a checkout.
And so that budget of 24,000 a year, 2,000 a month is inclusive of what your projected checkout rate is.
Yeah, we will continue with the limit of 5 a month.
So the 2,000 is that including those per items? I see, okay. And then the Libby goes away. You're just.
It's both of them.
So it's both of them.
Yeah. Any other questions?
That bus gonna die 20 years on the Cummins diesel.
It's a.
And what budget are looking forward to 27 or 8 or 9? You probably don't know what that thing would cost to replace, but
I do, actually.
Oh, okay.
I've been down that path. An electric version, or an electric vehicle version of that is $500,000, and a gas version is 300,000. There is currently Oregon Department of Environmental Quality Diesel Emissions Mitigation Grant that opens up next month, and I'll apply for it, and I figure I have about a 2% chance of getting anywhere, but it was funds that aren't affected by anything going on at federal level. It was a Volkswagen settlement that was paid out to all of the states, and so that those funds are available.
Would that require a charging station in Galena or Coast?
Well, I'm wondering, what is your distance on E tracking?
I could make it one way.
My generator, put it on the.
Sarah, would you have to plug in at my pivot?
Yeah.
I
don't know what's gonna happen there, but we'll do the best we can.
pivot, that's why I'm thinking it would be a faster electrical charge.
There is a weird little piece between the Paulina School and the road department that used to have a house on it, and there's already an electrical utility pole there. And it's gravel and pretty nice looking, the school buses parked there. So, anybody else have any questions?
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Sarah, thank you very much.
Fairgrounds. So really quick on the numbers, we'll keep some things up here. Fairgrounds Fund is a standalone fund by itself, covers the operation of the fairgrounds, including the county fair. On the revenue side, there are a lot of diverse revenues coming into the Fairgrounds Fund. That taxes is transient room tax, our TRT, tourism tax, intergovernmental. Those are primarily, we were recipients of a large state grant for infrastructure improvements. So that's primarily what that 776,000 is, a couple of different grants. Transfers in interfund, that's $250,000 of general fund support. And then 150,000 of additional TRT that is held in a separate fund. We've made the decision to move additional TRT into the Fairgrounds Fund. The charges for services is cost recovery somewhat on space use, although it, as you can see, based on the expenses below, it does not recover the full cost of operating the fairgrounds. And then miscellaneous is primarily fair sponsors and other types of donations and contributions that come into the fairgrounds. On the appropriation side, the 516,000 is for 5.12 FTE. Again, that little odd number is because we do bring in extra help for certain events, for the fair and some of their other large events. And then that capital outlay of 640,000, again, is the grant funded infrastructure improvement type funding that we've had for several years, but it's about 3 to 50,000 of the 2 million is appropriated for next year, plus an additional like 278,000. So it's all you, Casey.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Casey Daly with the Fairgrounds. Most of you in the room. So our highlights for the year, we had over 90,000 visitors at the fairgrounds within this past year. We were fortunate enough, as Jamie said, to receive a large grant that has helped us fund the new jockey room that was completed here in July. So we're very proud of that. We got a new stall barn that was built by the Crooked River Roundup with funds that we refunded back to them. And we thank them for that. We call it Lucky Barn 13 for all the horse racers in the room. We've been able to expand the rental of RV spaces. And we're gonna continue to upgrade Grizzly Mountain Pavilion and the indoor arena and refresh some of the old aging equipment. So we've also gone in and renegotiated some of the existing contracts to try to raise our revenue. Our challenges, obviously the increase in energy costs, operational costs, our aging buildings and equipment. We're having difficulty meeting some of the larger space requirements for some of the events that are happening in town right now. The indoor arena is the largest space in the county. You can put some lipstick on it, but in the end, it's a horse barn, and so we utilize it in many different ways. So we are we're getting bypassed by some events because we just don't have the space to accommodate them. So another challenge is meeting the new venue technology, lighting, a lot of wireless overhead projectors, and we don't have any of that equipment currently. So that's a challenge. The other challenges we have are balancing new trends with hesitancy in the community to change. There's a segment of the community that doesn't want to see anything changed. They would like it kept the same way. And so we have that challenge in those discussions that we continue to have. There is a brand new facility in Powell Butte that has taken a few events away from us. But we continue just to struggle and try to meet the events that come to us. So our services, obviously we are an event facility, and we offer meeting space, event space, wedding space, funeral. A lot of different things we do. Wear a lot of different hats, so we're doing that. We have gone down the path of trying to re-envision fair at a more cost-effective event for the community. We're obviously struggling with some of those. We have engaged some of our community partners, such as the sales committee and the FFA and the 4-H programs, to take on some of those costs on their own, and they've graciously agreed to do that. We're expanding the open class for our annual fair. Our personnel and our maintenance operations are going to stay unchanged. The only budget that I can really affect in any great way is the fair budget. So we're looking for just different things and different ways to do that. We are now implementing a program where the host event's taking on a lot more of the setup for our events. So it's a cut down on our overtime and our personnel costs. Yet we continue to have a caretaker on site that's there 24 hours a day. And once again, I'm on call 24 hours a day most of the time, as is with my staff. So with a limited budget, we do an awful lot. So, and we're we call ourselves the backyard of the community. So we'll continue to strive forward.
Questions?
Any questions?
DC, have we looked into any opportunities to maybe leverage solar to help offset your costs?
So we have solar currently on Terry Foster Hall and on our shop that was implemented with Commissioner Falgren back in, I don't know how many years ago that was.
Back then,
It does offset some of our costs. We're seeing huge increases in diesel and gasoline, auto parts, equipment, repair things. So natural gas has gone up hugely. So those are the things that we're struggling with.
Okay.
You know, you've mentioned for years the aging facility issue and looking forward over the next 5 year budget cycle. I'm sure you have a maintenance lookout schedule. Are there any big? I don't want to use the word catastrophic because that's not the right one, but are there any big costs that you know to keep the same facilities functioning over the next 5 year period?
Probably, the Achilles heel that we have right now is the indoor arena and Terry Foster Hall. Terry Foster Hall was built in '79 and we continue to put Band-Aids on it, and I don't see any great need unless we lose some mechanicals or something like that. The indoor arena, the roof probably needs to be repaired. We're looking into probably the next 5 years to have that done. The insulation needs to be redone. There are some of those types of things that we're talking about. In addition to that, there's been some discussions about, you know, what a new community hall would look like, where it would be situated, and the Parks and Rec has been involved in that conversation. The city's been involved in that conversation. It's still just in discussion, but I think the wish of the community is to have something at least twice as large as what we have in a modern type setting. So we don't have to turn away events, and we keep things here in the county rather than going to the shoots or somewhere else.
And would you anticipate that to be in an adjacent facility on the fairgrounds ground?
Well, we currently own a piece of property that's right on the Crook River. It's a beautiful setting.
Across the street.
Yeah, across the street there. Any of the old timers know that little building is called the Boathouse. There used to be a boat showroom. That facility is kind of what has been envisioned. That's in our master plan. That's where it would sit. It's a beautiful piece of property. It could turn out just gorgeous. But all it takes is money. So, and you folks sitting in the room here are in charge of that, so. We'll continue to put Band-Aids on it and keep it going.
When to the money conversation, I talked to Mike, Senator McLean on Friday, and he said he's making it his priority to increase the percentages. He's on the Ways and Means, and I think Casey and I talked a little bit about this at Qantas last week. I think we're closer than we've ever have been to increasing that amount of money coming in.
So we're watching two House bills. There's a Senate bill and a House bill that would effectively take our 1% lottery money and triple it. They're waiting for this Thursday, I think, state revenue projections to come out to kind of really get their arms around it, but that would just take us a long way.
So that would add what, 260 or 300?
It would add almost 300, where we're getting about 60,000 in lottery dollars right now. Any questions? I know Susie and Seth and Brian are all versed in, they know the story.
I have some ideas. We're working on it. Casey does a very, very good job. I thank Casey very much.
Thank you. Well, we've got a lot to get done in 4 minutes.
We do have a lot to get done.
We do have.
No pressure.
So I mean, what this means for the rest of the day's schedule, we likely will not have the luxury of a full hour break for lunch. So unfortunately, we're gonna take a hit there. But we will, if you guys are up for it, we'll just keep working through these as quickly as we can.
I just wish we would have brought the commissioner chairs from the annex over here. Starting to kill me. Can we go get a bottle of Advil? That's not your fault, Katie. I want you to know I'm not.
My bad.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Health and Human Services Fund. So this fund accounts for obviously the activities of our Health and Human Services Department. Within that, public health, environmental health, and mental health are our three primary appropriations. On the funding side, this fund is primarily intergovernmental services or intergovernmental funded. One big change from prior year is, we realized the pass-through funding that we receive from the state that immediately goes out, does not have to be accounted for in our books. We can put it in a payable liability. So that is a change of about $4.5 million in revenue and expense. In this fund, we're just showing the activity that stays like specifically with our county operation. So it's a rather sizable dollar amount, but it was passed through dollars. So this is a more accurate picture of what our operation is costing and what we was. So that 2.178 million is grants for our operation. Transfers and interfund, that 577,000 is general fund support. It is 15% of the health department's overall, all of those operations expenses. And then miscellaneous is quite large. This year, there was some opportunities for additional reimbursement funding from nonprofits. And so categorically, it ends up in miscellaneous because it's not intergovernmental. It doesn't fit in any other category. So that's the 734,000 on the appropriation side, that 3.9 million for public health. Huge portion of that is personnel, 24.35 FTE. Environmental health supports 1.1 FTE, and then mental health is about 0.8 of an FTE. That is a portion of those mental health dollars. We keep 2.5% of those for us administering the program. All right, all you, Katie.
If I see them glazing over, maybe I'll just like look at Camille and she can throw stuff at you to keep it. Maybe a All right, we'll do highlights first. Our prevention and health promotion team, I wanted to highlight specifically and connect to some of the issues that we're seeing in law enforcement, RDA's office. A big part of our goal with prevention and health promotion, generally speaking, is chronic disease prevention, mental health, acts of violence, all fall within public health scope of prevention. And so the work that team does ideally is intervening before folks are engaged in our juvenile department and our court system. A lot of our services that you'll see, including nurse home visiting, are preventative in mind, so that we're intervening early in family systems and some of these other risk factors that put people at higher risk of ending up in some of our other systems. I'll plug, we have a family night, May 22nd at the fairgrounds. So there's food trucks, there's a chance for, we're calling it a parents' night out, because really the intent is to give parents resources in the substance use prevention space, so that parents and family members can have conversations with their kids about staying engaged in school and dangers of substance use, that kind of thing. And also give our parents a little bit of a break, so we have a band and food trucks, and so they won't have to cook dinner that night. So there's a lot of community work that is done in our prevention and health promotion team, including we hire 3 high school students each school year to share with our staff what they see as the biggest issues that their peers are facing, and then for them to actually have a voice in implementing programs. They're have a froyo night for their peers coming up, so they also do excellent work in our prevention space. We've distributed medication and firearm safety boxes through this programming, and tobacco cessation kits. We've so far given out 40. Those are hot commodities, and more are being assembled due to the success of that program. They go out through partners like St. Charles and Mosaic and Best Care.
It's a what?
A tobacco cessation kit, or a quit kit.
Oh, okay.
Of resources and and encouragement and things that people can use when trying to quit
Gotcha.
So that actually would have like the nicotine, those little gums that you chew and stuff?
They don't have nicotine replacement therapy, but we do subcontract with Mosaic and their pharmacy provides.
They would
nicotine
give it to them.
replacement
Oh,
therapy. So information about that resource is in the kit.
perfect, okay.
Thank you.
We've revamped our department strategic plan. We had the help of a contractor for that, which was very, very helpful. And it aligns us with county priorities as well as Oregon Health Authority and public health modernization efforts that quite a bit of our funding is tied to. We do a whole lot of behind the scenes work in disease investigation. This is one that, well, there's several things that we do, that if we were to ask our medical partners to do it, it doesn't pan out. It doesn't pay enough. We run on such tight margins, we're able to provide those services. Our grant funding really helps with this. But disease investigation, communicable disease investigation is a big part of that we do to support our medical community and those partners, because if we can catch illness early, for example, a syphilis case, and keep that from being spread to other people. So we test and treat, and we do contact tracing to track down people who may also have been exposed to illnesses. That prevents them from landing in our urgent cares, emergency rooms. And I'm working on getting some information on the cost of a congenital syphilis case. So when mom has syphilis and it's passed to babies, so those are high priority for us to catch those specific instances where mom may be pregnant. That costs our health system a significant amount of money because it's both treatment for mom and baby. So when we get that dollar amount to help better tell that story of the small investment here is really a big investment in our overall health system. We've done, and again, a lot of this is things that they don't necessarily hit the news unless it's a big outbreak. This is not COVID that we're dealing with in our day-to-day that hits the news. It's things like foodborne illnesses, whooping cough. I've had hantavirus in the county, a lot of STIs, lead exposures. So if our kids have, mostly we're doing screening in kids, but we do the follow-up investigations if there are instances of high lead exposure and animal bites. So that is happening regularly on a day-to-day basis. We're on call 24/7. We have, as part of our highlights, increased our capacity to do that work. So we're cross-training people to be able to get into those systems and do the work. Camille and I are newly trained to do that work and take some load off of our other folks who have been working around the clock to make that happen. There are certain diseases that we have to have an immediate response to. So that's why we would be on call 24/7. Yeah, we do advocate for funding in regional and state spaces. That money and that advocacy doesn't all necessarily come into our local public health department, but it does come into our community. So we'll advocate on behalf of health initiatives that end up in our schools and other nonprofits that do this work. And we have several staff who will speak to health issues or provide testimony, and then funding and resources can be distributed. We love seeing money coming in for county for this work, even if we don't want to do it. Challenges, I didn't make many changes on this slide from last year. We have significant administrative burden in our department, partly because the amount of funding that comes into small local health departments is a fraction of what it takes to fund a full FTE. So whereas in larger counties, we might have one person to do communicable disease investigation. Really what comes in for us is like a 0.2. So we have somebody, we've been really fortunate to cross-train enough people that they're not spread too thin, but that person with 0.2 funding is doing communicable disease investigation, and they're wearing multiple other hats and doing just as much administrative work as if we had a full-time person. So there's a lot of work happening at the state level to reduce administrative burden. And I will keep especially advocating for our small health departments that has been an issue for us ongoing. Our funding makes people's eyes go across the miscellaneous bucket. I think that we scrap for dollars. And every once in a while, something new will be reimbursed by an insurance company or a foundation, and we pull in everything that we can, but it is siloed. I've had questions of, well, if you're saving money in our overdose prevention budget, can we use that money to support a nurse home visitor? Usually no, because those funds are restricted and specific to one or the other. And that lack of flexibility does make our hard work that much harder. We are still spread across 2 buildings, but I think we're getting pretty adept at managing that. We are working on long-term planning for our space. And then we've talked about staffing being a struggle for many of our departments. There is that internal rate of change. There is also external change in our health systems and with our partners that makes consistency, and that institutional knowledge is harder and harder to come by. So then you feel like you're fully having to rebuild the relationships, which also takes time and energy. Here's a list of our services. I put them in fairly big buckets. We do have clinical space at our location on Beaver Street that we share with Mosaic Medical. We're in one half of the building, they're in the other. We offer reproductive health services, immunizations, and a lot of work in that disease space, communicable disease space. We have that behind the scenes work that is a lot of administrative and tracking, a lot of phone calls, in communicable disease prevention and response. Emergency preparedness, we have a staff person that works closely with our county emergency manager. We are responsible for any health related impact of a natural disaster. So if we're thinking fire, we're looking at air quality, temporary, we don't actually provide the temporary housing, but we coordinate that effort and make sure that we're getting needs that well represent Crook County and that it's safe and we're not causing more issues than we need to in an emergency situation. I've talked quite a bit about prevention and health promotion. Environmental health is our work that we do with our restaurant partners and public water systems. Speaking of environmental health, we have excellent staffing in this space. Thank goodness. We share our environmental health specialist with Jefferson County, so he bounces back and forth and covers all of our needs. He says he doesn't need anything new, but on an ongoing basis, he does need water testing kits. There's supplies with food testing work that he does, and he does require quite a bit of training because this work is specialized. And so he has that professional development work that has to be done on an ongoing basis. Mental health, I didn't change much on this either because what we're largely responsible for is the oversight of that contract that gets passed through to Best Care treatment services. I did get some highlights and challenges from them and actively work with them in either mitigating some of those challenges or supporting the things that are going really well for them. They are presenting on May 28th at a commissioner board meeting, so that can be another opportunity to hear directly from them, their highlights and challenges. I did want to share that they also really have a hard time keeping clinicians, especially. It's really hard work, and in the mental health world, clinicians are largely looking to get hours, especially if they're new, and then go into private practice. Most people don't set out to work in behavioral health with our severe and persistently mental ill. Those are really challenging spaces to work with. That's who our DA is working with. They're the folks who are ending up in our jails that are decompensating, and so the goal is that we have quality mental health services that are available to partner with those other county departments in that space. And it is extremely challenging with limited resources, not just here, but across the state. They are fully staffed in leadership positions. So it's been almost 3 years that they've had at least one vacancy in a leadership position here in Prineville. So their recruitment has stepped up and they're happy to report that they are fully staffed there. One of their challenges is it's a good thing and a challenge. They transitioned to an electronic health record system that is Epic, and that is shared with several of our medical partners. And so it increases transparency across care systems. And yet it's been a really heavy lift for them because Epic is new to providing that service in behavioral health spaces.
Out of your FTE that are there, are they attached to, it could be you scramble all the time for grants and funding and all of that. So if something doesn't come through, do you have positions that are what would just go away if a specific grant or are they all permanent in the county?
They are permanent positions, but they are also dependent on lots of grant funding. So we do shuffle grant funds to cover certain positions. So someone who was working in, I used overdose prevention and response earlier, they might move into more of a suicide prevention role if that's where the funding is. But there are certain roles that are specialized, like environmental health. Environmental health fortunately doesn't rely on too much grant funding, so that's a pretty consistent one, but where it would take licensure, our clinical space is in that arena where if we lose funding in certain spaces, it would result in the loss of FTE. We're in a pinch right now, waiting on federal funding. We rely heavily on funding that comes to the state through federal programs. And so right now, I'm trying not to backfill positions, for example. So if I do have someone who leaves, I'm waiting to backfill because I might need to move somebody else into a position. So we're in a bit of a waiting game.
I understand, I noticed, on your FTEs that you're going from like adding 5 program coordinators, removing 7.8 health strategists, adding 0.6. Is that just a reshuffling of titling mostly? Or?
It's titling, but it was also to create some career pathways. So we needed an entry level position. It's really hard to recruit for bachelor's level positions right now or master's level positions. So we added a pathway that you could start with a high school diploma, get a community health worker certification, and then work in that space and be able to move up through a variety of 3 different titles, so that we're ideally recruiting here locally and kind of growing our own in these positions. There's a lot of retitling, but also some restructuring to reflect that career pathway that we're looking to go.
And actually on the same note as FTE, so the health strategists did turn into program coordinators and facilitators. And then we realized community health worker was a better title. So that chart does look kind of strange. And then prior years too, like our epidemiologist was categorized as a health strategist, not an epidemiologist. So we're trying to more clearly show like which positions we have. I think the perinatal coordinator was called out specifically as a perinatal coordinator, but really just fits as a program coordinator. So there was a lot of movement. There wasn't really that much change.
Which is why I was
right. Yes. Yeah. But I did forget to mention, we did add an additional community health worker FTE due to direct grant funding for a new position. So it did increase for that.
I have a quick question on the 5-year forecast. Your FTE count goes from 26 to 13.
Yeah, so if we do not identify additional revenue,
so that's anticipating losing additional revenue going forward?
So it's a function of our costs are increasing faster than our revenue. Does that make sense? So the assumptions that are, it's for the forecasting model to show that we're anticipating health costs to keep exponentially increasing. We have fairly stable assumptions built into COLAs and steps. If all of those costs go the way they go, but our assumption is that intergovernmental funding historically has only been increasing about 2% a year. You can't increase your health 22% and your revenue 2% and have those balance out. Obviously, the magnitude that changes is the dollar amount you're working with. So that's what potentially could happen if state and federal resources don't keep up with our expenses.
And that does not account for any anticipated federal changes.
So it's assumption modeling.
So this
not-
isn't built
not-
into losing federal money, this is just built into continuing to get the federal money, you may not.
We hope they will keep up.
Yeah, historically, that's.
I don't put hope in the gonna get.
Yeah.
And that's why.
It's not sustainable to lose that many FTE, but we had to draw it out just to show what
Yeah, it's interesting.
the impact of our rising costs and our not rising.
And, you know, a lot of, we have grant revenue, right? We have billing revenue from clinical services that was provided, and actually community health workers can bill. So that was another reason why we shifted that, so that our staff can get that certification and bill for services like that behind the scenes work of disease investigation. So we're building in as many new revenue sources as we can, but without a stable, you know, our county general fund has been the one stable piece, and we're incredibly fortunate to be able to have that sustainability for the work that we do, but everything else is in flux.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You have me again.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. You can put on the veteran services. tab.
Welcome back.
So on the veteran services budget, it is a standalone fund. And our primary revenues for that are general fund support. You can see that stable 161,000 that we've been doing since 2023. I think we may have even done it in 2022. That is a dollar amount we cannot reduce unless we proportionally reduce budgets across the entire county. So general fund support remains at a stable level or increases. That's what ORA says. And then the intergovernmental revenue, that is funding from the Oregon Department of Veteran Affairs. It is based on the number of veterans in Crook County. So for the last couple of years, it's been around that 97,000 mark. This one includes some additional funding that I'll let Katie touch on, some additional grants. On the appropriation side, the 303,000 supports 2.9 FTE. We did increase a veteran service officer FTE and reduced an administrative assistant from 1.0 down to 0.8. So still almost full-time support there. We're doing an intentional fund balance spend down for 2026. You can kind of see that the fund balance has been growing. That has been due to vacancies, and we have enough need among our veterans. The demand on the veteran service officer has been high. And so we will have to figure out what happens in fiscal 27 with staffing, or it's either going to be more funding or lower expenses. But for this year, we have an intentional window to do some spend down. The state does not like seeing our fund balance grow. If they give us money, they want us to spend the money. So wanted to call that out. That's all you.
All right. I'm really excited to present the work of this office to you all. Jamie, if you click again. What you're seeing is over the past 3 years, so fiscal year 23, 24, and 25. The blue bars are number of claims that have been filed by our veteran service officers on behalf of veterans in Crook County. The dollar amount is reflected in that orange line, how much money has been brought into Crook County to Crook County veterans for the benefits that we help facilitate them applying for. We have new staffing in the Veteran Services Office that has been consistent. We've, like Jamie said, struggled with consistency in that space for a few years, and it's reflected in the numbers. But to see that one VSO has exponentially increased the number of claims filed, so far in fiscal year 25, 469 claims have been filed. We've had 720 office visits and 125 new awards. So the blue is new awards. So that doesn't even look at the administrative work of filing claims and researching eligibility for benefits that our veterans are entitled to, but 125 new awards this past fiscal year, awarding a little over $3 million coming into the community. And that is really a testament of Tom Evans, who's our current officer, and Mona Glade is our administrative support, and they've worked really hard to rebuild relationships with both our veterans and our partners. And as excellent as those numbers are, there's still additional need. There's also the need for this work doesn't include much outreach and going to veterans and promoting benefits that are available, because the need for claim filing is so large. So we're proposing an additional veteran service officer that would give us some capacity to be more present in the community and in spaces where veterans are. It's funny that they base our funding based on the number of veterans in each county, because there's really, you can't tell. They're depending on veterans self-identifying, and that doesn't always happen. So what we would like to do is, by having increased presence, demonstrate that there are more veterans here than the state realizes and more need. Currently, this past fiscal year, and these numbers don't tell the story because they're hustling to make up for it. If Tom is out, he's out this week for training with the Department of Veteran Affairs, no files are claimed this week, or no claims are filed this week. So they hustle to make up for that time. Mona takes messages and does what she can, but it's really tough only having one VSO because when it's on, we can't offer services. And if both of them are out, it was a rough flu season, the office closes. And so we've been pulling resources from the health department, and we'll cover answering phones. So that was feedback we heard loud and clear, is our veterans want to talk to a person on the phone. When they call, they want their messages returned. Honey. So we're working very, very hard to make that happen for our veterans and the services that this office offers. Part of the way that we're funding this additional position, Jamie mentioned we are intentionally spending down the fund balance. There's grant funding specifically for rural counties that we have passed up applying for, because I couldn't justify putting additional work on our limited staff, and that's what it would have been. We would have gotten a little more money, but I wouldn't have been able to free up our staff to actually do that work. Now with an additional person, it will offset the cost, and we would be able to do the additional work in the community. There's several slides of services that are offered through our office, and our VSO has to be proficient in all of them. And it is. So there's quite a bit of training that goes into getting a veteran service officer on their feet and able to file claims. It's not just for veterans specifically, it's for their families. We do burial benefits. Yeah, there's a lot of people that benefit from the work of this office.
Questions? All right,
If I can, I'll read, I had a veteran express their appreciation for the office. Has been my experience with Crook County Veteran Services has been one of professionalism, compassionate, caring service coupled with excellent knowledge of the system. For years, I was tentative in applying for my VA benefits due to hearing so many negative stories of the process. It was a true pleasure working with your office as the process was very pleasant and rewarding. Many thanks for your support and help along the way.
Yeah, I'd echo that. I've heard from quite a few people how much they like Tom and how he's really responsive and
They will also be coming in for a work session to present some additional details for the services.
Thank you. Good work.
Thanks, Katie.
It's a great, you're on the home stretch.
new blazers.
no, we didn't want to-
New blazers.
So, we can really do that.
As we meet.
And make it working on it.
How long?
Read to that, that's what I'm telling you.
We have one more, we have two more, we have, we have road department and community development, so we have two presentations to go. If you want, one just have been delivered, so you could start working on them while you listen. Or.
Let's just let road go.
I don't mind, you guys meet, listen.
Go ahead with the road.
Won't take you long.
Okay, all right. So real quick, Brad, I'll do an overview of your numbers. So the road fund, it is primarily funded by state gas tax. You can see that is a lower number than prior years. The other funding source that had been pretty stable for the road department was SRS dollars, Secure Rural Schools. Those have not yet been reauthorized, so.
I have an update. I just actually got a text
go for it.
over here. They're gonna put in the what's it called? The reconciliation. 3 years at 1.169. So.
But the reconciliation bill is very controversial, and as head of the senior head of the budget committee, Senator Merkley, I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's go ahead.
So that funding may,
The
the funding may not be there, so we have left it out for estimation purposes. It was a magnitude of like $750,000 to $800,000. So that is not a desirable hit for this fund. On a positive note, Brad, I can let you tell the good news, but it seems like maybe we're gonna see a better gas, like this was a trended out forecast on the 3.8, but it's possible based on your training last week that we will get more than that. So, anything would be fantastic, anything greater. On the appropriation side, the 2.5 million is for 19.2 FTE. That 0.2 is for extra help that's associated with our chip seal season. We bring in extra guys to help during those peak maintenance moments in the summer. Otherwise it's 19 full-time on the crew. And then the other notable thing I wanted to mention was in capital outlay, that 259,000 represents a lease for 4 dump trucks. Originally our forecast had us fully replacing cash outlay for 2 dump trucks in 26 and 2 in 27. And considering some of the revenue uncertainty, it seems like, and some of the changes in vehicles, getting 4, we need them now. We don't want to keep nickeling and diming ourselves with huge repair bills. And so we're just going to lease them 4 this year. I think we decided it was going to be a difference of maybe $35,000 over the course of 7 years. It seemed like better to get the right equipment in place sooner.
So if you got those dollars you may not get, would you pivot and purchase them or not? Is that?
No, I don't believe so. I think if we wait and do the staggered approach purchasing, I think we're gonna run into the emissions laws and stuff where there's gonna start costing $20,000 to $30,000 more each year, up to $50,000 for the emission protocols that they're requiring. So I think we're pricing ourselves out of being able to purchase them. So, and if we lease option them right now, we probably won't see them for 18 months or 20 months anyway, right now. It's a backlog, and they're around $20,000 more this year with the emission laws that this has hit this year.
So then the remainder is put in reserve for future expenditure. So there we go. It's all you, Brad.
Okay. Highlights this year, we contracted out 2 miles of overlay on Barton View. The deep base repair, chip seal, Reservoir Road, Willard Road, for about 11 3/4 miles. And these are all center line miles, they're not lane miles. In-house thin lift, Upper Davis from Juniper Canyon Road to Cayuse for 2 miles. That was an in-house project that we took on. And road embankment on Grindstone Road at the Harding Corrals, raised the road bed about 20 inches to mitigate water crossing and deterioration of our road. And then we'll continue working with the TSP that's been led by the community development. I'm sure Joe will be talking about that. And this equates to about 6% of our overall roads that we have in our inventory of what we did on maintenance over last year. 3% of our roads that are total, like our gravel roads and everything, was 3%. 6% of our paved roads was to maintain last year. That's not a very big percentage for what we spent on these roads. So just to kind of put that in perspective. Some of the challenges that we're facing is deferred maintenance, like catch up for the revenue streams dwindling. It's the price of doing business is costing, more and more every year, the oil prices and stuff. Our chip seal oils, for instance, is $70 more per ton this year. So I mean, it's huge. And with the grant opportunities on hold, the federal administration change, some of the flat grants that I was getting ready to apply for right now have been pushed back clear till October. So that probably won't be able to work until next year, maybe the year after. So I was planning on putting some grants out this year, and now it's all been pushed back till October for them. I'm looking for some other bigger projects, put it in place with grants, but that stuff's all kind of stalled out right now. I went to an AOC meeting last week and got kind of first on what's going on with legislation. So, and our aging equipment, we've had a very robust parts build this year for some of our equipment, because it's old, it's tired, and that's why we're needing to replace the dump truck. Some of our primary equipment to move the material where we needed to, and the parts availability for this older equipment has become really challenging, because you can't get parts, or you got to buy used parts or have it replaced. Our chip spreader right now is getting parts machined in Springfield due to the fact that we can't get a gear system for it, so it's getting manufactured from scratch because the gear system's old. So that's some of the stuff. Plan projects this year is the major project is chip sealing from Campbell Rap Road to Highway 380 on Juniper Canyon, and then do an upper lower Davis loop in a chip seal project, and that's our major plan this year. And then doing in-house paving project out on Butler Road, which is in Lone Pine, and then contracted overlay road on Puckett to kind of get some of the main travel areas of like Ochoco West and stuff kind of smoothed out a little bit. And then putting a robust crack seal contract out after July this year to get some of our roads brought back up to a decent PCI. So we're losing about two points a year in PCI.
Has your materials kind of stayed constant, or are they spiking?
They're not spiking right now. The oils went up a lot, but the materials themselves are kind of staying stabilized right now for now. So a lot of the commercial construction's kind of slowed down a little bit, like in Bend, where a lot of the contractors are going. So we're starting to get some good bidding competition with some of our contracts. But with the purchase of a couple of bigger corporations buying a lot of smaller stuff, it's gonna start becoming a problem of monopolizing the products.
I was talking to James yesterday at the pig show, and it kind of sounds like Taylor, Northwest and Knife River are pretty much taken over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they're buying pits out like crazy.
that's what he was telling me.
Right now, and then this is a small problem here. It's a huge problem over in the valley area because they are buying out so many contractors in big lump sums. But they bought out our two major, well, we had 3 hot plants in Central Oregon. Now we only have 2.
Yeah.
So we only have 2 to work from. One of them's here at Tri-County or Forte Pit, and the other one's at High Desert or Knife River. Knife River bought out High Desert, so we just have 2 pits.
We were kind of having a little conversation about that yesterday, so I was kind of surprised I didn't know all that.
Yeah, it's really, it's kind of sad, really.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the way business goes.
But a little bit.
Yeah, well, yeah, we were one of those guys at one time.
Yeah. Any question? You referred as a challenge is some deferred maintenance. Do you have an ongoing, I believe there is like a standard for rating the roads throughout the county? And is that, are you being able to maintain it, or is that part of the deferred maintenance and lowering quality of the roads? Well, I prefer, my personal opinion is 80 PCI or above. It's easier to maintain than 70, but our county standard is 70 PCI and we're sitting at 79. We lost two points last year due to the fact of just deferred maintenance. So, and that trend in 10 years will be down to like a 65. Yeah, so the worse it gets, the worse it gets. Yes. And once the roads go to a certain PCI, then they're not, you can't bring them back.
And on the forward 5-year revenue expenditure projection, which is the ending fund balance from larger and smaller, that's assuming the level of maintenance that you built in, that's not a thing. You're not improving for trying to more slowly degrade that number. That's fine. Got it.
I think it'd be helpful to see that number, over time. And how it's going and if it's going down. Okay.
Well, you're projecting it to go down.
Yeah, well,
We could add that.
I have a document projecting it to go down and it has gone down in the past. I mean, I have 10 to 15 years of books.
It's never
gone down.
83 down to 71.
But too much weather extremes, what nails you.
Yeah.
Heat and cold.
And traffic load. As we grow around here in the local community and we get more traffic loads and heavy loads and stuff driving on our rural country roads, it's beating them to death, So. Great. Any other questions? Great. Okay, thanks, bro.
Now, if we want to do that, I knew Brad had sat there for a long time. I wanted to give Brad credit. Ready for one? Yes.
Yeah, he's distributing.
John.
I've got all my.
Brad has sat there a long time. I'm sorry. No,
So interesting, go through this, all these lines of business. So they're important and. Well, everything in regard, yeah. Maybe an efficiency.
You guys ready for me to? We will just. Okay.
I wish just 2 more minutes and we'll.
2-minute breaks. Okay.
You've got no juice.
Now we're not muted. Okay, perfect. Community Development Fund. Wait, click. It's not, there we go. Okay. So Community Development Fund is primarily fee supported. So I know Will already mentioned the fee schedule changes in his budget message, but this is one of those departments that's almost entirely supported by those fees. On the appropriation side, we appropriate by division within community development, so building, electrical, code enforcement, on-site and planning. Each of those, the primary costs, with the exception of planning, I would say the primary costs are personnel. This building budget of 2.95 million, sorry, 2.095 million supports 11.61 positions. Code enforcement is 1.05, electrical 2.39, on-site 2.2, and planning 3.35. And that makes for a total of 20.6 FTE. That is down 4.1 from the prior year, primarily in building and electrical, just unfilled positions on the inspection side, as well as a permit tech.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Eisler. I am the Community Development Director. It's my first time doing one of these budget presentations as a department head, so it's nice to meet those of you I haven't got a chance to meet before. The other part of that is I was loosely hopeful they would withhold food from you guys until after I was done, so you guys might take it easy on me, but I'm gonna go over our highlights here real quickly from kind of 30,000 feet, as Jamie said. We are fee dependent, and our fees, our activity is dependent on kind of economic headwinds, which are a little bit outside of our control. And so, broadly speaking, the budget is an effort to sharpen our pencil, cut costs over while we can, and still keeping the staff we have happy and training them so they're ready to go when the economy picks up again. So on these highlights on building, we currently, she said we went down about a little bit over 4 FTEs this past year, and we're gonna try to keep it at that level. So we currently have 1 building official, 1 assistant building official, 6 inspectors, and 1 on-call inspector. All 7 of the building inspectors have all 4 residential certs, plus at least 1 commercial certification. On the planning side, we are at 1 senior planner, 1 associate planner, and 1 senior permit tech. So far for fiscal year 2025, we've received 272 land use applications through April. On-site, we just have the 1 coordinator, 1 sanitarian, and half a permit tech. So far for fiscal year 2025, we processed 181 on-site applications through April. On the compliance side, we just have the 1 compliance officer for the county. He's opened 69 compliance cases this fiscal year through April. On the operations side, 1 operations manager, 2.5 building permit techs, and 1 admins. Our challenges, as I mentioned, we are at the mercy of the broader economy. And so currently interest rates are high compared to how they've been lately. They're currently hovering around under 7% for a 30-year fixed. There's a lot going on in the economy with tariffs, and we're not sure how that's going to impact inflation or supply chain issues or development activity. We're trying to keep a close eye on that, but overall, we have had a sustained slowdown in development. And that's what our numbers forecast. We have seen a bit of an uptick in planning and building this year, which has been good. We hope that continues. One of our constant challenges is staffing, recruitment, and retention, like most departments here can have. You know, we can't pay what some of the neighboring jurisdictions can pay, and when we do need to hire, at the same time, everybody else needs to hire, right? Because the economy's picking up, everybody needs more staff, and so we'd be competing with them. At the same time, it does take a long time for the candidates that we're able to hire to get trained and certified, and so we're trying to do the best we can to keep the staff that we have, which is an amazing staff, to keep training them and getting them more efficient, better at their jobs, so they're ready to handle a greater workload when the time does come. And then, of course, regulatory changes. There were a ton of bills this year, and I'm trying to use land use to solve the housing crisis, and so keeping a close eye on that as well as all the changes that the LCD is making. Make sure our staff is informed and participating with what's coming down the road. So these are different services that our department provides on the building side. They administer and implement all applicable state of Oregon specialty codes, provide plan review services, and they provide inspection services throughout Crook County, including within the city limits of Prineville. On the planning side, we implement state law through the statutes, OERs, a comprehensive plan, and our local code by issuing land use decisions. We adopt code updates such as regular updates to conform to changing law. And we try to plan for growth through long-range planning, including a comprehensive plan, the transportation system plan update, which Brad mentioned before, which we are in the late stages of now. Our safety action plan update, which is just kind of kicking off, and then Title VII of the update, but there's a lot of code now. We're going to be taking a close look.
What is that?
There's subdivision code.
Title 17?
So our subdivisions code, so all of our land use code regulations are either in Title 17, which is subdivisions, or Title 18, which is general land use planning.
Okay.
Services for on-site, they regulate wastewater treatment systems. Try to keep this part brief as you guys are eating, so they also provide inspections, design review, permitting and inspections. Code compliance, they investigate code violation compliance to ensure compliance with land use, building, and on-site regulations. They process cases through the hearings officer where voluntary compliance is not achieved. And then operations, they serve as the initial contact and service provider to the public and coordinate with planning, building, and on-site to verify the accuracy of information provided to the public. That is the short and sweet overview. Are there any questions?
That was quick, John.
Like I said, I was trying to make sure you guys get your food in time, but.
I'd like to say, I have a little building project going on, not, it really is little, but, just, the contractor that I'm using is so happy with community development in Crook County relative to what they see in other counties in the area. Your turnaround time, responsiveness, all of that is great.
I really appreciate that. I can't take any of the credit yet. Like I said, I'm new to the department. But,
Just
staff is doing a great job on
You
that.
take any blame.
Yeah, I take the blame, not the credit yet. I've heard that pretty consistently, even like some really large projects, and it's great to hear the more sophisticated developers that have been around and kind of know what they're looking at and know what's being bad. Those are the ones that are giving us our highest praises. So, turnaround time is another thing that we pride ourselves on, and those are things we want to make sure that we keep that going moving forward, but I appreciate that comment very much.
I could dovetail that. I've had a similar experience in home projects, which is great services, but I had to have, I mean, building inspectors in 2 years from 13 to 4.7, permit technicians from 6 to 4, has the volume of activity decreased that profoundly in percentages? You say you're matching it to the service. Is it really that big of a swing?
So a lot of that is not just activity, a lot of that is just timing with the staff. There are a lot of retirements from older staff, and we just decided with where we are now that we can kind of maintain our level of service without refilling those rooms.
So you're confident that even though it's literally close to a third of permit technicians and 2/3 of previous permit levels, that you can maintain service with that?
If when things pick up substantially, we will have to.
Does that match with the revenue decline that you're seeing from post-contracted fees? Or is that, you're new,
Yeah.
you know?
Revenue decline, so we are, I think Will might have mentioned before, we're raising some of the rates on our fees, 5%, trying to offset that as much as we can. But staff is busy, I'm not gonna lie, staff is really busy, and they're still getting their training certs, but we're just trying to be lean to make sure that we're ready to go next future.
I think the other factor, there's a timing factor with your personnel too, so, or with the contracts, because people will pay for their permit, but may not have deliverables immediately. The deliverables are out several years. So we did a tail study, was it 2023, 2 years ago? Well, yeah, we did a tail study because we particularly wanted to know, based on the work still needing to be done on data center buildings, did we have enough staff and do we have enough money in the bank to continue to pay those staff even though all the permits have been prepaid? So sometimes that timing lag, you know, we kept people on as we had new things, those data center projects, like. There's not a new data center at the moment. As soon as things ramp up, then, you know. We may be on deck to request additional personnel authorization with commissioners associated with additional revenue. That makes, yeah.
So along those lines, is it good to wait until it's a problem, or should we start looking to add some people and start that process? Because everything I've heard from Randy and in the past is it takes a really long time to find the right person for those jobs.
You know, I'm leaning really hard on the wisdom of Randy and Katrina and the rest of our staff to make sure that we're on top of that. But yeah, there is a small new data center being built, and I want to point out that that was our first time to get compensated for our long range planning fee that Will put in place a while back, and that's been huge help. It's really cool part of what we do and the essential.
Any other questions?
Great.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
We get a 17-minute break?
Yeah.
All right.
break and ready to discuss the land. Right. So the landfill fund is primarily, the revenue source for this fund is fees, tipping fees, from users. It's an enterprise fund. On the appropriation side, the personnel of $1.11 million supports 9.5 FTE. This is a change from prior year. We increased 1 FTE for recycle tech and reduced the 0.5 seasonal operator. There's been some position restructuring in the current year. And so that has eliminated the need for the seasonal operator. And I can let Jackie get into that more. On the materials and services side, capital outlay, those are for equipment replacements and some site improvements and just the cost of doing business at the landfill. And I'll turn it over to you, Jackie.
Landfill highlights. Oh, sorry, I'm Jackie Davis, landfill manager. So some of our highlights for this year, we've been working hard on the solid waste management plan. It's kind of our roadmap for the next 10 years. So we finally have, we believe is the final draft, and we will be asking county commissioners and county managers to adopt that on Wednesday work session. So hopefully we'll be able to wrap that up. We successfully passed 4 quarters of SEM testing. That is our surface emissions monitoring. I kind of previously spoke in 23, Oregon passed more stringent laws on testing for methane emissions and also lowered the limit of what could be present at the landfill. So by passing those quarterly tests, that allows us to stay out of installing a methane collection system and monitoring equipment, which is very expensive. So done a good job there. So the highlight is also a challenge. In November, we got notice from Two Springs Ranch, who was our contracted septic company that would manage the tanks at the landfill, line it, and then they owned a ranch and they would land apply that material. They gave notice, they sold their ranch. So that came back to the county. So we worked really hard. John Eisler at the time was the assistant county council, so he worked hard with me, Susan helped. We were able to finally come up with a part-time agreement with the city of Pineville. Muck Septic, they are a septic company that is managing those tanks there at the landfill, and then they are trucking it down to the city of Pineville's treatment plants. So we have that agreement through June, and I believe they're going to be willing to extend that further going forward. So we're hopeful that that'll be pretty seamless. We were able to purchase a water truck that was on our budget for the year. That will replace our 1979 Mack water truck for fire and dust abatement. At the beginning of this year, our plan was to update the franchise agreement with Republic Services. Other items kind of took priority, but we worked really hard with Republic and Seth mostly hold them accountable to their services. We were having problems with missed pickups and their customer service line, the service that was being provided in Florida. So we've been doing our best to hold them accountable. We have meetings on that. So that is moving forward and looking good, but we haven't given up on the franchise agreement update. So we're still hopeful that here in the next few weeks, we will have a copy that we can present to them in the county and see if we can get that going. Recycling Modernization Act, that takes effect July 1st. It standardizes recycling across the state of Oregon. We have submitted our funding reimbursement request forms so that along the way we can ask for reimbursement on items that we spend towards that program. And then currently we're just working on building catwalks. We'll be purchasing more bins, possibly hiring that recycle tech. We don't really know what it looks like, but we're sitting in a pretty good place for July 1st. And then we also offered 3 free events to the public this year, Free Appliance Day, Free Yard Debris Day, and we were able to offer 1 household hazardous waste collection event this year. Challenges on the surface emissions testing, I believe it's Senate Bill 726. April of 2025, I believe that came up. But that mandates improved monitoring methods of methane emissions done by drones, satellites, or airplanes. Right now, we have our engineering firm goes along a walked path of 25 feet and with a sniffer essentially and walks that path. We feel, and our engineering firm feel, that that's the most efficient method. But issues in Coffin Butte, I don't know if any of you keep up with that, but that kind of spurred this new thought of testing with drones or satellites or whatnot. But the challenges with that is it's not standardized yet. We don't know what that looks like. And also the readily available equipment. There's only one company right now at the moment that can provide drone services. There's a company on the East Coast I've talked to about satellite services, and they finally are working with Lane County in Oregon. But they still have yet to get good information because of the cloud cover in that area. So I'm not sure how that's gonna look.
How do they identify the methane from the satellite?
Supposedly it bounces off the rays of light and goes back towards their equipment.
Filter is different than
Really?
other areas, than other chemicals or
what is it?
molecules rather.
What's the accuracy? Is it really
They can,
highly
you know,
accurate?
they can tell an Earth-like atmosphere on a planet circling a star 10 billion light years away.
They know
can
exactly
probably
what
figure
your
out.
cows are up to.
So if I have a cow on Snow Mountain and she's emitting,
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. I'll start charging.
I'm gonna go there and talk to them.
So that's kind of like, what if there's like a farm or a cattle operation near the landfill that
Well, we
with
better get some cowboys
extra
out there.
gassy cows and it walks over there? I mean, how can they blame that on the landfill from a satellite?
See how
Why are
quickly
we-
we devolved
why
this
are
potty
we
you.
blaming-
But the question here,
First, you're right on the beef industry right away. Go ahead.
Hey,
Jackie,
Megan,
let's
sorry.
get off this thing.
That being said, I am curious to see what Lane County
It's interesting.
actual walking the path versus what they get from a drone.
Yeah, that's
Satellite.
Interesting.
I'm keeping in touch with that guy to see what the difference is in their testing, because they don't really have oh, we're gonna be this much more accurate than the other method. They can't tell me that, so. We'll
There's a
keep
lot
an eye on
of
that.
in counties.
As part of our operations, we are mandated to have post-closure funds available and set aside. That is for final cover of whatever area is open and monitoring the landfill going forward for several years. So at the moment, there's a portion of our C&D landfill, our construction and demolition landfill, that we have not utilized and is almost there to be covered. So we have one more lift. It's about an 8-foot lift on that one section of that cell. It's not the whole cell, it's just the one section. So I've talked to the DEQ rep. We're hopeful that we can get up top there, make the other lift, final cover it, and that will come off of our financial assurance, because we are looking at opening a new cell. Probably start planning that in 2027. Hopefully come online in 29 if things remain the same. So if we can get those costs down now, that'll help for future. The challenge with that though is that cell was built to a 3-to-1 exterior slope. And now landfills are calling for a 4-to-1. So we are hopeful that they'll kind of grandfather that in. If not, we have a lot of work to do. So waiting to hear back from the DEQ rep to see if they'll accept that 3-to-1 or if we've got to move some garbage. And then it's always a trouble keeping costs low to the public. We're not there to profit big dollars off of the community. We're there just to provide a service and keep things moving. So That being said,
It's your paragraph, I just found it. It's your same paragraph, I just. added
oh,
some.
you're good, I was just like, oh, it looks different.
Sorry.
We are an enterprise fund. Funded mainly through tipping fees, like we said before, and we adjust annually, accordingly to cover costs. Keeping costs low to the public is difficult as the state mandates new programs going forward. We've had this greenhouse gas, and then if they do the further monitoring and testing, we have the RMA, the Recycling Modernization Act coming on board. Mattress recycling is currently going on, however, we are not a participant of that program at the moment. Our legal team felt that the contract and agreement wasn't up to par, so at the moment, we're not participating in that. Then we have other programs coming. We have carpet recycling, clothing and textile recycling. And all of these programs put the cart before the horse, essentially, saying you're gonna do this program, and then they make the rules behind it, and then they also say, oh, you're gonna be funded. And then we're already seeing that this program that was supposed to be funded for the recycling is not gonna be fully funded. We got a cost for glass, and I spent $10 a ton more than what they're willing to give us, so it is gonna cost more money. You have to hire more staff, you have to hire more equipment. So keeping the cost low is very difficult with all these newly implemented programs. Question?
Do you, does your landfill, is it receiving, garbage or whatever transferred from Deschutes County, and how is, or any impact of their failure to be able to take care of their future, create an opportunity?
So at the moment, we don't receive any transferred garbage from other counties, other than residential customers, you know, Ma and Pa can come to our facility at any time. I work very closely with Deschutes County. From what I understand is if they can't site their landfill, they're more than willing to truck it. So I don't really see them approaching Crook County to take that waste. There was a plan to do so, I think at the last yearly budget meeting, but they wanted to pay the same rate as Prineville disposal. Which doesn't make sense when they're creating waste from out of county to get that same rate as your local franchise hauler. And I think everybody agreed that that wasn't.
Yeah, I thought there was when they really thought they were going to be successful with that new site, that they were gonna bring Negus material over.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yes.
So far, that seems to be off the table, and if they don't cite their landfill, they're gonna, truck it. And then they're gonna focus on their C&D MRF, their construction recycling MRF, and then their, recycling MRF for the RMA, which will be great for this side of the mountain, because we don't have a MRF that anybody can utilize. We're all gonna be trucking Portland, so to have something here in Central Oregon will actually be a great asset, so.
Back to this SEM testing thing, you know, you spent a lot of time in fear on that last year, a lot more than this. And you suggested we passed 4 consecutive quarters. I'm curious, what is the threshold of failure that the state would mandate? That's the first question, and then I know you avoided answering the question, or put it off about what the minimum cost would be if you did fail that over whatever the threshold that the state requires was.
So testing limits is 200 parts per million, and once you get over, I believe 100, then you're required to do 30-day remediation.
Is that like fail once?
Yeah, you if you don't pass on the initial test, then you have a 30-day remediation period. Where there's several things we can try to do to minimize the emissions in that area, they'll flag it. And then if we fail on that 30 day, then we're locked into having to install that collection system. I still don't have a great number, fund wise. We even looked at that during the solid waste management plan, update. But what I was given, Deschutes County, when they did their plan, they had an RFP that went out that allowed companies to bid on that program, where they would pay to install the equipment and monitoring equipment, and then they would collect the greenhouse gas credits from that program, which some companies are required to do that, so it looks good to them. Friday afternoon, and forgive me, I haven't had time to open it, but it looks like there's a grant that popped up that allows for facilities who are not yet mandated to install the collection system to be able to utilize some funds for a collection system. If you're already mandated, then it doesn't apply to you, but so right now we're not mandated because we haven't failed. So that's something that might be.
So is the number like 7 figures or, I mean,
Yeah,
8 figures?
I'm holding to the 7 figures.
I just, it's a wild card that as the
It
county
is.
grows, it continues to fill in, most likely will occur at some point.
Yeah.
That'd be fair to assume, and
Yeah,
so it's nothing I noticed in the forward budgeting that, nor is it something that would be collected at least in the intermediate term. by
It is in the
users.
forecast.
It is.
Forecast at about.
Yeah, it's 2 million for the flare and,
Okay.
we have a large equipment
That
replacement.
is the number that you put on.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a-
Didn't Jeff say it was gonna be $1 million, but that was like 5 years ago?
It was $1 million and it was a long time ago. It's related to, Wasco County that put one in and they. Around the 5 million.
Oh, really?
Cost continues to go up. Deschutes County just had to put in, they were an open flare, but with the change of their emissions level, they had to switch to a closed flare. And I can't remember, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars just to switch out the flare, and they already have the collection system, so.
Is that the 27 forecast that I'm looking at that year?
Yeah, that.
And what I note there is it's offset by projected revenues, but I'm assuming that this is not a county population.
No,
So we're not gonna drive in pay for fees, so where would those revenues come
Debt
from? Not
finances.
debt financing,
Was the anticipated revenue.
it would be debt financing?
because it would be like a 20-year, like it, because it's not just like a.
Would that count against the county general obligation debt cap limit?
I think we were thinking it was just
The
a
bond.
note payable, not a bond,
Okay.
because the landfill makes like plenty, sorry, it does, they make plenty of revenue to be able to cover the cost of interest. So they can repay the debt through their tipping fees.
So over the 20-year or whatever time period, subsequent, the tipping fees would increase to cover the interest and the eventual debt repayment of that bond, of that note. Got it. Okay.
And this will work in 2 different parts. The first part, once you fail, is go out, do RFP, do a plan for the implementation. That's one part. So like, it's budgeted for this year. We just move it forward as we don't need it. But that's something that I can pay for up front. Is the initial plan. It would be the equipment and the installation that I could not afford off that.
And hopefully get a very big grant.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if this grant is positive, would you just move forward?
yeah.
You would just go ahead. wouldn't
Well, it was something I'd have to bring to you guys.
you? Sure,
Because my engineering firm feels that that's not a good idea.
really.
They said, then it throws me into some different testing limits and then that raises that cost. And so
So there's a positive and a
Yeah.
negative with that. Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
it's like if the funds are available, that looks good, you better do it. But I had a meeting with them and then they said, that just throws you into
A different
a
bracket.
different bracket with testing.
So you apply for the
Rules
grant
change.
really quick after your first fail, right?
There you go.
Okay.
You get the cash and hold it, right?
Yeah.
10 years.
10 years.
Always a catch.
Any other questions?
Just one quick one. Your average daily cost has went up almost 50%, or you're projecting it going up almost 50% to $8,415. Is that driven by the recycle initiatives? What's driving your average daily cost up so high?
I mean, so you have a large, so you see materials and services are increasing dramatically. So there's been some out of the ordinary, like contracted services, other things that have to be invested in the immediate. Jackie already mentioned, we do have budget in here for her to pay for the engineering for the flare system. And so it's just by nature, we take the number of days they're open divided. The number for that is you take the number of days they're open divided by the overall cost. That's where we're getting the average daily cost. So plus if you look at the previous years, again, you're looking at actuals. So there have been vacancies and other things, or if the engineering doesn't happen this year, if it gets pushed off a year. So that further skews like what happened in the past versus what's being projected. This has the full capacity to be fully staffed and do all those plans.
Could be.
Yes. It's not that we're hoping to spend that much. We're just hoping not to spend more than that.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I try to remain as frugal as possible. They make fun of me. I'm like, you're leaving the room, turn the light off, like, I'm like, mom up there, but I do try to be frugal. If I don't need that RMA position for the recycling tech, I will not fill it. I just don't know what that looks like, how much volume we're gonna get. We will be trucking waste in and out. It might be that I need a driver. I really don't know what that looks like, so that's why it's budgeted. Was supposed to be able to be reimbursed, but like I said, even now as things are moving forward and we're getting closer, we're finding out it's not gonna be 100%, and it's not gonna be probably in the same year, so there's just some other things, but we just we have to budget for all these things, and if they don't happen, then they fall off.
And like to take the conservative approach, you can see there's no intergovernmental revenue for landfill, so we're not planning on them reimbursing us. We hope they will, but it's not built in. If we get it, fantastic, it'll help the fund.
Thank you.
So while Kelly makes his way up here, I'll do a quick rundown on our airport fund. This is an enterprise fund. Primary revenues, well, for our large projects, the $50 are FAA and state grants that help fund some of the capital improvements to the runway and T hangars. Our primary revenue is lease revenue from T hangars. So that is that charges for services, those are lease revenues. And then on the appropriation side, this budget includes the 636,000 and the $1 million for capital outlay. Those are sort of blended. There is a portion of it that's just airport operation and maintenance. But then there's also a good amount of portion of materials and services that is specifically for those projects. We have Precision Approach Engineering is our you call them a project manager for those big construction projects. So their costs are budgeted in materials and services for the professional design and other work they do. And then the capital outlay corresponds with those almost completely funded runway and T hangar projects. It's not 100%, but it's awfully close. On the debt service side, those cover the Helibase and Les Schwab hangar. And then the rest goes contingent. I can take it from there, Ellie.
First of all, I want to thank Jamie and Christina for helping me out this year. They carried me through up to this point. So anyway, so highlights. Under the highlights, you see most of these items are the things that we talked about last year. So we're still working off of a business plan that was put together a couple of years ago. And so we have, I think, 3 more years left on that plan. So what we've implemented and what we're already seeing results on is the new ground lease documents and policy, which was done a little over a year ago. That was complete. So we're seeing additional ground rent from existing tenants as leases renew and such that the new program kicks in and the increases are there. Capturing increased ground rent from new tenants. Obviously, if a hangar is sold, some of the new comes in, they fall into that new program. Then continue to encourage private and business development. So anybody new coming in and building a hangar, something like that falls underneath the new program. Capital improvements. Those two projects that I have here, revenue generating aircraft storage hangars, which is the project we talked about last year. We are just about to submit for permits on that project. That project should be done looking probably around the 1st of September. Hopefully we can fill it up fast and that'll be revenue generating. And the FAA funded runway reconstruction project, we started last fall. We've been on pause throughout the winter and that's ready to kick off next week actually. And that'll, as Brian, May 18th to June 18th is the construction period for that. So we're gonna hit it really hard. So yeah, that's what we got there. So challenges, just quick notes, you know, we get to these projects and in the meantime, I'm also working on some planning for the future and how we're designing and laying out the airport. We've had quite a few inquiries from some manufacturing, other maintenance businesses, things that would call for newer and bigger hangars. And so they're making the right decisions for future opportunities. A lot of these plans we have to lay out well in advance and get FAA approval and such. So we're kind of working through a lot of those right now. And of course, generating insufficient funds for self-sustainability. And what the airport provides, is to sustain a safe and welcoming facility for all air travel, arriving and departing Crook County and Prineville. There's a lot of training that goes on in our airport, not only at the airport, but other, you know, from Bend and Redmond and other areas. A lot of people come to our airport and do training. And of course, emergency services such as fire. We have the Forest Service there. Then we have contract with the Oregon Department of Forestry, runs tankers out of the airport during the summer. We also have quite a few other, I guess, independent contractors, helicopters and things that come in and base in Prineville during hot seasons. And then of course we have aircraft fuel. We have a new fuel farm that we put in a number of years ago. So we have plenty of capacity. That's in terrific shape there. And aircraft maintenance, we have 3 facilities right now providing aircraft maintenance and avionics on the field. So that's pretty good for a small airport. I think that was it. So questions?
Yeah, back a couple, 3 slides, you were talking about private hangar, private construction. And
Continue to encourage
Yeah,
private
continue.
business development.
So can you characterize, I'm curious, what private development has occurred in the last 3 years, say? I mean,
So we, 1, 2, 3. We've private,
like new private hangars?
yeah, we've done, I think it'll say 2 years has probably been 4, some between 4 and 5 new hangars.
Yeah.
Some are quite large, so we're looking at, you know, just off the cuff, 20,000 plus square feet building space.
And what kind of revenue do you get off of them?
So they build the building on the airport property. So let's say on an average hangar underneath the new program, they would lease say 7,000 to 8,000 square feet of property at 32 cents a square foot. Where it comes out to be, you know, a few $1,000s a year per space. Right now, we're a little overwhelmed. Private, I would say 40, we have some 40 some odd spots. Of course, varying in size, some larger, some smaller. Probably more than that. I think we're probably closer to 50 leases right now
Out of the private side alone.
on the private side alone.
And do you have any in the works right now? You say you have to have FAA approval and all that.
Yeah, so we have an area that's already approved for private hangar development, and so we're just kind of clicking off those spots that are available. When I talk about development, there's also the commercial side of it. So operating a business out there, we really don't want those same people in the private portion, so we're trying to develop an area for that. North of the airport where the Forest Service facility is, there's an area we already have approved, small area. For something bigger, we have a composite company that's been talking to me for a couple years now. You know, so there's a fairly large building, we can't, so that's pretty big, so we need to find a good spot for them, so we're trying to figure out, let's say for them, or whatever opportunity comes forward, that we're set with infrastructure and be able to plug them easily.
So just generally speaking, and I'll quit for any point, what percentage of lease revenue comes from private facilities versus airport owned ones that you're leasing? I mean, is it like
Very high percentage,
Yeah.
87%. That's very high, yeah.
So that's the growth. I mean, obviously you're building these 10 hangars and stuff, but really the growth driver is new private business coming.
What is leasing land?
Leasing land.
Is leasing land. Now, we're hoping with these, you know, we've purchased in the past few years, the old Letwab hangars that are up there. So the airport purchased those. We purchased a maintenance hangar in the last year. We're building the T hangars, T hangar row, which is a 10 unit. So, you know, we're starting to gather some things for ourselves, you know, to create revenue other than this relying completely on land leases.
So all those what? 12 hangars are they leased out now? Or
They're leased out.
Yeah, they're fully, that's what I thought.
All right. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Kelly.
Both Thomas is headed up, do a quick rundown on the weed control fund. This is an enterprise fund. And the largest revenue source is charges for spraying for the contracts that Thomas has. Notably, you can see revenue is projected to be down in 2026. There is a federal contract that, at least at the time of printing, when we were putting this together, had not been renewed and didn't look like it was going to for 2026. But hopefully that's a single year blip, and we have high expectations of it returning in fiscal 27. I hope, maybe, who knows? And then as far as the expense appropriation goes, this personnel budget supports 1 FTE, and the largest cost of materials and services is the chemical itself. The 19,000 for capital outlay is for equipment or vehicle replacement. It's a 4-wheeler this year. And then the rest goes to contingency. So it's that equipment replacement is next year, and then we don't have any planned immediately. So hopefully it's a down revenue and an up expense for a single year, and it'll look different next year.
By the way, you guys picked a great day to do this. Look at the weather outside. Not spraying today. Anyways, obviously I'm enterprise funded. The goal is to recover all costs to continue program operations. And the partnership with finance has been going really well, I think. Appreciate you guys. I think it's been working great so far. No reason to change that. As you kind of know, the program that I have is not taxpayer funded program. So the outreach that I have with landowners, the education, all these things is a service that's provided to all citizens of the county, and they don't have to pay for it, which is really cool. I love that about this program. It's a nice benefit that I have. Still working on the strategic plan.
For future revenue, one thing I wanted to talk about was the airport. Kelly and I had talked, and so Floyd is gonna spray the airport this year, and then I will take that on. So that will be, some additional revenue. It'll be at cost, but, much like with the fairgrounds or landfill, similar service. And then another one that I'm working on is Prineville Reservoir State Park. So with my previous contract at Bureau of Reclamation, that was one area that I had treated. And that contract was terminated this March. So there's a big hole in my budget going forward to kind of fill that. It's, you know, almost $60,000 a year. It's a pretty substantial chunk of change. And so I've been working with Parks. We're working on a contract, essentially a short, I wouldn't call it an agreement, it's more of an actual contract for about $10,000 to $14,000 this year, with the idea that at some point BOR will open up their procurement and their grants so we can go back into working with BOR like we had done before. They appreciate my service. Parks is a great partner, just like BOR was. So I'd like to keep that working relationship. It's been mutually beneficial. Another one I didn't want to add on here for 26 is ODOT. They're not a strong revenue source, but they're a reliable partner. And I've been talking with the Brothers District about doing roadside residuals out there. That's something that Crook County used to do years and years ago, was working with ODOT. That is a contract that Deschutes County has, but Deschutes County has slowly been stepping away from a lot of their ODOT work. So if there's a niche and I can maybe generate some revenue, then I will try to go, you know, take that avenue. So that's in the works. The road department, as you're probably aware, is redoing their agreement. I don't know if you're aware, but they're working on a new MOU and agreement that provides beyond emergency services. One of those things we're gonna add in is weed control. Then we don't have to come up with a whole new MOU and agreement for my department and go through all the same loops. I can just piggyback off the road department, and ideally it will work out for everybody. But I didn't put it up there because I wasn't, you know, that is a process that's just started. I don't feel confident that it'll be any revenue for 26. Potentially maybe in 27. Challenges, yeah, you guys are all aware, lack of communication on the federal level right now with grants. There's a lot of funding that's up in the nebulous, but it's slowly trickling out. They're not letting it go right now. The good news is I still have my agreements with the forest. You know, I still have Bonneville. I don't foresee any issues. Just some of those funds are tied up with other things, and that's at a whole different level. But the good thing is we're still gonna be able to get the work done. Payment might be slower than usual. And yeah, as I kind of outlined, you know, the taxpayers aren't obligated for a lot of the services that this department provides, which again is pretty cool. And even my work that is on like rights of way, riparian areas, public land, private properties, all of these things are, a lot of this stuff is what the general public is using. You know, you think about the forest, how many people got to roach this? Just about everybody. You know, it's a net benefit to this county. I see it. Bonneville, that's another one. You know, those lines cut through all of our county. And there are folks out there with noxious weed issues that wouldn't normally afford or be able to take care of those, but because of it being an easement on Bonneville, they're getting that service covered. Bonneville's paying for me to spray their weeds, essentially.
And then the other thing, as you guys know, is just general landowner outreach. And that includes the city of Prineville. I'd say about half of my calls, maybe 40%, are actually residents of the city, not county.
What would it take to get junipers listed as a noxious weed?
A lot of Tordon. Yeah, one at a time.
Yes, so next time we're gonna have to be burning and getting ready to get on board.
So with all the acres that burnt last year in Ochoco National Forest as an example, that is all Crook County, or majority of it's Crook County, right? I kind of expected to see some dollars somewhere appropriated for noxious weed control after a fire. Is that not something that we should expect to see hit our budget?
There is, right now, the only money that's trickled down is actually in the Mallory's. The Mallory's got hammered and that funding has just been released. So I'll probably start working up there in the next 2-3 weeks. You know, timing is critical. A big push on their funding too isn't just weed control, but it's actually reseeding, which is a service I provide. So typically it's just been running dozer lines and running the hopper on the front and spray tank on the back. So yeah, there is funding there. It's just a matter of hurry up away.
How does that affect your budget though?
Typically, the way it works is I do the work because the weeds aren't gonna wait. And then you invoice when you can. So I deal a lot with the procurement folks over in Albuquerque and you know, is this funding been released? But the work needs to occur now, as you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those situations where you just kind of get it done. And then when you can invoice, you do.
Chase the dollars later.
Yep.
It's been put into a category exclusion, so it doesn't have to go through a NEPA process and all of that. So he's doing the Wiley Flat hazardous material stuff. And then they're gonna release for Crazy Creek and for Rail Ridge. So he's starting on Wiley Flats, what he's starting on.
Yeah.
It's a process, but what they're trying to avoid is the environmentalists coming in and putting a pound on it. Because they're trying to be able to get rid of the hazardous material and reseed and do this so that people can go back in and use the forest, basically. They're trying to use common sense, which doesn't always apply, basically.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Thomas?
essentially.
Kind of, that's how that it works.
Boots on the ground as soon as
Yes.
possible.
Yes.
And that ES&R funding is cool because it's not attached to a lot of the traditional revenue that I receive. It's emergencies, restabilization money. So those dollars have a lot less strings attached. And that's why I'll be starting in the Mallory's first, because that's where they had the most ES&R money.
Gotcha.
And then we'll know.
Seems like a lot of work for one person.
Yeah, but you know, I enjoy it.
Probably very peaceful.
It can be, yeah.
Audible, you listen to a lot of Audible?
No, I listen to a lot of Polaris 1000.
Any other questions?
All right, well, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you, Thomas.
Absolutely.
You keep fighting weeds.
Oh, you know it.
Are you saving it? Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a-
Okay, I'll get it.
That concludes our department presentations. We do have a few more, like the smaller budgets and some of our other funds. But before we get into that, we do have a break scheduled a little bit later. Does anybody want to break immediately? I know we just had lunch. Do we need a break or just get into the small budgets?
Go.
Okay,
Go on.
we're gonna fly like the wind. Okay. The clerk's special revenue fund. So this accounts for the special account activity as established by state statute that our county clerk has to live by. So that revenue that comes in, there's certain portions ORS says that has to be set aside for certain purposes. Her purposes are notary, recording, and archive. For, it might be equipment replacement, it might be certain archive functions, whatever it is, it's very dedicated purposes, and, so that restricts the funds. So what we do is we collect it, the archive, that 67,000 there covers both archive work that she might have going, as well as 18% of some people's time in her office who specifically are spent doing archiving. And then we went ahead and appropriate full fund balances for her because they are so locked down into how they can be used. If her need arises, she has to replace a piece of equipment. We don't want that caught up in contingency, waiting for her to be able to replace it until we appropriate it. We went ahead and just appropriated all of it so she can do what she needs to if the need happens. Oh, do we want to save all the questions on these funds for the end, or do we want just, if you have questions, ask them as they arise? We have about 8 of them.
As they arise, I think.
Okay.
I can't track.
Okay,
anything
do you have questions about this one? Okay,
Pretty straightforward.
it is. All right, well,
All right, community college education center funds. This fund accounts for, dollars set aside as required in the joint ownership building agreement in Crook County and COCC. You can see the numbers there. There is an increase in revenue from 50 to 60, so, that increase reflects a need to increase, money we are setting aside for maintenance, and equipment replacement. And, so there's that small change this year. The full amount has been appropriated, so we are ready to go if necessary, with some of those expenses.
The only thing I'd add is, I think next year they're looking for another 10,000.
Yeah.
And then that'll be it, just because of the age of the building and the costs of all the internal wirings and computers and furniture and floors and.
by next year, do you mean 27, fiscal 27 or fiscal 26?
27.
Okay, so we would expect it to be 70 next year, is what you're saying,
Yes.
from each entity?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Any questions on this one?
All right, so jumping right into our risk management fund, this was a new fund in 2024, and it was designed to help us mitigate some of the financial risks that the county faces, especially with moving to a different type of deductible for our insurance. Receive some pretty significant savings on our premium. However, it did raise our deductible up a little bit more. So it was determined to put this fund together and to cover those risks, as well as workers' comp deductibles as well. So appropriations for this fund in 2026 will be a transfer from the capital asset reserve of 192,000. The miscellaneous dollars are just anticipated interest on those funds sitting in this fund. We have appropriated $175,000 for anticipated. It's not anticipated, but on the off chance, we do have a full insurance deductible payment of 125,000 plus some additional funds for any workers' comp deductibles that we may need. We've decided to have a balance of $200,000 to be held in contingency for this fund. In the past, this was more of an internal service fund, which is why you'll see internal service revenue coming into that fund. And it was determined this year not to fund it with additional internal service, just to pull it out of the capital asset reserve.
And actually, so part of that too would be if a specific department has a huge insurance claim, risk management will pay for it when it happens, and then we will use internal service to recover the cost of it in the future. Rather than a department suddenly, if they had to pay out $50,000 and they don't have it, risk management will float it and then we'll work it into the plan in the future. That was the other piece of that internal service.
Have you saved money doing this?
We did. We saved a considerable dollar amount on our insurance or our insurance premiums. And that was around $100,000 a year.
little more self-insuring.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's called an aggregate deductible, I believe, is what we moved to.
Any questions?
They're not in the.
Sorry, they're not in the same order.
I just appreciate page numbers this
I
year.
do too, that's very, I do want to say the page numbers are great.
It's all Jamie.
We did it last year too, but it doesn't always time out.
So Title III funds are the Title III portion of the Secure Rural Schools dollars. And so we're, as we mentioned earlier, Secure Rural Schools did not get reauthorized, crossing our fingers that it does. However, the Title III fund accounts for the Title III portion of those dollars that are pretty heavily restricted. There was what you call new Title III and old Title III. And we will spend all of the old Title III dollars that were less restricted this fiscal year 25. And then the remaining dollars are new dollars. So the two projects that are being, well, there's three projects that are being funded in 2025 and 26. One is a new pickup for search and rescue. Another one is a mobile incident command center for the sheriff's office. And then we have as part of the Firewise community weed control, some of Thomas's budget is paid for with Title III dollars as well. So I don't think I have anything else to say on that one, but happy to answer questions. We do see it getting spent to zero next year. That's partially because without the reauthorization, it does have spending time requirements. So any projects have to be started by September of 2025. And then the funds are totally spent by 2026.
Okay, questions? Yeah. The thundering silence. It's great, tourism. You, that's still you, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I had it backwards on the schedule. I thought lottery was first. All right. So tourism fund accounts for the discretionary portion of our transient room tax that the county collects on short-term rentals outside of city limits. So this is 3.5% of the county's TRT that's received into this fund. And the $50,000 of appropriation provides for fireworks and then any other type of tourism related projects that the commissioners want to approve use for these funds. At this point, we don't really have any other projects. The fairgrounds is pretty nominal, $2,500, but we wanted to include some type of appropriation to give them the flexibility to be able to spend those funds on qualifying projects. The rest of it will sit in contingency. All right. Video lottery. These are funds that we received from Oregon's video lottery. We are estimating receipts about $275,000 for fiscal year 26, which we estimated using trends historically. These appropriations are $150,000 to the fairgrounds, and then $95,000 for groups and projects that promote economic development within Central Oregon, such as EDCO and the Chamber of Commerce. The remaining funds are transferred to the Community College Education Center Fund to make up that $60,000 of our contribution for fiscal year 2026. And then we have contingency that's budgeted to address revenue shortfalls or one-time funding requests across the county.
Again, 75 goes to everyone in the chamber. Is that what you just said? I'm not. 95.
So quick correction, when I was talking about the fairgrounds budget, I said they got additional TRT. I meant they get lottery. I grabbed the wrong source there, so the transfers into fairgrounds, partially from general fund, partially from video lottery.
And he also mentioned this sounds like it could go up in future.
It could, so it is directly related to the dollars that come into the video lottery in Oregon under that lottery, so it could increase in the future.
It's trending.
Fair.
But I think what he's talking about is the bill that would increase the percentage.
Yeah.
That would
Of video, the video,
Video
lottery, that would
lottery
definitely.
that goes straight to the fairgrounds. So there's two different kind of.
Oh, so it wouldn't even hit this fund.
Correct.
No, it would
go
be directly towards the fairgrounds. I think we'll have a better idea on Thursday.
Gotcha.
And this fund is mandated by the state.
Is this the one that splits that correct?
This is mandated by the state, so this has nothing, this is not like our transient taxes that we talked about the other day, you and I.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? I'm sorry. No, okay. Attorney school funds. Yeah, there's-
I do. The Crook County School Fund accounts for the payments that we pass through for our help dollars that are federal funds, and then also the federal timber funds or SRS dollars, depending upon which allocation you receive that year. And these are to be used at the school district for K through 12 education. So when we receive federal timber receipts, 25% of that revenue is required to be passed through to the school district. When we receive Title I dollars under SRS, which is the rural schools, and we also receive Title III under, 25% of those Title I dollars are also required to be allocated to them. So since these funds are immediately passed through to the school district, there's just that special payment that's been appropriated to pass those dollars straight through.
Is there any administrative fees on this at all?
Not that the county receives.
So unlike the road fund, we made an intentional decision to hope for the best and hope that we'll receive the SRS. And we went ahead and just said, we'll put in a placeholder for it. The capacity is there. If we receive it, we can pass it straight through. Whereas the road fund had what they need to operate. They have a huge amount in reserve. They weren't dependent on our receiving those funds to be able to appropriate what they needed to operate. Whereas this fund, because it's standalone, would be completely dependent on our ability to pass it through if we received it. So we made a different choice for putting the capacity here.
So no matter what happens, it's just a pass through.
Correct.
It won't impact.
It's basically just holding account.
Right, so if we don't receive it,
The dollar, the
There's
school
nothing.
district doesn't get the dollar.
correct.
And their budget gets whonked out, cause you're telling them they're gonna get it.
We,
Isn't that a whole different methodology to accounting though? I mean, we're applying a different methodology to the road versus school.
The school's aware of it because Joel was sitting there with Merkley when I said.
I know they're aware of it, but we're using a different accounting methodology. You're using.
there's a different budgeting methodology.
Yeah,
Well, that's
behind
what-
it.
Yes, but the school district doesn't have their budget based on this budget. So
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. You can, they are very different based on.
Right, well, that's why I called it out. We did a different,
So for example, for this year, we did only receive $50,000 of timber receipts. So instead of the full SRS dollars, they'll receive their count of those timber receipts, which will be passed through rather than full SRS. So this is less conservative, but because this doesn't have much of an effect on real budgets, it's just dollars that pass through, there's no obligation. And so budgeting this way for us to, if with those dollars don't come in, we don't have to chunk it from the
I
general.
was working with another nonprofit and they were using LIFO for half their budget and FIFO for the other half, and it freaks me out when I keep two different.
Yeah, and it's understandable.
that's why I called it out. Yeah. The other piece of it would be if we didn't put the capacity here and we received the funds, we would have to hold them until we were able to advertise a supplemental budget to increase the amount of resource because we received it, then to be able to pass it through. By putting the capacity here,
It just.
we can just immediately flow it through. They don't have any delay from us for the process.
Worst case is you get more than 400,000.
If we got more than we would need to in our supplemental budget.
But also doing something.
I would make a good argument for your administration.
I was just gonna say, the way we're doing it currently reduces and minimizes the administrative costs.
Any other questions with this one? Special Transportation Fund. This accounts for the federal and state special transportation programs. We received special funding specifically for that. And then the county contracts with the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council to perform those services. So it could be like transportation for seniors, transportation between cities. I think there's even a special category for how much transportation is specifically for like students and other things like that. So historically, coming off of COVID, they had a lot of trouble spending the dollars. Couldn't find drivers, couldn't find the buses or whatever, so we've continued to get money from the state. And it's just been sort of held in this fund until we can spend it. There wasn't any spending in 2024. If there was, they didn't bill us for it until 2025. So we have activity happening in the current year. We have their plan for how they plan to spend it on approved projects moving forward. They presented that plan to our commissioners at a work session. And so that is what we've put on paper. So the largest resource is the carryover from prior years because it hasn't been spent yet, but it is designated for this purpose. Any questions on this one? All right.
Alrighty, surveyor bonds. This fund accounts for activity associated with maintaining the county's public land and surveying documentation. A portion of fees collected for every recorded document with the county clerk goes to this fund, as does a portion of fees received by the surveyor for surveys submitted by registered land surveyors. As such, this fund and the revenue generated are directly impacted by real estate activity within the county. As far as numbers go, very similar to fiscal year 25. There's $83,000 for materials and services. And then $180,000 is put into contingency. Expenditures include surveying activity paid to Kelso Land Surveying LLC, owned by County Surveyor Greg Kelso via contract. Crook County also has a lease agreement with Kelso Land Surveying, the space used for storing surveying records.
Does that come out of this?
That's how I read this.
All the activity for the surveyor.
I thought it was a separate fund just for the quarters,
For the-
for his corner research.
No, we have separate accounts for those. And I send them a monthly report, but it's all in this.
All in the same.
Yeah.
Any questions about this one?
Okay, Taylor Grazing. The Taylor Grazing Fund tracks revenue received from grazing fees collected by the Bureau of Land Management within the Crooked Valley Grazing District here in Crook County. For statute, the county maintains a separate fund and appoints a grazing advisory board to make recommendations for use of these funds. Annual revenue is relatively modest. And again, if you look at the numbers, pretty similar to what was budgeted in 25. There will be, as far as appropriations go, the Board of Commissioners, acting on a recommendation from the advisory board, authorizes the expenditure of funds for qualified projects. It does not look like we had much in terms of qualified projects for fiscal year 25. So accordingly, we've got $50,000 set aside for materials and services for total appropriation of $50,000. Any questions on that?
Susie, do you think they'll be using any of it for all that BLM things that burned out, or is that all for us?
Well, at a cost of 20,000 a mile, they're only gonna get 2 miles. But, you know, one never knows, but I doubt it.
Money's appropriated.
I would doubt it quite frankly. But, you know, that's what the forest is saying, that the fence is 20,000 a mile, so I would think no.
Probably not. Yeah.
That's why they want to go to virtual fencing, which is you put a collar on your cow, it costs $500 a collar. And you have Wi-Fi stations, which I can't remember what they cost, when you zap your cows. Or you tell your cow.
Well, I mean, I have that technology for my dog, but it's all satellite, and it was a hell of a lot cheaper. And I draw the fence where I want. So,
Basically, kind of the same idea.
yeah, why would it be so much? Well, I guess the bigger shot. The government. My gas.
Double it now, $5.
But anyway, Blue Mountain tried it and they put their Wi-Fi transmitters up there, but it doesn't necessarily work in some of the canyons up in those.
Yeah, that's why satellites. Work.
Any questions about this?
I want to hear about his dog satellite. That's for after.
But you know, that was before Starlink. Now, I'm not sure now if they link in Starlink, maybe then you can, I'm not sure. But anyway, but as far as fencing, they do project 20,000 a mile. So I'd say on 50,000, no.
Not a lot of miles to be fenced.
Okay. All right, there's no more questions about the other special revenue funds.
47.
We will move to capital projects fund.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Capital projects.
We're
This
smoking.
fund accounts for activity associated with funding and construction of major capital projects in Crook County. This year's budget focuses on planning for long-term needs while holding most construction activity in future years. The budget includes 10.8 million in total resources, most of which is carryover from prior year. We have $1 million appropriated for architectural, engineering, and design work for the historic courthouse. Another $77,000 is budgeted for administrative support to materials and services. The remaining 9.75 million is held in reserve for future capital projects. With the so this is different than prior years. Construction of the Justice Center was completed in fiscal year 25. Activity on the courthouse renovation was delayed until this fiscal year 26. And we'll take this year to assess the courthouse and the additional space needs of the county. So this is reflected in this budget.
Just a general question. I know there was a lot alluded to the total plan for facilities for the county. And that work is ongoing. Are we anticipating that work being completed in this fiscal year? Or
Kind of a long-term facilities plan?
yeah,
Yes, well, fiscal year 26.
okay. Okay.
Any other questions? All right.
All right, your capital asset reserve fund. So this fund accounts for the sale and purchase of county assets with the net money retained in this fund to be available to meet unexpected funding challenges or opportunities within the county. The only sources of revenue we're anticipating this year are interest and a repayment from a loan that was made to the Crook County Historical Society. There is a transfer that we mentioned of $192,000 that is going to the risk management fund to basically put some funds in contingency there to cover liability insurance deductibles, as we've mentioned. There is a one-time transfer of $100 million. Right, all right.
Lots of zeros.
Excuse me. To the sheriff's office to offset operating expenses for fiscal year 2026. This transfer will be structured as an interfund loan with full principal repayment scheduled for on or before 2030. Interest will accrue annually at a rate of 4.64%, consistent with the current local government investment pool rate. Principal repayment is expected to come from the new property tax revenue generated by the data centers beginning to appear on the tax roll. Interest payments will be funded through existing property tax collections. When a county-owned property is sold prior to 2030, a portion of the proceeds may be used to repay part or all of this loan. 4.14 million, the rest of those dollars will be held in contingency with 4.55 million put in reserves. So the loan for this reserve fund will be documented. It will have a loan document and like Steve, you mentioned, our intent is for it to be repaid. Our fiscal policies do require us to repay it. So not necessarily from the sheriff's office specifically, more of when we have those additional dollars that come in from the data centers, it'll kind of be sliced off the top. Or if we have funds from the sale of a county property, those will be chunked towards it as well, but the ongoing interest will be expected to be paid through that.
Is this the first time that the county is cracking the seal on future data center revenue?
I don't know if I'd say it's the first time we're cracking the seal. We have them accounted for in other parts of the budget. We did get better numbers to look at. They give us a little bit more informed outlook on what we can expect. So that's helpful in helping us plan.
You say you received the numbers from where?
From the assessor, from the county assessor, on.
And he consults with the data centers about how they handle their,
I believe he
personal
controls the
property.
state, because those data centers are centrally assessed through the state,
oh, okay.
because of the size of those
They
taxes.
were, you've been waiting forever to get those numbers from the state. This is the first blush numbers, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And he goes
Page 200.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
I have memorized too many on my desk.
Any questions further about this fund activity?
Who sets interest rates?
For the loan.
Yeah.
So that was my suggestion, because that's what our rate currently is if those funds just sat in the local government investment pool that they would currently be in. So your tax dollars wouldn't be losing rate, or it wouldn't be losing out on interest.
That's the money it would be making.
Correct.
That's the trailing 12-month rate or something. That's dropping.
It is dropping. It's actually current rate. They adjusted it in March, so it's held steady since March. That
I
was.
think your next rate is gonna be quite a bit lower than that.
Oh,
Yeah. Because we've seen other regular deposit rates go down significantly.
Short-term rates are dropping.
Yeah, the LGIP luckily
So
does
lock in
help,
that 4.6.
right?
Probably a better deal for next one.
That's also what we peg our investment with. If that LGIP rate is.
So I mean, this wouldn't take effect until July 1, so I don't know what point in time which date we pick, whatever the
We
rate is.
backdated to 4.
I'd like to know where that 12% rate came. Was it the PRC or whatever?
Yes, the PRC, that was.
12%, holy.
State, yeah, oh, it was a big ouch, and I finally, yeah, when we learned, we had a call with the state, they're like, yeah, no, it's 12% from the date the taxpayer made that tax payment.
I guess it's to, yeah, make sure it's kind of a penalty rate, huh?
It is,
And
yes.
if you want to screw up on my taxes for a few years.
Yeah. Well, if you have an assessed value of over $1 million and it's centrally assessed to the state, could be almost go through the state.
Oh, that's the state thing.
Yeah.
maybe the state should have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the funny thing is that we have to put that money away or give it back, we don't earn 12% if they lose.
Yeah.
Backwards.
All right, the debt service fund accounts for the activity of our GO bond that is paid with property taxes and the levy that was discussed earlier today. So the proposed levy is $673,000. As we mentioned earlier, the PRC did affect this fund. However, we carried some fund balance over that'll allow us to absorb it with the current levy we have in fiscal year 2025. And then the 2026 rate includes the PRC and an estimated collection rate of about 92%, which requires a little bit of an increase in that levy amount to ensure that our principal and interest payments are covered completely.
Yeah, that came up in a couple different places that I noted was the collection rate on property taxes is only 92%.
So it's averaging like maybe closer to 94. We're being more conservative with the debt service fund, and historically we have every year just because like the debt service, but yes, our collection rate's 94.
Really? That's pretty poor. You need to hire a banker.
Got some TRT you can go out.
Well, I presume that we're following through on a rolling basis of,
Yes.
of foreclosing on properties.
Yes.
And then it says any recovery on that, does that come back?
So that is actually an issue that's currently it's currently contested on whether we can actually keep those funds or not. So that's working, my tax collector is working with our legal team and keeping track of, I can't remember which bill it is that's going through or what the actual
Yeah.
legislative action
I don't,
is.
I don't remember the bill number, but there is legislation that is gonna try to provide some clarity. As it stands now, we can only retain basically what is owed
Mhm.
to the county,
I
so.
don't see 6% of the properties in the local paper have foreclosure notices on it.
Yeah.
It takes 4 years
6 years.
or, okay, but it starts after
Right, but it'd
4.
be rolling, it'd be pretty.
If they, if they pay the one that was owed 4 years ago, then it resets the time.
Right.
So you can kind of make like a minimum payment on it and it just kicks it down the road.
Yeah, we have a lot of people that come in and just pay that 4th year to continue to kick it down the road.
That's good. Does the 94%, like the average collection rate, is that just for that, like that
Current
year?
year.
So if people make payments the following years, that number might.
Yes,
also-
so actually, page 200 does show us, so like, our actual percentage of the levy amount in the current year is averaging that 94%. But if you look off to the far right of those columns, the percentage, including like fully loaded, including subsequent year collections, we're kind of more like 96, 97%.
Yeah.
Still not 100,
Rudy, you would never expect that.
but it does get higher as prior year collections come in.
Okay.
But we still budget based on current year collection, because that current year collection is the piece that grows by 4% every year, you know, that's the assessed value calculation.
Mhm.
So that's the portion that we can actually hope to live on. The rest of it is bonus to the funds that it goes to.
Interesting.
And we have kind of seen, there's been talk of the tip of a recession. We've kind of seen that with
It's
collections, for sure.
Any other questions about debt service? Good, okay, questions in general? So just as a quick preview, you can definitely ask your questions, but as a quick preview, you have scheduled opportunity for you to ask questions of us right now. We're gonna take a quick break then. We'll open things up for public comments. And then the rest of the afternoon is available for you to have your discussion and deliberation. We're obviously not going anywhere. We're still here to answer questions as things come up. But you know, that's sort of the roadmap for the rest of today through 5 o'clock as we were scheduled. So.
So is it theoretically possible that depending on the volume of conversation, we could finish it today?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that is definitely a
Motivation.
possibility.
How long is the break?
10 minutes, or I guess I mean, the chair can set it however long. Right now it is
Want a Diet Coke or a Diet Pepsi, because I'm gonna walk across the street to the doghouse, but you'd have to get. You'd have to get a Diet Pepsi or I think a Diet Dr. Pepper. There's no Coke.
Well, that's why I'm going down.
Is this town a Pepsi?
Sometimes.
This is a Pepsi town?
And there's
Well,
no
we
problem either.
were trying to get.
We want to get done today.
At a restaurant and the restaurants we went to get Pepsi.
I don't know if it is or not.
Because this kind of 50-50
Sandwich factory, all Pepsi.
Okay, so
I know.
no questions. We're just gonna go ahead and go for the break.
Let's go for a break.
Okay. We'll be back at 2:40.
We'll just walk across the
So
street.
there's my dog's fence.
Okay, so
I
we'll do a 12-minute break. We'll be back at 2:45. We're 11-minute break.
Well, I have 60, but you can
Yes.
do whatever. And there are the.
Oh, yeah.
And we are back.
I got the stairs out of the.
We're back on the meeting and the recording's running again.
Because you just use a step ladder for
So if there are any questions that need to be addressed since the break, other than that, it goes to public comment, so.
I just have one quick question, and I think Seth can probably answer this. Under the general fund, I see an allocation to the Wolf Committee for $15,000. And I looked a little bit into it and it looked like it was for tools. Is that?
So that would have been traps, or not traps, box lights and different non-lethal different things, but that's all passed through from the state.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. And so we had a question that was answered at our last meeting, and there was concerns that we were gonna have to start paying 5%. 10%, but the 10% match is only on administrative costs, and we don't request any administrative costs from the state. So all those dollars you're looking at are just grant funds that come to the county gives it to the Wolf Committee, and then the Wolf Committee hands it out to ranchers.
So that's to pay for depredation
There's
issues.
a depredation piece of it, and then there's also non-lethal part of it. And I think this year we had one deprivation. And we paid out 6,000. 2,800 maybe.
It was, the depredation was less than that. I want to say it was 1,400.
Okay.
The life was like 2,900.
Yeah.
And there were some other smaller things. A portion of that was also returning the grant funds that were not spent in the prior year. We don't get to keep them because they don't roll forward.
Yeah, we don't spend it.
So this is just a holding spot for those funds?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my big question.
That was your, that's it? Come on, let's go.
Maybe you can use that like.
No, we
box,
can't traps.
the box they will.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put the collars on the walls.
Put the collars on the walls
And then they can only go certain places. Then we wouldn't have to worry about the couch. It would be kind of- Yeah.
And it's cheaper than fencing.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing it's a little shocking.
Would be nice.
Sounds like they started to a bad movie.
Aversion.
I'm glad this is on.
Other questions or anything from the committee? Before we open public comment? Okay, well then let's, we're open to public comment on whatever we're talking about. Is there anybody online?
If you have comments and you're online, please use the chat.
There's no activity going on in the chat.
Public comment? Give me public comment.
And I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, then we close public comment. That's it, putting it in. Okay, budget committee discussion, so,
So there is one element of not guided discussion on our part, and then we'll turn it back over to you. But we did want to address this aspect of your discussion. We wanted to bring some information to you. Since the ORS describes that the compensation committee's recommendation gets approved by the budget committee. So we wanted to bring that information to this group.
probably a pretty good chance that
You're referring to the elected officials.
Yes, the compensation, yes, for the elected. So do you wanna start to that one?
Yeah, so the elected officials compensation committee, of which 3 of you were party to, met on May 2nd to review compensation for our elected officials. As Jamie was noting, under Oregon law, Crook County has an independent compensation committee that meets annually to review and recommend salaries for elected officials. This year, for the first time, the committee recommended to a certain extent anchoring elected official salaries to specific steps within the county's salary schedule for elected officials. They also recommended removing stipends. And the result is the proposed salaries that are reflected up on the screen right now. So just, unfortunately, my notes don't have the same level of detail that is up there, but just in reviewing the minutes and being a part of the conversation, my recollection is the county clerk was essentially her salary equated to I believe a step 7, and is being recommended to be moved to a step 8. The assessor would essentially go from a step 7 to a step 8. The sheriff, to ensure compliance with statutory requirements regarding essentially compression, making sure that the sheriff is not paid less than anybody else within the sheriff's office. The recommendation was to go from what is essentially a step 7 to a step 9. And then the district attorney moved to a step 10. The county pays 25% of that salary, the state pays the rest. And then county commissioners were moved to a step 8. And again, stipends are recommended to be removed for basically ease of application. But I know the committee is here minus one elected official compensation committee member. So if anybody from the committee wants to add anything to my brief summary, please do so. But again, the numbers are up on the screen. Happy to try to answer any questions there may be.
Why if Cheryl went up a step, did she go down a difference?
It's just the way it played out, finding the closest step with that,
Taking the stipend.
with that
She didn't
stipend.
go down from 25, she simply she's down that amount from but we were trying to identify a specified step in the salary structure of the
That's just
position.
the way it worked out.
And that was a lot closer to, she's a little short of the step up versus a lot above the step below.
So that going down 255 is not really good. That's just compared to the proposed budget, not what her actual was prior year.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this does not include any sort of COLA that may be applied.
It includes the same COLA that is assumed for the
No,
entire
okay,
county.
same.
So 3% for both
3%.
of them.
But that 3% is not a for sure thing yet? You don't know yet, or it's
So
pretty close?
the 3% is what we budgeted. Typically it's CPI in June.
In June.
And the assessor or the county clerk will also begin making that money back, getting COLA on her stipend amount going forward, where she wouldn't have previously.
Okay, it just, when you look at that, it's
And it gives us the committee kind of a nice, clear place to start next year.
Yeah.
And without the workarounds of the stipends being all over the place.
It was really Scott's initiative, and that's exactly to me what this does more than anything else. It gives us a frame of reference for
Well,
future
yeah.
years versus just kind of the random walk theory of where they were before. It brings it to a method of analysis or an anchor to look at for future budget elected official committee members.
From this staff person's perspective, I think that's a great spot to start. I think also ease us into the conversation in future years. So I think it makes sense to try to anchor to that salary schedule.
For approval?
Does that take a motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
I move to approve the recommendation for the, oh,
Sorry,
that's right.
we can go back to that.
No, it's fine.
Good luck.
No, sorry.
I
We'll just
move,
leave it
I
here.
move to approve the recommendation for the elected officials. compensation.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded, any other conversation or question?
Do any elected officials on this committee need to recuse themselves from that?
I would rather abstain myself. I mean, I don't feel comfortable voting on my own,
I think we voted in the past. I'm
I
fine.
was teasing, I don't care.
but I kind of feel odd about it.
That was the full budget committee. If you want to discuss.
Well, so, I mean, I guess I guess we have to, because it's, I guess. never mind.
Otherwise, we won't.
Okay, then never mind, let's just go ahead. I'll be good, okay.
Okay, all in favor?
I,
Opposed? Great, thank you.
Do we need to say names? Sorry.
mean, we're
We
being
have it
filmed.
so far.
I think, just so the record's clear, it was unanimous, so all members of the budget committee.
There's a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right. All right,
Okay, now we have open discussion.
open discussion.
Okay, any questions?
And that's
What
right.
questions are there for anyone or points that we want to discuss? Would this be also a bit time if there's any suggestions or comments about future budgets or anything?
Yeah.
Did I just have a couple of little things that for me, the one thing that I think there requires some conversation is that there is a vast difference between what the sheriff thinks sees that can be done and what the reality is in the budget. And so I think we'd be remiss to not have some conversation about that, or what the future is, or what, and especially what the commissioners think is going to be going forward. And then, yeah, so that's really my only discussion piece then.
Yeah, no, I'll just jump out there. I think it's just a really tough situation, and I think we need to figure out a way to fully fund it. And I know we were tasked with that last year. It didn't really happen. I think we're in a better place now with Will being here and maybe a little more comfortable in where we're moving. So I would just ask for the ability to have early meetings and have conversations with Will and come up with a potential way to fill that hole. And I don't know, I know the sheriff's not real high on a levy. But I don't know what, I mean, again, I'm not saying we're doing that, because if we are to, I think we talked about this at one of our meetings ago, a few months ago. If we are gonna go that route, it can't be the government telling people that that's what they want or what they have to have. Because we've seen how that worked with the school district and a lot of other places across the region. That it's gonna take some time, and it's gonna take grassroots people in our community and having conversations with them of what services we have, and kind of to Will's point, going through that process and looking at what we can afford, what services we can afford with the money we have right now. And then going to the citizens and saying, here's what we have. Here's what it would cost to do what we have done in the past. What do you think? And again, it's not a real quick conversation. It's something that we need to do a deep dive in and spend a lot of time. Again, I think the sheriff's correct to say he's not the one who needs to push it. I don't think anyone in this room need to be the ones to push it. Maybe you guys, if you want to, but I think it's, we saw that with the jail committee. We saw that with the courthouse. We had citizens pushing things that they thought were important for our community, and we were successful. And maybe we go to them and then they say, well, we only want this much service, and then that's what we get. But that's, I mean, I just think that's where you have representation of governments and allow them to weigh in on what that is. But I think we still need more information to have before we can share that conversation with them.
Yeah, and I'd like to just add to what you said, because I agree with you, Seth, and I understand the sheriff's department presentation and them voicing their concern for not providing or not being able to provide services to our community members or our community in general. However, I'm really data driven.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, I think that we're becoming mature enough in our practices and policies to be able to provide data-driven analysis to show the community what we are or are not providing them. We've seen a reduction in force or reduction in staff in the sheriff's department in recent years, right? So what's been the impact, or what is the impact of that to our community? And being able to show the people this is what we get if we spend this amount, right? If they're willing to, if the community is willing to accept the service level that they're getting today, our sheriff might not be willing to accept it, but ultimately the people have to pay for it, right? But if you can show that crime has risen in the county 22%, and we're unable to prosecute 60% of those people, and so they're just right back in the community in the cyclical behavior, right? Then you can paint the picture that can make us more effective at getting financing and getting the money that we need from our community, right? And get that community support. It's hard just to say we need more money because we only have, make up a number, 22 field agents when we should have 36. So I'm just trying to support
That's a really good
your
articulation of what I was trying to say. I totally agree with everything you said.
I know we're here today to solve the 26 budget, but I feel like things like this $1 million loan, we're putting the elephant in the can and we're kicking the can down the road. Because this $1 million this year, in the sheriff's department hole is $2 million next year in the sheriff's department. Am I wrong?
plus interest.
Plus it's $2 million next year, which you gotta borrow. Yeah, and you know, data center money isn't gonna solve this. Maybe not for a decade. The data center money everybody's talking about, looking at the preliminary numbers coming in, are already taken. Correct. In 30 and 31 and 32. This is, you know, and it's not just the sheriff's department, it's as you brought up, Scott, it's the DA side of it too. They're facing, obviously it's a much smaller budget, but it's a very similar percentage shortfall. And so to me, when you look at the 26 budget, you've got to look at the 27 and 8 and 9 budget. And you know, sure, there's some big zeros attached to that sheriff hole, but you're not gonna get a global fix here from any one levy. It's gonna take a levy or whatever substitute for that, and looking at a lot of other small components in the expenses side of this thing that you're gonna have to start addressing. I mean, it's just reality. I mean,
yeah, and that's one of the things that Will is working really hard to do on core services with all of the departments, is really determine where we want those departments and what core services they should be providing. And I'll let you speak more to your.
well, let me just quickly say, you know, to Steph's point, last year, we were looking at this last year. We were looking at this a year ago. We were saying the same things a year ago. And here we are today. You know, and I appreciate the fact that we had an interim county manager, and I appreciate the fact that none of this was addressed in that time period. But I hope that what you say we're looking at is not something that we're addressing a year from now. I hope it's something that, if not this committee, the commissioners, whoever the powers that be, are looking at it in a period of months, not years, because you're not looking at, like I said, the 26 budget, you're looking at double problem 27 budget, triple problem 28 budget, quadruple problem 29 budget, and you guys are down the creek without a ladder, whatever, bro, you know, if you don't deal with this in a very short term nature. I mean, fine, we can solve the 26 budget today. It's here, it's great, it's whatever, but maybe not, but this is a
The forecasts are not right.
big elephant. And
And I agree with everything he's just said, because it is gonna be 2 million next year, and then it's gonna be 3 million next year, and I totally agree, and if I had the money, I totally agree, we need public safety. Don't get me wrong, but we have aging buildings. And I can, and then we have health. And we have, I mean, I can go on and on and on and be depressive, but yeah, we have to, I mean, we have to fix it immediately, and that is, like I say, I would give it to the sheriff in a heartbeat, but there are a lot of other problems in the room.
The way we're going.
Welcome to your new job.
The way we're going is not sustainable.
No, it isn't
We
sustainable.
can't sit around and talk about it all the time. We're gonna have to come up with some, an action plan, and then we're gonna have to move on the action plan. Hopefully, we're successful, maybe we're not, but until we at least look into it and move in that direction, we're not gonna fix the problem.
No, we're not.
Well, the difficulty is, the way that it is now, in my mind, this is a zero-sum game in the county. And whatever goes to the sheriff's department comes out of somebody else's pocket.
Exactly.
To do that, and at the same time, the highest priority the county has said is public safety. All that, and then we have these exasperating problems that the worse it gets, in that. You can't even keep employees, you know, because they don't know if they'll have a job or not, and or be able to be compensated or be saved that way. So I don't know how the levy thing works, but in my mind, that's kind of a definitive answer. It's probably way too early to even say that, but I think largely having its own thing where the public can commit to, yes, we believe in public safety. And then take some of the pressure off of, like I said, the zero sum. But I don't know how we progress for this budget.
Well,
and this is the way we started the meeting, right? It's like, we don't know.
I think the proposed budget provides, you know, it's an effort to balance today's constraints, and make it work for one more year. As I mentioned this morning, it is a priority for the county to go through and address and make sure we have alignment across the organization as to what each department's core services are. As I mentioned this morning, the sheriff's office is priority number one. So I just want to note, I appreciate everybody's comments. I think they're all very helpful, and I think they show that you're keenly aware of the challenge that the county is facing with public safety in the sheriff's office. One of the underlying problems that I identified as I've tried to address this issue goes to something actually Commissioner Crawford mentioned early in his comments. He used the phrase fully funded. I don't know what that means. And I don't think we've had an intentional conversation as an organization about what that really means. So that gets to the core services, that level of service, to what Scott was talking about, costs for different levels of service. So what are the statutory minimums? How much would that cost? What's something in the middle? What's something the next level? You should have however many levels you want to have, and have a description of what levels of service are provided in that. And then the county, hopefully with full support of the community and the sheriff's office, can select the level of service, and we can go out and figure out how we're going to fund that. But at this point, I really feel like identifying that level of service is key to helping us solve the problem, because we don't know what that price tag is. What sacrifices is the organization willing to make to get to that level of service? Where are we going to pull back, or are we going to do what we're going to do? Those conversations, I think, will be much more well-informed if we have a common understanding about what are the core services for the sheriff's office, and what is that level of service we expect as a community here in Crook County. So I think that's how we get the conversation started, is by coming to some sort of understanding about what level of service is expected. And from there, we can start to make decisions about how we fund it. But I have struggled with this issue since I was in the interim role, because I don't feel like staff has a clear indication of what we're trying to accomplish. What is the end game? What level of service do we want for our sheriff's office? So from my perspective, that is step one, and that's what I'm gonna be pushing for. As we, you know, I had the sheriff included a description of the sheriff's office's core services with the written comments he provided this morning. We started that process, and I think we just need to be aggressive in pushing that forward. And as I noted this morning, I think the sheriff's office is priority number one, because we can't wait much longer to try and solve this problem.
What's the date of completion of your assessment?
I don't have a date of completion, but this summer is my goal.
Well, I only ask because, again, we had the inception of this conversation a year ago with the previous interim manager. And this is nothing on you, obviously, you walked into a hornet's nest, but, you know, sometimes things slide and it would be a shame to be sitting here facing the same conversation points in yet another year next year.
And
But
I
it's the core, it's a core service of the county, not just the sheriff's department.
Yeah, it should be all
Includes the
departments.
entirety of it.
all departments should have their core services.
What are you feeling that this summer that could be completed?
My goal is to push the whole core services conversation forward, the whole organization, with the sheriff being the first priority.
The sheriff being completed by summer or the entire county being completed by summer date?
My goal is
I think you need the entire county
Oh,
because
I
I think
agree.
then you can look at where your excesses and I think you can look at all of it.
I
And
agree.
deficits
Yeah,
are.
I'm just putting the feet to the fire and getting a date.
Today could see some of where our excesses and our deficits were on just budget presentations.
Well, when does the commission make the final acceptance of the budget? Because the commissioners can make an adjustments to this, correct? When's that?
June 4th.
June 1st? 4th. Okay, so you got about 3 weeks.
given how that would impact the whole of the budget. I appreciate you saying that.
I mean, I think the idea would be that we get together again in January and give it a really, really hard look, because I think by then we have our core services defined and we go through our money very, very hard. And I think we hone in on what we want. And I think that's exactly what our path needs to be. You know, and I think in some of our services, maybe I've thought about it on some of the departments, maybe contracting out saves the county actually money. And maybe that's the way we need to go on some of these departments. You know, there's just different things, but I definitely don't want to end up like Washington County and be $20 million in deficit. That's not an idea that I want to pursue at all. So we need to figure it out. And that's kind of my path, I think.
And I think this project is maybe a little bit bigger than just within our county. I think that our personnel, I think that we need to look at possibility of contracting some of this work out.
The reason that I brought up pushing for a timeline is that one of the mentions potential solutions here is a vote. And I'm assuming that vote will take place during the primaries in 26. As the most likely option if it's going to impact the 27th, but.
I do.
And I'm just working back on that assumption of the timeline, is that you don't just propose a levy a month or two before an election, because as I heard reference, it would take a tremendous groundswell of salesmanship to have the potentiality of success with that, which if you take that time frame back, would involve needing to have answers well before next January.
So to Commissioner Ermick's comments earlier about a January meeting, the timeline I have in my head has us reconvening the whole budget committee sometime this fall, probably mid to late fall. There's a couple Well, one reason I'll note in terms of why I think that's ideal, well, two reasons, I'll go back to my couple. One, core services will be completed by then, we'll have an understanding of levels of service, and as far as the sheriff's office goes, we'll have an idea of, you know, what the cost of that level of service is, that hopefully we have alignment between the sheriff's office and the commissioner's office, but, so that project will at least be complete at that point. We also, the county's also I'm working on finalizing the contract to have some additional analysis done to provide more refined numbers as far as expected additional property tax revenue. And a part of that project also includes some more detailed analysis of the sheriff's office budget. So we will have that additional information. The contract currently calls that out for being done sometime in mid-fall. So we will have more information, more, I think, helpful information at that time as we're looking not only to fiscal year 27, but also the subsequent fiscal year. So I am going to push for reconvening budget committee at some point this fall, so we can start to have not only a conversation about the sheriff's office, but kind of what the fiscal year 27 budget is looking like from a high level. So I want to start that conversation as early as we can.
Would that include the DA's office as well? Because to me, I see that as a woefully neglected public service in looking at the budget and the numbers of caseloads and such. And it matches with benefiting the sheriff's office as well.
The trouble with the DA is with Carrie is just finding the bodies, and Carrie is an extremely talented as what she has tried to do, and went out with law schools and former colleagues, and I mean, she has been extremely inventive in how she has tried to recruit people. And what one of the good things is now that we have Megan in HR, we have had a tremendous void in our human resources. And now we have Megan, and gosh knows she had to come up to speed. She's had a lot to do. I think now at least we have an HR department to support Carrie, but I have to give Carrie a lot of kudos for the things that she's done and then how she's tried. And I don't think it's money. It's just trying to get the bodies. And when you talk to other district attorneys around the state, it is just hard to get people to want to be prosecutors. They don't want to be, and then they come in, they prosecute a little bit, and they want to go and be in private practice because that's where they think the money is. That's what they want to do. So it's a hard career to find people that want to come into it. And I agree, the sheriff needs the people to prosecute because they catch the criminals, but it's a very hard for her to find the talent.
It's really an epidemic across the world.
Yes.
I just don't like seeing these guys have to catch the same criminal 43 times.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It touches on, it touches on mental health and sure, some of the presentations we talked about this morning of the web of services that need to exist.
Well, I could see how it'd be hard to recruit into, oh, here, come, yeah, so we have a lower caseload, it's only double what you can do.
It's just really, like I said, it's just really hard in rural Oregon to find somebody that wants to come here.
I don't think the constraint is that we don't have enough FTE authorized. I think it's that they're almost always vacant or a rotating vacancy, and we're not recruiting experience. We're only recruiting.
Right, all these new people.
I think that's I haven't ever heard her say she doesn't have enough FTE of DDAs.
And I think we did a really good job last year in improving the pay. Adding PERS, and we've made them very.
More competitive.
Much more competitive than they were in the past, so I think it's more finding the bodies and the people that want to do it, and I think,
I want to serve this community.
Yeah. Or any rural Oregon community, because if you talk to Jefferson County, you talk to Grant County, you talk to Wallowa County, everybody's having this, if you're not in a major metropolitan area, there's just not enough concentration of attorneys.
And it's the same in the sheriff. You guys train them up. You get them trained. And then away they go.
Well, I'd like to think of it more positively in that we're a better situation than those counties you just referred to. And I think we're a heck of a lot better than the metropolitan areas. If I mean, if I were in those jobs,
Oh,
I
yeah.
would want to get the heck out of
Yeah,
there.
no
Or,
question.
you know, so we're in kind of a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Here, hopefully.
No, I'm not saying that I would rather be Multnomah County. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that there's a lot more people in Multnomah County. And so there's a lot more larger pool for that. That was my other point. Yeah.
Somehow when you're young, maybe those places seem more exciting.
So again, so how do we, move here, in the presence of unknown? I guess I would feel better, about accepting things as proposed, if I had confidence that the commission is there to, I mean, we're really getting close to, or are in emergency situations, whether it's other appropriation or a supplementary budget, or however you get around to doing that, and what you're willing to do, from contingency funds and other reserves, to do that. But again, it's difficult to make a decision to do that when you don't know what the baseline is.
I think Will has a very good handle on the way that he wants to approach this, and I am behind him 100%. I know that I definitely am very conservative and am on his path. In fact, he knows because I'm excitable and I go and I'm with Christina and Will and whatever, and I've done the figures and whatever. So I mean, I think we need to pursue this and investigate this a little bit more. I obviously want the sheriff to be successful, and at midnight, if I need one, I want to know that that person is going to be there. I like to say, and I agree with you, because 1 becomes 2 becomes 3, but I think we have to put a line in the sand at this moment. I think we need to look at every department, identify those core services, identify those expenses, meet again, and yes, we are in an emergency and we have to treat it that way, but we have to take the proper steps. And Facebook is not the answer that's going to come down and solve all our problems. We need to take the steps now. So that is my way forward. And that's my thinking.
There's the other little thing with 1,000 little razor blade cuts too, of things like steps and health insurance and
Oh,
things
yes.
like that. And I would love, I know we're piling a burden on, but I would love to see I mean, this isn't gonna get solved with the levy, this isn't gonna get solved with the global thing. I would love to see you come back with different categories of things, like how could we impact healthcare? I know in private industry that even big technology companies are requiring, partial employee, like employee families, not 100%. This county covers 100% of all families, for instance. And I know that's a bad example we were just talking
Well,
about.
we talked about
But
walking back, that's reality.
Or how do you mitigate the effect of these, annualized steps? And I don't know if you can in any way, shape, or form. That may be mandated. I don't know the rules there, but there are, I'm sure, little baby steps that cumulatively across the budget could be considered that may end up being a larger bucket of money than you would think. And, getting creative about identifying 100 little baby steps that we could consider for the next cycle that would impact all future cycles. It would create, there's this pathway that just ramps up with the deficit, and there's a vector that's even a little bit different that gets bigger over time. If we look at those things as well as just more services or whatever, I think that would be beneficial in that meeting that you're describing in the fall as well. Let's just pile on to Will's work.
Yeah, just do that.
I totally agree with you. You can't, I mean, that's a place that our company came to.
Well, we're just, it's a,
Provided that, and then there's a day when you can't.
well, there's like, it's not that there's a lot of little tiny things that might just be small effects in 27. But that is a different vector, and they become bigger cumulative effects in the out years, bigger and bigger and bigger, and I think that what my concern and what Susan expressed here is that bigger and bigger and bigger that we're looking at potentially as I look at the portions of this 5-year proposal that are filled out, 5-year forecast. You're gonna have to take a lot of steps.
You wanna come up with a date for the meeting, generally?
And I do think that Brian brings up a good point of maybe we do bring in like an efficiency, or I don't know what you call it, that maybe is an outside.
There's a lot of federal contractors that are looking for work.
How about you wanna know? I don't know if you want to know.
No, I don't know if that's, I mean, every dollar counts,
Yeah.
but that's, but maybe that is something that we had discussed it before. I don't know if that's something.
But realistically, we're having to subsidize the sheriff's department $2 million this year.
Yeah.
And we're still looking at maybe going down to not 24-hour service.
Right.
So it's a bigger problem than just.
It's a growing
What here,
problem.
it's a hugely growing problem.
Well, and I mean, you guys are talking about all this deferred maintenance on all these buildings, you're talking about fixing the old justice center. I mean, there's some big holes here in forward years, and we're where we were last year, only bigger.
What about the week before Association of Oregon Counties? It'd be like early November.
Is that time for people to?
Did it
Or
happen
Thanksgiving?
into November? Yeah, it's tough for us to eat
Okay.
during the beginning of November.
I'm fine, yeah, what about October?
Sooner the better.
But if it's better for you guys.
I'm just
We
trying to
could all
think
have
of
a costume.
timelines, we might not have all the information I'm hoping to have. We should get it in October, but it may. Afford us a lot of time to analyze. But if we wanna do, I mean, we'll have the core services conversation, right, complete, we'll have. Some ideas of level of service, the sheriff's office by October.
So when do you start on taxes?
It normally starts around the middle of October. It doesn't get super heavy until the first week in November, so. But we still have, I mean, we just need the people in the office for coverage and county CAD and making sure.
I don't think you're ever gonna have all the numbers that you need for this. I think there's always gonna be new numbers. I would approach you get together in early October. Even if you only have 90% of what you need, you can have 90% of the conversation.
Do you think you can do that, Will?
For later October.
She just said she gets busy.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can put the numbers together,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and we may not be able to be at the meeting due to coverage.
correct. If we could have a couple hours.
Scary.
I'm just out of the country until the 18th.
Oh,
Of
there we go.
October?
I think we should do it on the 19th when he's really jet lagged.
In the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You aiming for like October, somewhere in that 20th to 24th week? Does that feel like
That
achievable?
would be great.
It's like right before the tax roll
Yeah, we can.
or right
Before
around.
elk season.
Right, before else. So should we do the 23rd? It's a Thursday.
Way better than the next Thursday.
I think what works though, along with the numbers, an action.
Well, you have to have,
From my viewpoint, I think that is the priority.
This is gonna kind of be it. I would assume that there's gonna be a lot of little things, but there's gonna be an optionality proposal here. It's like, we need this, we can do a levy, or you can do this, or you can do this. I think that. I would hope you're right. I would hope that there would be some proposals for a lot of small and or big action plans that we have as, and that we can also bring to the city. Talk about.
Will, is this normally something you would do with a working group? You're not gonna try and do this by yourself, right?
No. No. I'll be asking for assistance from the finance department. Right now.
Because they're not getting.
I can hear what.
But
yeah,
that's important to be looking
Okay.
at some help.
Yeah, some consultancy.
Yeah.
Some sort of.
Yeah, some outside help.
Yeah, one option that I thought about is, bringing, we had a facilitator help us with some of the video presentations. She was involved in some of the services conversations, depending on her availability, she may be helpful for some of those conversations, this summer. But we will also look at other, we'll get together soon after we get this budget, moving forward to completion and put a plan together so that we're fully ready by October 20th.
The thing about October 23rd, you guys had acted like that wasn't very good for you.
That's better for us.
It's better than early November.
Oh, it is, okay,
It's-
so that was the only reason, okay.
Just make sure.
So we want to. So that's what we want to lock in at this time?
Yeah, I just blocked your whole day off for that.
October 23rd.
Yeah, so we can figure out what works for,
Syncing calendars.
Do we want to just send one calendar invite out to everybody?
yeah, no, I think but I just, for right now, until we figure out what.
That's what I mean, send one that just walks.
I can send it right now.
Oh, I see, there we go.
Laura?
Yeah.
Sure.
You're so
Whatever
good
you call it.
because I am really
You said
failing. at
budget
doing
meeting.
this. I am like failing.
Can we
really
have Diet
bad.
Coke for them?
Thank you very much, Judy, for doing this, because I am
Not to bring it in from another county.
giving me an event created, but right now it's starting at 4 p.m. So that's not good.
Well, I'll just state that I appreciate this approach more than the approach we had last year. We attempted to do a similar action plan last year. And we had John and his team put together, a presentation that he brought to us at the mid-year. But John didn't have all the resources available to make a holistic recommendation. And so I think this approach will be much more effective as creating a sustainable plan.
And I don't know that we don't go forward in January and still maybe we'll just have to wait and see.
The mid-year? I think the mid-year
I
is
think
great.
we still
It's a
go
great
ahead and
idea
do the
overall,
mid-year,
yeah.
and go from there too also. I just think we have this as a in between.
Yeah. Agreed. I totally agree.
You know what, just get quick, let me throw more on your plate. One of the things this budget addresses is these, you don't have that. It was these.
He's laughing out.
This huge capital building maintenance shortfall, and again, as I talked, I mean, it's just, I hope that this would include conversations at least about. I just look at that, because that's another thing that's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, it was bigger now than last year. And last year we thought we had money for the Justice Center redo, and now that's not there, and it just, and I don't mean to put those things in any way, shape, or form as ahead of public safety, but it's gotta be part of the conversation, and you may not be able to address it, but it's another thing that needs to be acknowledged. All part of a big puzzle.
No, it is. Like I say, we have aging buildings, and we have staffing, needs, and we have an aging fair, we have a lot of aging buildings everywhere.
Well, there isn't there isn't a service or a department that isn't critical.
No, there isn't, you know. And it's just like you take the fairgrounds and there's like a little visioning group that I don't know that we're gonna continue with, but. The town of Prineville needs to identify if that's where we're gonna gather, and right now that's what we have. We need to Park and Rec and Prineville and all of us need to get together. And put some efforts there and not just be the county, but get together and work.
And not
together.
start something somewhere halfway across town and split everything up.
Exactly, you know, and just work together. And I think we can get some more things done. And no, we're not maybe fiscally able to, but I think as we work in partnerships, I think there's some good ideas out there and I think we can do it in a very good way. But we need to be clever about it. So where are we now? Do we adopt this budget with the recommendations that we're making, or how do we move forward? Because I'm gonna have to make you make the motions.
I was thinking about it, I just wasn't saying anything.
So is the general feeling that the proposed budget with, other than identifying unknowns, kind of an oxymoron, is that this is the proposed budget is the best that we can do right now, and not acknowledging that there's a lot more work that needs to be done by this October, and move from there. Would it make sense to propose the budget be accepted as proposed?
I think so.
To accept the budget.
Yes, and then do we add in, I don't know, do we want to add in with further discuss, I mean, do we want to add that in as that we're having further discussions about core services, or is that a separate motion? How do you guys like that in finance? How's the cleanest way, I guess, Robert's rule of order to do this? Separate motion?
There's separate motions for the budget amount. There's a motion that will need to be made for levying the tax. And then if there are additional stipulations that the budget committee is putting on, then you would do a motion for each of those additional stipulations.
Yeah, does it even make sense for the budget committee to be making motions about what the commissioners are going to do?
They haven't in the past.
It hasn't stopped us from doing whatever we want.
Yeah, you know what, there are a lot of things that, I mean, we've made some changes to the budget. I think I'd just like to say that from what I've seen from this, there's been a lot more thought and effort put into balancing what you can with what you have. And to me, this is a much cleaner, I'll even use the word more elegant, even though we're all feeling the pin, budget presentation and budget itself than we saw last year. I don't see anything that I would want to change in this for the 26th calendar fiscal year.
I'll ask one question, I guess, before we proceed. We did make one motion last year to reallocate the additional property tax amount above the 3% to the sheriff's department. And what I heard from John today is that they received those funds, but they still didn't fill any FTEs with them because it was a temporary funding. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
So it didn't really move the needle for the sheriff's department. So it doesn't create any stability for the employees, which is the problem, and which was the problem with the levy presented to us. You weren't there, but they presented a levy to us in January during the mid-year update. The reason we didn't proceed with that was because it doesn't provide any stability for the FTEs that it would provide funding for in the near term. So I guess my question to this committee is, would we like to potentially look at if there is any funding above the 3% that's forecasted for the property tax for this fiscal year coming up? Do we want to allocate those funds to any one particular department, or just let it fall into the general fund?
It seems like every little bit counts though, even though it didn't help them with an FTE, it still
It's still,
is a
it's still
little
into
bit.
the budget.
And to me,
Makes the short.
every little bit is better than,
So maybe that's why they didn't ask for 1.7 million
Yeah.
this year. They only needed 1. So I guess, yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, I just figure, you know,
The money went to the sheriff's department, they spent the money.
yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's at
They
least
didn't
something.
get an FTE, but they found something to do with it.
I don't know, they're looking at each other. They can't.
I know.
Don't you think, I mean, a little bit is better than zero?
take everything you have.
That's what I think.
Well, we know
I mean,
that.
That's my way.
I didn't bring my wallet.
Right, okay, that's kind of.
So I think we should do that again.
Okay, okay.
Good call.
So any additional resource, what we have forecasted, if the tax roll comes in higher than the assessed value we've
So it's,
estimated,
yeah, it's a 3% projection, correct?
4%.
It's a 4% projection. So that's what the budget is based on, the 4% projection. So I think Bill made the movement last year. I'll make the movement that any tax base that comes in over the projected 4% for Crook County get allocated to the sheriff's department for this budget period.
That's a motion?
Second.
And a second.
Don't we need to approve the budget first? No.
Questions or discussion? Okay, so all in favor of Scott's motion? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Scott didn't say it.
Aye. No, I'm not opposed. Got this trap earlier too on the trap deal. Got us both.
Motion. Well, then vote for your motion.
So just for the record, it was unanimous.
Yes.
Sorry.
You don't have to say it.
Okay, well then, if we're in agreement, then I'll move forward with the 2 motions that we need to, for the budget and to levy taxes. That work? Okay. I move that the Budget Committee of Crook County, Oregon approve the budget for the 2026 fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, as proposed in the amount of $132,182,000.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous. Okay. To levy taxes. I move that the Budget Committee of Crook County, Oregon approve property taxes for the 2026 fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, in the amount of $3.8702 per $1,000 of assessed value for the permanent rate tax levy, and in the amount of $673,000 for the general obligation bond levy.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous as well. Great. Any other business that you can think of?
No. Thank you all for being here.
Before Scott thinks of another question.
I mean, other than, we do have time set aside for tomorrow, so I guess it's just that public acknowledgement that you have done the work that you set out to do, and you do not need the time we've set aside for tomorrow. So.
And then do we need to make a motion about that we will meet on October 23rd? To discuss.
Yeah, if you'd like to, that makes it.
Okay, put it in the records, so. I move that the Budget Committee as formed will meet on October 23rd to discuss
Next steps.
next steps for for development of.
To review levels of service, across the organization and to, review any sort of action plan, as Mr. Martin mentioned, that will include options
recommendations on next steps.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any questions, discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous, thank you. And so then we are adjourned.
Well, I guess I just wanted to thank the budget committee and especially the finance department as well. I mean, to Steve's point, I think this was the best one we've had yet. I really appreciate the time and effort you guys put into it.
Yeah.
Thank you all. We couldn't have done it without our departments and the support of everybody in this room, so we appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
What's the name of the? So I'm here.
Oh, that's very good question.
Called Halo.
Very good.
Um,
Beyond things.